Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic. Grant that we perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us the vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make the vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, will proceed with the votes and proceedings for Thursday, 30th March 2023. We'll do the corrections. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Page 8, item 4, number 5. Honorable, the following honorable members were absent. I don't know if Honorable Taylor didn't register yesterday, but he was in the chamber up to closing. Maybe I just want to alert and say he's not around, but he was here throughout. Thank you.
Very well. The table office will watch and correct their proceedings. Page 9. Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, on page 9, under item 5, Roman numeral II, the second line, interim injunction. The letter N is omitted. It should be injunction. INJUNCTION. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. Page 10. Yes.
It's on page 10, number 1171. The third sentence or line, responsible for reshaping or maintaining the feeder roads. Feeder roads. Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat?
I see feeding roads. Feeding roads. And I think that should be feeder roads. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Page 11. Page 12. Yes.
Page 11, question number 1657. The third line, Amasaman. It's not Aman Saman. We should cancel the N. Amasaman. Thank you.
Very well. The table office will take note and correct it. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Yes.
One hour speaker on page 16. Motion as item 10.
It's an issue of procedure. So the procedural motion, I've observed that if you look at why it was moved by the Honorable Vice Chairman of the Finance Committee, Mr. Patrick Abuama, and seconded by the Honorable Member for Asogama, Mr. Thomas Nyakwampim. On the matter of procedure, I want to find out if it's not appropriate to make it moved by the Honorable Member for Okankwe Central and Vice Chairman of the Finance Committee, Mr. Patrick Abuama, so that it corresponds with Mr. Thomas Nyakwampim's, because it was the constituency that was indicated. And this runs through the various pages where you have the motions and resolutions moved and seconded. So if they can correct those ones as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I direct the table office to insert the constituency of members who are mentioned in addition to their name. Thank you. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. 1. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. 28. 29. Yes.
Also, Mr. Speaker, by way of consistency, I noticed that the movers of the motions, their constituencies and their positions, for example, Mr. Frank Anodompre, the majority chief whip, on behalf of the chairman, seconded by the honorable member for Jaboso, Mr. Kwabnamita Kando. Normally we will add a ranking member on the health committee to be consistent. So the position on the majority side and then the position of the minority member as well. And it runs through, so if it can be corrected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The table office is directed to effect those corrections accordingly. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34. Page 35. Yes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the NHI formula at page 34, the percentage column, when I do my arithmetic, I don't get 100%. So if the table office can look at it again, I keep getting 99.98%. And there's been no rounding up. The decimals are all there, as Mr. Speaker, you observe. So if they can take a second look at it.
Very well. The table office will check and effect the corrections. Page 35. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Page 39. Page 40. Page 40. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to send you back to 35. It's just a single correction. 35, item 27. Patrick is, K is omitted. Page, that's 35, item 27. Now we come down, moved by Vice Chairman of the Finance Committee, Mr. Patrick Yao Wama. The Patrick K is omitted. Thank you.
Very well. Let the table of this effect the correction. Page 40. Page 41. Page 42. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to plead with you because of the records. Yesterday, order paper, I'm on page 27, sorry, because of this caption, if not for records purposes. That's page 27. Let's come to the last of this. The vaccines, that's medicines, equipment, and vehicles to support the health sector for period 2023-2025 should rather be 2021-2023. Yesterday's order paper, page 8, has it so. So if you compare, which one should it be? The yesterday order paper, let's take it, page 8, has 2021-2023. But this goes and proceedings here is capturing 2023-2025. For consistency, kindly let's manner, please.
I'm advised by the table office that what was on the other paper was an error and it was corrected on the floor. So what is reported is correct. Page 42. Page 43. Yes. Father, sir.
I will speak up page 43 under committee's opening. The honorable member for Fomina, second deputy speaker and chairman, Mr. Andrew Amwakon Siama presided. It should be Mr. Andrew Siama Amwakon. Thank you.
As honorable second deputy speaker, is your name Amwakon Siama or Siama Amwakon?
Mr. Speaker, Amwakon.
Very well. The table of office will take note and rearrange the name. Page 44. Page 45. Yes, Honorable Deputy.
Mr. Speaker, Committee on Education, I was there, but my name has not been captured.
On which page? Oh, that should be page 45, right? Very well. The committee clerk will assist the table office to verify and correct the record. Page 46, page 47, page 48, page 49, page 50, page 51, page 52, 53, 54, and 55. Honourable members, subject to the corrections already effected, the vote and proceedings of Thursday, 30th March 2023 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Other members, we have 3 official reports. The official report of Wednesday, 30th, 2022, Thursday, December 1st, and Tuesday, December 6th. We'll start with November 30th. The official report of Wednesday, November 30th. Any corrections, please? Yes.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right from the cover page, the content, under motions. I noticed that, Mr. Speaker, with previous official reports, the rendition is debate on government's financial policy 2023, not government's financial policy 2023, as has been captured here. Because this tends to be misleading. You go there and it's not the presentation of government policy, but a continuation of the debate. So if they can insert debate on government's financial policy 2023, as they do on other days, other official reports, then we will have some consistency and clarity. Mr. Speaker, at column 144, the last paragraph, you should take a second look at the constituency Ejumaku Enya Esiem. The slashes have been omitted. And then at column 238, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary, they should take a second look at it, the last but one paragraph. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Any further correction? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on column 8, the last but one line, it says, and 80,000 metric ton capacity warehouses throughout the country. The 80 is spelled in words, 1,000 in figures. So if we either use 80,000 in words or 8,000 in figures, then...
Member, please, let's get it straight here. I think the two represent different things.
Sorry?
The 80 is referring to the number of warehouses, and the 1,000 metric is referring to the capacity.
Okay.
So I don't think it's wrong.
Okay.
Very well.
Thank you. Then we move to column 12. Before the first paragraph, it says in quotes, accelerating agricultural development through value additions. Value additions. Because it's a direct quote, we have to be careful because the minister's direct quote was value addition. But there's S added to the addition, so we need to check that one and correct it.
Very well.
Then please, last one is on column 16, the top sentence. The last but one word, agricultural produce. Agricultural. There's double R there, but it's supposed to be one R, not double R. Thank you.
Very well. The Hansa department will take note and effect their corrections. Any more corrections? In the absence of any further corrections, the official report of November 30th, hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Official report of Thursday, December 1st, 2022. Any corrections, please? Yes, the member for Northern.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A similar correction under motions, cover page, under contents. Debate on government's financial policy. Kindly insert debate on. And Mr. Speaker, there are a few additions. Mr. Speaker, at column 144, the last paragraph. Since then, none of his honorable ministers nor members of parliament should be on the majority side, so it's a need for some editorial cleanup. And then second paragraph, Mr. Speaker, at column 217. Mr. Speaker, the word is judicial notice. Honorable ministers to take judicial notice, not judicious notice. So if if it can be corrected accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well noted. The Hansard Department will take note and effect the corrections. Any more corrections, please? Any more corrections? Honourable members, in the absence of any more corrections, and subject to the corrections already effected, the official report of Thursday, December 1st is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Today is the official report of Tuesday, December 6th, 2022. Any corrections, please? In the absence of any correction. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. On column 13, the first word, the sentence starts from column 12, last sentence. The first word, I believe the word should be safe to evaluate. Column 13, the first word. It starts from, our country is still not safe to evaluate the solvency. And the word is swell. Wrongly spelled, please.
Very well. I'm trying to make sense out of that whole sentence, how SWIV came to be there. But the answer department will look at it again and effect the appropriate correction. Yes, any more corrections, please? Very well, honourable members, subject to the correction already effected. The official report of Tuesday, December 6th is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honourable members, there are 6 urgent questions to be answered by the Minister for Interior and the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Minister for Health. So we'll start from the Minister for Interior. Question number 5A, to be asked by the Honourable Member for Pando, Mrs. De La Soa. Please ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what steps the Ministry is taking for the National Identification Authority Office in Pando to resume operations. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the Pando District Office in the Volta region is among the 276 district offices established by the National Identification Authority, NIA, in November 2021. Office space was provided by the District Assembly, like the other National Identification Authority offices across the country. The office currently occupied by the NIA in Pando was previously occupied by the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communication, GIFEX. When NIA took over the office, there was an outstanding electricity bill of 3,862 cedis, 82 pesos. Mr. Speaker, efforts by the district registration officer to get the Pando District Assembly to settle the debt to enable NIA to take over a debt-free, meter-proofed filter resulting in the disconnection of electricity to the office. Right, Honorable Speaker, when the disconnection was brought to the notice of NIA management, the Executive Secretary authorized the release of 5,229 cedis 49 pesos for the payment of the total debt on the meter in order to restore electricity. The payment has since been effected and is expected that the Pando NI office would resume work at full capacity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I can confirm that the 5,200 Ghana cedis has been paid. However, when I visited the office, they said they didn't have cards to continue with the registration. I wonder when the cards will be available for them to do the registration. Thank you.
Do you have any such? Because this was different from the question that was asked. All right. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I will not be able to answer that because it's not directly related to this. I don't have the information.
Very well. Just verify and share the information with her. Yes, Honorable Member, do you have any other?
On that one, I wanted to ask what time frame he would take to verify and then get back to me on when the office operations will begin.
Honorable, this one was not the question and is not related to the follow-up question. So deal with him privately on that. So you can move on to your next question and ask question number 5B.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister for the Interior what steps the ministry is taking to clamp down on internet fraud. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would answer to the extent that is under the Ministry of the Interior. Mr. Speaker, to deal effectively with the emerging incidents of internet fraud, using names and identities of personalities to defraud unsuspecting victims, including the use of mobile payment systems, the Ghana Police Service, with the support of United Nations Children's Education Fund, UNICEF, has set up an ultra-modern digital forensic laboratory at the cyber unit of the Criminal Investigation Department, CID. The facility provides a sound environment to conduct digital forensic analysis and investigations on seized devices allegedly used to commit internet fraud. The police administration has, in addition, set up a special cybercrime investigation section that handles cyber-related offenses. There is also a cyber patrol section that serves the cyberspace to detect and prevent cybercrime activities. The police administration is considering the cybercrime unit in all the 16 administrative regions to handle cyber cases. Right, Mr. Speaker, a lot of successes have been achieved in the fight against internet fraud. Over 2,000 fake Facebook accounts have been taken off over the last 3 years. Several arrests of suspects perpetrating these crimes have been made and successfully prosecuted, while others are at the various stages of prosecution and investigation. Right, Honourable Speaker, the police administration is also sensitizing members of the general public on good cyber hygiene practices on social media platforms. This includes sensitization, workshops, and seminars in the areas of good cyber hygiene practices and child online protection, among others. I would like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to urge anyone who has fallen victim to any cybercrime to report to the Cybercrime Unit at the Criminal Investigation Department, CID headquarters, for prompt action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm saying this because they were here in Parliament and then I approached them. The one ASP Asante, they said they were from the Cybercrime Unit. Now they opened the internet up and asked which was my Facebook account. I showed them, they were going to take down the rest. But the rest are still there. And as we speak, even yesterday, 2 new ones have popped up in my name, using my image to defraud people. That's why I'm asking this question. It's very dear to my heart. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the Member of Parliament that I would do a follow-up with the police. But as the answer shows, it's an ongoing, if you like, engagement. And while the police are working hard, sometimes they pull down and others come up. But we are not going to relent. I will let them know that in your specific case, 2 other platforms have been opened, and we see how we deal with it.
Are you done? Very well. Honourable Minister, this is a matter which affects practically every one of us in Parliament. As they pull down, some new ones pop up. But I don't know how, because often they give names of people and numbers to pay money to. So is it not possible for the police to trace through their mobile phones who are these persons collecting the monies purporting to be agents of the field? Is it not possible? Because you personally try and they refuse to give you any more information. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all face the challenge of this cyber, crime activities of others. Yes, as I indicated, we've been able to get 2,000 fake Facebook accounts taken off, and we've also prosecuted and said it, but it's ongoing. We have to continue with the fight, Mr. Speaker. But I believe that the cyber authority would come to help us, because as you see, we are dealing with the aspect that comes within our purview, but we need a more concerted effort. But a number of people have been arrested, but I'll be the first to admit that we are not at the end of it at all. Thank you.
My only advice is for Ghanaians to beware. No MP would contact you directly to say, I have protocol, so pay me money. So I will advise that if anybody purports to be an MP and he contacts you and says that I have protocol job, so pay me money, that person is obviously a fraudster. So, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the opportunity. I'd just like to find out from the Honourable Minister whether his outfit would consider publishing details about pending cases involving cyber fraud. I said this, Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, I, together with my cousins, managed to apprehend cyber suspects who were using my image on Facebook to defraud people. Now, that case was reported to the Accra Regional Crime Office. It is being prosecuted, but in the quiet. If we can have measures in place for such cases to be published, to serve as a deterrent, because the suspects involved in that case, now the accused persons, are very young persons, 21 years. If you see the boy, very young and innocent looking. So maybe that would help to deal with the problem. You publish details of such cases from time to time to deter those who want to engage in such conduct.
Yes, Honorable, would you consider that?
Mr. Speaker, I think I have no difficulty dealing with that, but I want to encourage members that we don't have to wait until question time. These are things that happen on a daily basis. And if you cannot get replies and you get to us, I'm sure we can assist. I can tell you that my own experience with arrested people, and you get to the prosecution and it starts because sometimes you don't have the witnesses to come and arrest for them. But Mr. Speaker, what we have to consider is consult the Attorney General as to whether when a person is a suspect per se, is sufficient to publish the name even before conviction and what it does to reason. I would like to consult the Attorney General on that one. And I believe you agree with me on that.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister. He said we shouldn't wait until questioning time. I have been a victim and I've written to your outfits on 2 occasions and I'm yet to receive feedback. And so I want to find out when I'll be getting feedback. Thank you.
Very well. This is a private one. We'll deal with you privately. Yes. Yes. If you want to say it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member of Parliament has written. But this is a gentleman that I interact with daily. I'm sure today we even interacted. Beyond writing, please deal with me directly. I'm sure it will expedite action.
Yes. Honourable Chief.
Speaker, let me start on a note of commending the minister. The police administration sent officials who were here to engage with us and to start with. However, so I would like to know from the minister if there are efforts to build the capacity of police stations across the country. Because I get the impression anytime you report such cases at the district level, you are told the case has been forwarded to the headquarters because they don't have capacity. Can the minister confirm that? And if it is the case, what plans would he want to put in place to ensure at the district level capacities are built for such cases to be dealt at the district level?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe in my answer. I did state that the police administration is considering cybercrime unit in all the 16 regional administrative regions. But we also are in touch with the government partners to talk about how we enhance the capacity at the various levels. As my answer has shown, UNICEF helped to establish this laboratory. So we would extend the units, but we'll continue to explore support to see how we can enhance the capacity in all the regions. But yes, we have plans to do that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I'd like to find out from the Minister whether there's any communication with Facebook, given that a lot of this is happening on Facebook platforms, and to ensure that people who don't have the relevant, whether it's the identification, are not allowed to open accounts in the name of others. Because once you have a verified account, there should be an algorithm in place that should stop people using your details to create new accounts. So is there any communication with Facebook, to actually try and put something like this in place?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think that what the Honourable Member of Parliament said is very important. But I can tell you that we are struggling even internationally with the culpability and liability of these Facebook and those other service providers. I think that we're even coming out with a model law that we may have to pass. In Israel, in Jerusalem, there was a problem as to what extent we can hold them responsible. It's a thing that we have no difficulty consulting, but sometimes these service providers do not stand up to their responsibility of protecting users. But certainly it's something that we should have. But like I said, the legality and their culpability is a thing that we are working internationally to see how we can get a legal framework to hold them to it. I'm sure some of you in your various capacities have interacted with the discourse internationally. Thank you, Mr.
China Paga. Yes.
Sola Tuna Calva.
Sola Tuna.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to read out this message before I ask my question. I received a message around 11 this morning from a constituent. If you applied for the current GS recruitment through an MP, call them for appointment letters of political protocols were released yesterday. The constituent asked, please, Honorable, how true is this message? Honorable Minister, are we able to trace the originator of such messages and punish them? Because I believe this message is not true. Because I do believe that no protocol, recruitment were given to members of parliament. But you will see some of these messages forwarded by our constituents to us, making it look like MPs get protocols, but we don't release those protocols to our constituents. So is it possible for us to trace originators of such messages so that they are punished? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it will be interesting to let you know that 2 days ago, I received that message myself. And it was a lady, and she said she has been chatting with me on Facebook. I said, I'm not on Facebook. And we had that. What we can do is I will encourage, first of all, the agencies to come up with publications, which we do from time to time, to tell people that they should be on their guard. These protocol recruitments are not on. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, you realize that what I was going to answer, I said, to the extent that I can do so as a Minister for Interior. The Minister for Communication is here and would have some information that would enhance the discussion or discourse we're having now. But we will try to get the agencies to come out with statements protecting you, because they are going to hold you for what you don't have. And I know you going for primaries might be used. We'll do that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Communication.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of collaboration between the Cybersecurity Authority and the Ghana Police Service in clamping down on such internet fraud. And so, as we have repeatedly told colleagues, it will be useful if they notify us of any such incidents, because the cybersecurity does have a relationship with Facebook by which they can pull down unverified accounts. But as the Minister for Interior indicated, as fast as they are pulled down, many more do get set up. So it's an ongoing battle. It's like our fight against any kind of crime. The fact that we're taking measures to combat those criminal activities doesn't mean that those activities will end at some point in time. Criminals will keep taking advantage of these opportunities and will keep experimenting with these things. And so it's incumbent on all of us to notify the appropriate authorities as soon as any such incidents come to your notice, so that they can take the proper remedial actions. But there's a good deal of cooperation between the Ghana Police Service and the Cyber Security Authority in this space. And so I'll urge colleagues to bring it to the attention of any of these agencies as soon as they take place. And that's why the SIM card registration exercise is so absolutely critical. Because it is through this exercise that we can identify these perpetrators and actually facilitate the investigations and prosecution of some of these perpetrators. Without this database, it would have been almost impossible to go after them, because they use these SIM cards, get the monies paid to them fraudulently, and then they discard those SIM cards. But now that we have this database, it is possible to identify those who are undertaking those activities. So it's absolutely important that we work in close collaboration with these agencies so that they can nip these antisocial activities in the bud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, do you want to ask a question? Sorry?
Speaker, I thank the Minister for Communication for what she has added. But just to remind that ASP Asante Antwi was here, and I would advise that you keep reporting these occurrences, and that will facilitate expeditious resolution of these matters.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister whether they do a follow-up whenever we arrest some of these internet fraudsters. Because last year, I arrested one myself, took the person to Nima police station, follow up to the police headquarters, and they made it a foolish case. I asked questions on it. Minister came here and answered the questions and said they would take it up. Up to now, I didn't hear anything. So all the effort I put in as a woman to arrest the person myself became useless. So do they do follow-up when we do the effort to help the police get those who are doing this fraud business? Because till now, I have not heard anything.
Yes, Honorable Minister. I think his answer says that many of them are being prosecuted. So, but I think your specific case, please bring it to his attention, so we will follow up for you. Yes, I'll give you the last one and I'll move on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Interior what steps he's taking to educate the general public on the internet fraud menace, because day in and day out, they are duping people who are falling prey to this scam. So I want to know what steps he's taking to educate the general public about the presence of these fraudsters. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reiterate the point that I stated in my answer. The police are sensitizing members of the general public, and there are various for the police have TV facilities and the rest of them. But they've stated that they are sensitizing members of the public on good cyber hygiene practices on social media platforms, and includes sensitization workshops and seminars. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that we have to be working at this problem daily. You'll be surprised, I've taken witnesses to the police, and at a certain stage they face challenges because sometimes the witnesses do not exactly cooperate. I will encourage us that whilst I will convey your feelings to the police, we all continue to put pressure and be more alert when we are dealing with cyber crime. But it affects all of us. I see it daily. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reiterate the point that ASP Asante is there. Get the complaints to him. He is never fed up.
Well, we all should just be very worried because the tricks keep changing. I have transferred money to two people, or whether the same person, claiming to be Bishop Sapo and Bishop Yinka Sapo. I did about twice before I discovered that I was being scammed. This is how they come with different schemes. So we should all be alert. Question number 5C. In the name of the honorable member for Kumpurubu, Mr. Abednego Azuma Banding.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity. I arise to ask the Minister for the Interior what measures are put in place to curb the increasing cases of armed robberies in the Bunkuru-Nakonduri constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Bunkurugu Yo-Yo District Police is responsible for the Bunkurgu Napanduri and Yoyo Nation local government districts. There are 3 police stations in the 2 districts, with a total of 49 police personnel, which indicates that the police to citizen ratio in the district is 1 police to 2,842 citizens, which is far below the United Nations requirement of 1 to 500 police citizen ratio. This notwithstanding, the police administration has put in measures to combat robberies and other violent crimes in the district. The measures include led policing, mounting of police checkpoints at robbery-prone areas, escort of commercial vehicles and market women to and from various markets. Other measures include intensive foot and vehicle patrols and organized swoops at criminal hideouts. Some newly passed out constables have been posted to augment the existing police strength in the district to perform visibility duties. Right Honorable Speaker, it is expected that 2 platoons of the 4th Police Unit FPU will be deployed soon to fight robbery in the area. This will curb the increasing cases of robberies and other violent crimes in the Northeast region and Bunkurgu-Yoyo district in particular. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Due to the frequent armed robberies in the area, I have had to write to the IGP through the district commander and the regional commander, asking for some police posts, particularly on market days. The market day comes once in a week, every Monday. I wrote this request last 2 years. As I speak today, Mr. Speaker, I have not received even an acknowledgement letter from the police service. May I know from the minister what he is going to do about my request in at least establishing police posts or ensuring that every police are available to protect market women. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will only answer this question to the extent that he's asked it here. But I will not be able to answer the absence of a response, save to draw the attention of the IGP that you have raised that concern. I've told you already that one of the measures we put in place is that, let me repeat, intelligence-led policing, mounting of police checkpoints at robbery-prone areas, escort of commercial vehicles and market women to and from various markets, and others include the food. So on market days, we deploy police not just at the market, but in fact to go with the market women from where they are starting from and to get there. So please, we continue to do what we can. The police post idea, I do not know what your idea of a police post is, but these checkpoints that they do establish would serve that purpose. And I've added that we are going to establish 2 platoons of 4 police units to supplement the security situation in the area. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister indicated that the are putting in place, or they have put in place, a mechanism where the police can escort these market women. But my interaction, together with the district chief executive and the police commanders on the ground, they have indicated to us logistical challenges. Sometimes they can't even buy fuel to move from one place to the other. What is the minister doing about it? The police are there. You have recently posted more policemen, which we are grateful, but there are logistical constraints which will not allow the police to move from one place to the other. What will you do about it, Mr. Minister? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think I have to cooperate with colleague MPs. I'm happy that you've acknowledged that we posted more police. And you realize that some of the approaches is to make up for the lack of resources to procure fuel. When we are escorting market women, we don't need our own vehicles. So now we get onto the vehicles that is carrying the market women, and we go and come back. So yes, the general situation, we do as much as we can, and we do allocate, but we also advise that district assemblies and other sources might be contacted. But yes, I would raise this matter with the police administration, and we see what we do about it. Thank you.
You have one more. Yes.
This is an appeal, more or less. Mr. Speaker, would the minister consider providing the visibility motives to the policemen in my constituency to assist in keeping this incident? Thank you.
Yes, there were visibility mottos.
Yes, the visibility.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Honorable Member, I've already told you that some of the newly passed out constables have been posted, which you have acknowledged, and is to augment the existing police strength in the district to perform visibility duties. So we've got that on. And I want to tell you that the 2 platoons of 4 police units, each comes with a set of 30 motorbikes. So that is how we hope to solve your problem of motorbikes. Thank you.
Very well. The next Honorable Minister, for now, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. I'm not sure whether you can be discharged now. Do you have any more? No, you can't be discharged. Now, you're discharged. The next question is to be answered by the Honorable Minister for Defense. Honorable Minister for Defense, can you take your seat now? Honorable Minister for Health, you are in a hurry. But it's not your turn yet. It's for Defense to answer now. Question number 5D is to be asked by the Honorable Member for Medina, Mr. Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Defense measures taken by the military to sanction military personnel who violated the rights of civilians following the murder of Umaru Sharif, a soldier in Ashaiman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a rule of thumb, the Ghana Armed Forces will always conduct an assessment of all the operations that have been sanctioned at all levels, from the unit to the garrison, to the command, and ultimately to the military high command, to see whether the assessment has gone well, and also to see whether any officer has done something contrary to the orders that has been given. Mr. Speaker, in this instance, the operation that was conducted on Tuesday, the 7th of March 2023, at Tulaku and Ashaman Taifa were sanctioned by the military high command, and as I said before, they are conducting a review of the entire operation to assess and ascertain whether every member of the armed force went according to the operational orders handed over to them. And action will be taken against any officer or men who did not go according to the operational orders. And anyone who went according to the operational orders, who deserves commendation, will be commended. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Minister, given the fact that the release by the Ghana Police Service shows that none of the people who were violated violently by these military men form part of people who were even the initial suspects that were arrested by police, and given the fact that the military high command has also admitted excesses of the violations that went on at Ashaiman, don't you think that it is rather not too impressive that at this stage...
Honourable Member, hold on. Can members at the entrance please take their seats, please?
Mr. Speaker, that at this stage, no specific action has yet been taken, because from your answers, you clearly said that they will review the operations. How long does it take for such operations to be reviewed, and how soon are we going to see an action by the military high command?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member is asking for a personal opinion. He asked that, don't I take? But whatever the case, Mr. Speaker, members of the armed forces are motivated and driven by discipline, service to work, and the ability to die and sacrifice your life for the country. And so when operations are done like you have said, the military high command will undertake a thorough review of the entire exercise. It depends on the nature of the exercise. It can take 3 days, it can take 1 week, it can even take a whole month. But I'm saying that the review is being undertaken, and when the whole exercise is over, action will be taken by the military high command on those that needs to be taken, and I'll give you that assurance. But if you ask me whether those who were arrested by the police and those who have been arrested by the military may differ in the charges that are given to them, I cannot give a personal opinion on that, because the court proceedings may lead to other arrests, and so I want to stay off that particular thing and not commit any statement here that can be used in any court of law. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister give assurances or give an estimation of the timing? How soon we'll be able to, this review will take? Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because between the 7th of March and now almost 30th of March, that's quite some reasonable time. So, would the minister be able to tell us from his briefing how soon this review would end, so we will know exactly what recommendations? Can the minister give us some timelines to what the military is doing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is unwise to give a specific timeline, and I cannot give a specific timeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister for Defense whether it would not be more helpful, particularly to the armed forces, considering that we are told that this was an operation sanctioned by the High Command. Wouldn't it be better if we have an independent committee to look into these matters instead of the Ghana Armed Forces appearing to be investigating itself? I'm looking at public trust, public confidence. So have you considered that option, an independent committee or an Article 278 commission of inquiry? Because this was a major issue. It's even led to a death of one of the victims in the brutalities. So have you considered that option for public trust, public confidence in the outcome of the investigations, instead of, if you like, what may appear to be a bit inward or self-serving, where the military seems to be investigating themselves? Have you considered that option?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would advise that we tread cautiously in trying to set up commissions on operations that have been sanctioned by the top military or security agencies. If it is an illegal operation, that's a bit better. But once an operation has been legally set in, the first thing you do is to review it. And if there is a need to go beyond that review, then it's open. But at this stage, it's too early for me to start suggesting that it may go beyond the reviews. It is the military that reviewed it, and people were punished for it. In several incidents, even in Galamsey incidents, military review exercises, and some people have even lost their jobs. Some people were removed. So I want to assure you that the military's review, we will give them the chance to review, and then if the are not satisfied, we can take a matter to a different level. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister, whether after the investigation, Parliament will be furnished with the report, a copy of the report.
Want to know that? Yes, Honorable Minister.
Because we want to know the outcome of the investigation. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it's never been the practice to furnish Parliament with a report, but it's up to Parliament if it deems fit for Parliament. In any case, the Committee of Parliament visited the place, and I think that's the starting point. And I was there with them, and I think we should start from there. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give one last to
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, the incidents of the populace resisting the law enforcement agencies, and especially in this case the military, and also the actions of the military within the public space have all come up in recent and have become very topical. Is the military and the agencies under you, are you worried about the image that you are creating for yourselves? And if you are, what are you going to do to address that? I'm particularly worried about the military because I have 3 generations of military people in my life, and they are, for many years, for as long as I have lived, they've been the example of discipline. But that is waning. Are you going to do something about it, or what exactly are you going to do? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for this question. I don't agree with her when she says that it's winning. In fact, if you compare the military of the 90s, the 80s, the 90s, and now, things are rather improving. You can go check your own history. You would understand what I'm talking about. Maybe you didn't experience it. I've lived in 4 conflicts, and I know what the Ghana military can do and cannot do. 4. 81, 1991, 1994. 1995. So if there's somebody who knows what can happen and cannot happen, I'm a living example here. But I just want to say that improvements are necessary, suggestions are necessary, and all of us, including the military itself, will be worried about any image, even a small infraction. We are all worried about it, and we think that there are improvements. So yesterday, for example, I got the Chief of Defense Staff to call all the commanders to talk about things that we are worried about, so that we can all see how we can make sure that at the end of the day, the military serves the people of Ghana for which they were created for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now I'll move on. The next question, the Honourable Member for Jabosu of Health. Sorry, Honourable Minister for Defence, you are discharged.
He hasn't called you. He has called me. Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Jabosu.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. What is it?
Mr. Speaker, with your special leave, may we take the foreign minister with your special leave. We had some discussion prior, and I should have informed you ahead of time. So it's just a plea so that we can take the health minister. Thank you, sir.
Minority leadership. The application is, I think we missed the Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. Let's abide here for a while. All right? It's all right. The application is declined. Honourable Akando, kindly ask your question. There's only one question.
Mr. Speaker, I will leave that decision to you.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Health the allowance owed rotational nurses by government.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health has written to the Minister of Finance requesting for financial clearance to pay all the rotational nurses who started their one-year rotation in June and December 2022 and are yet to be paid. Mr. Speaker, our follow-up checks indicate follow-up checks with the Minister of Finance gives an indication of payment of all these arrears by the end of April. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the Minister aware that since the June-July 2021 batch started their service about 9 months ago, they have never received any allowance?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of this fact. That is why we're writing for financial clearance. We've done 2 such letters, and we're now getting close to the end of the tunnel. By end of April, I have full assurance from Minister of Finance that this money is to be paid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the Speaker how much, how much in total is government owing these rotational nurses?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have close to about 160 million Ghana cedis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. One more. Question number 6F is to be asked by the Honourable Member for German South, William Okofo-Date.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration the steps being taken by the Ministry to reduce the huge backlog of processed passport forms since 2022.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, the steps being taken by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration to reduce the backlog of printed passports, including improving the capacity of passport printing machines and increasing the capacity to vet completed applications. The Passport Office's inability to print or process applications within the stipulated time frame last year, as I have indicated on numerous platforms, was largely due to supply chain challenges, which was as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and most recently, the Russia-Ukraine war. Fortunately for us, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry took delivery of 300,000 passport booklets in October 2022. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform this August House that with the number of booklets supplied, the backlog cases reduced from over 120,000 in October 2022 to 22,698 by December 2022. But for the frequent breakdown of our printing machines, all the backlog would have been cleared. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration is about to receive 2 giant industrial printing machines in 3 weeks from the World Bank under the Public Sector Reforms for Results Project, PSRRP 2028, PSRRP. The arrival of these machines will help the Passport Office to clear all outstanding backlogs within a week. It is imperative to indicate that these giant industrial machines have the capacity to print about 2,000 passports within an hour. It must be noted that completed applications go through various levels of vetting in order to ensure that only eligible applicants are issued with a Ghanaian passport. To this end, the Passport Office has increased the number of vetting staff who are also tasked to do extra hours occasionally, including working on weekends in order to clear outstanding passports yet to be printed. Mr. Speaker, while efforts are underway to clear the backlog, the passport application centers, particularly those in Kumasi and Accra, have been saddled with the phenomenon of uncollected passports. Even though applicants are usually informed through text messages that their passports have been printed and sent to the various passport application centers, a lot of passports are yet to be collected. The Ministry recently issued a public announcement and some applicants did turn up and collected their passports. We will continue to cause such announcements periodically. I wish to use this opportunity to apologize to our compatriots who are yet to receive their passports and also to assure this August House and the entire citizens that the Ministry has put in place enough measures to prevent a future occurrence of this unfortunate incident and promise smooth and efficient service delivery. I also wish to assure this House that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration continues to give emergency applicants for passport the utmost attention that it requires. I thank you for your attention, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister is telling this House they are expecting some giant printing machines that is coming in within 3 weeks. And then within 2 weeks. And after the machines have arrived, they are going to clear all the backlogs of passports we have within a week, if I got you right. I just want to ask the minister, when do they expect to install these machines? So you should know the time frame so that you can say maybe from next month going, we will have a shorter period of processing passports in this country. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member has said, I did indicate that we will be receiving the machines in 3 weeks. Once the machines are installed, they will be put into use immediately. Let me say that the machines currently are going through some configuration to make sure that with our booklets, so that by the time the machines are installed, there won't be any transition in terms of having now to put the machines into some kind of configuration. So everything is being done to ensure that once the machines are received, it goes into use immediately. So it shouldn't take more than, I believe, a week after the machines are installed, ourselves a month after the machines are installed, for the machines to be in operation. I thank you.
Yes, sure. Yes.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the Minister for her responses and the work she is doing to clear the backlog. In listening to the Honourable Minister carefully, Mr. Speaker, she has addressed the second leg of the passport printing process, which is the role of the ministry, the passport office. And I'm sure that's where the giant printing machines will be installed, at the passport office. But I know there is the second aspect, which relates to the private sector vendors, those who print the booklets. I know the ministry does the bio page. But there is the aspect relating to the printing of the booklets that Back Press and Co. have been working on. Is the Honourable Minister saying that that aspect does not have any challenge in the chain? I'm looking at the entire value chain, and I'm wondering if we don't have to also avert our minds, because you've only talked about the printing machines for the passport office, but how about the private vendor, those who print the booklets? Because I know that the last time we met, there was a challenge with them as well, in terms of supplying the booklets. We haven't heard anything about that aspect, so I want to find out from the Minister if the backlog at that end has been cleared. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my answer, I did touch the supply chain issues that created the backlog in 2022. Fortunately, we have procured since December over 300. We are in the process of also doing another order, just to make sure that we give enough time for the delivery of the booklets. And so that has been taken into account to make sure that at every given time we do have enough booklets. Now what we need to do, like I've said, is the other angle of the problem, which is to address the printing problem. Now we have booklets. The issue is the printers, which do not have large capacity to print. So we are addressing that. Once that is addressed, we have a whole range of the different processes that have been sorted out. I thank you.
Very well. Honourable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer the question. You are discharged. Honourable members, we move on to item 6. A set of questions for item 6 are to be answered by the Honourable Minister for Communication and Digitalization. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I regret to inform the House that I have still not received the answers to the questions asked, and so would plead for a bit more time to enable me put the answers together so that I can respond to the questions that my colleagues have asked. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the leadership mentioned this to me, but I wanted her to communicate that herself, that the particular agency did not bring the information as required. So I'll direct the table office to reschedule all the questions and inform there's no further comment on this one. Thank you very much. We'll proceed. Yes, leadership, we are moving to public business. Are we to take the statements now?
Speaker, we will at the commencement of public business, we'll start.
Or shall we take the statement on our dead former colleague, Honourable Atu Pamford?
Yes, Speaker,
shall we
we
take
should.
that statement now?
Yes.
Very well. I'll invite the Honourable Member for Kwesimintim, Honourable Dr. Prince Amidama, to read the statement in memory of the late Honourable Atu Pamford, former MP for Shaman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, it is with profound sorrow and deeply heartfelt sense of loss that I rise before you to pay tribute to the late Honourable Atu Pamford, whose rather untimely and unexpected demise Sunday morning, February 12, 2023, at the Ghana Port and Harbours Authority Hospital in Takoradi. We are once again solemnly reminded of the profound truth in the words of William Shakespeare when he says, and I quote in part, "All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts," unquote. Mr. Speaker, although we are aware of the inevitability of death, we nevertheless truly regret the loss and departure from the earthly realms of our former colleague, compatriot, and friend. But as we mourn his passing, we also reminisce, acknowledge, and celebrate his remarkable life, his distinguished career as a technocrat and a politician, and even vastly important, his positive and lasting contributions to the Shaman constituency, the Western region, and our beloved country. Mr. Speaker, Honourable Atu Pamford was an astute politician and a statesman who served his constituency and country with integrity, selflessness, dedication, and passion. He was a man of deep conviction, unwavering principles, grim determination, with an unbridled commitment to public service. We remember Honourable Atu Pamford as a consummate professional, a technocrat, a respected legislator who demonstrated astute political acumen and an unwavering commitment of his constituents, as well as the progress of this country. A true gentleman with a warm personality, he carried himself with dignity and poise yet always remained a bridge builder who was admirably affable, courteous, and cooperative in all engagement with all his colleagues across both sides of the political divide in this House, his constituents, and beyond. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the 7th Parliament representing Shama constituency in the Western region on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party, Honorable Atupamfo dutifully served this House and by extension this country from January 2017 to January 2021. He played a significant role in improving political discourse and engagement, advocating for development in his constituency and shaping this country's political landscape. His meticulousness was amply evident in his legislative and political endeavors. He infused his submissions on the floor of this House with wisdom and seasoned his argument with reason. His sharp analytical mind drilled to the core of critical issues, bringing to the fore insightful contributions to debate in this House. His hallmark of consummate intellectuality, intricately combined with deeply rooted practicality, was uncommon. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Pamford's considerable experience in Ghana's political arena was invaluable in advancing the business and overall progress of this august House. His contribution to the passage of critical legislations in the interest of the good people of Ghana cannot be overemphasized. With one accord, we recount a few of the deeds of a man who was an astute expert in international trade and commerce and distinguished himself as an industrialist with over 3 decades of experience across both private and public sectors. His role as a senior advisor of enterprise audit of the African Continental Free Trade Area after the National Coordinating Office has helped firmly establish and prominently position AFTA as the world's largest free trade area, bringing together the 55 countries of the African Union and 8 regional economic community. Among other engagements, he also served as the Vice Chair of the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee of the 7th Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, these are but a few of the many attributes exhibited, a few of the roles played, a few of the accomplishments chalked by our departed former colleague, and indeed they are worthy of mention. But beyond his political career, Honorable Atupamfo was a man of impeccable character, a devoted family man, a loyal friend to many. He was known for his humility, kindness, and unwavering commitment to the pursuit of excellence in all his endeavor. He was a man who inspired many with his words and actions, and his impact on the lives of those who knew him will be felt for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, the demise of Honorable Atupamfo is a great loss to this House and to the people of Ghana. On behalf of the House and the people of Western Region, I wish to extend our deepest condolence and friends who are beside themselves with grief at this time. We join them in mourning his passing, and we pray for God's comfort and strength to be with them during this difficult time. We are grateful for his selfless service and positive contribution to our country, and we celebrate his life, legacy, and indelible mark he has left on Ghana's political landscape. May the gentle soul of Honorable Atupamfo rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your attention.
Yes, Honorable Regional Minister for Western Region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, we thank Honorable Dr. Ama for such a beautiful statement in celebrating the life of Honorable Atupamfo.
Honorable Minister, hold on. Honorable members, having regard to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. You may continue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Atupamfo is somebody I've known since the early 90s. In fact, when he used to be the deputy chairman of the Western Regional Association of Ghana Industries. Mr. Speaker, he rose to become the chairman for both Western and Central region. And therefore, when it comes to the issue of entrepreneurship, businesses, industrialization, manufacturing, Honorable Atum Pamford was clearly there, and I believe that the same spirit and energy he brought to bear when he became a member of this House. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Atum Pamford is known to have been in the production of pepper paste. He is known to have been in the production of water. He is known to have been in the production of ice cream in this country. Honorable Atum Pamford also became the chairman of the National Board for Small-Scale Industries, which graduated into what we call the Ghana Enterprise Agency. And even in the era of COVID, Honorable Atum Pamford was clearly in the tracks, making sure that Ghanaian businesses that are suffered because of COVID were supported by government. And over 200,000 Ghanaians were able to be supported under the President's initiative during the COVID period. So when we talk about Honorable Atum Pamford and the industrialization of this country in supporting businesses to stand on their feet, especially small-scale, medium-scale enterprises, Mr. Speaker, clearly he is somebody we need to support in this time that the family is in need. Politically, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Atum Pamford's preparation towards becoming an MP has been long overdue. In fact, he had gone through a lot of primaries before he won. And when he won, he had major difficulties even in his constituency, to the extent that with time, people like us have to be working with him and other contestants to make sure that he won the seat for him to be part of the 7th Parliament of this country. And when he came to the House, Mr. Speaker, everybody could feel his humility. Everybody could feel his energy. And even though he was a backbencher, he was all over the place. Mr. Speaker, clearly it shows that this is the man that was made for Ghana, and it's a man that came to support Ghana. Until recently, when I became a regional minister, Honorable Atum Pamford became one of the advisors to the Ministry of Trade and Industry under the AFTA program. And for the first batch of companies that participated in the program, Honorable Atum Pamford made sure 2 of the companies in the Western region participated, especially the tile manufacturing company called Keda Ceramics, one of the first companies that has been exporting out of this country under the AFTA protocol. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a life worth celebrating. And we used to use this opportunity to wish the family our condolences. And we believe that the God that giveth and the God that taketh will still be able to sustain his energy throughout the family and throughout Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes, another member for Bolibamboy.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to contribute to this statement, to eulogize our colleague who passed on a few weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, as a Muslim, when you are encountered with such situations, you are encouraged to say that from whom we have all come and to him we shall all return. Indeed, the loss of Dr. Atum Pamford is a great loss not only to his family but to the nation. I got to know him in the 7th Parliament when we all came here together. We serve on the same committee, the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee. Indeed, at the end of the day, he became the de facto chairman of the committee because of his hard work. No, that was not the reason. Mr. Speaker, he was such a kind-hearted person, a successful businessman who would go that far to ensure that businesses of this country are given the necessary support. It was his belief that once our businesses were doing well, many jobs will be created. And so he has shepherded or assisted in ensuring that so many bills were passed. The Ghana Standards Authority Bill 1 was first of all to make a statement on this floor and call for the amendment or a repeal of that bill. The bill before. And this, the act before. And this was responded to possibly by the Speaker, and that led to the repeal of that act, and now we have a new act. One can attribute it to him. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. The Ghana Standards Authority Bill can also be attributed to the hard work of Dr. Pamford Atu. Indeed, he made a statement here, we all contributed to it, and the Speaker directed that there was a need for the bill to be repealed. And so if today we have a new bill, one can say that it was as a result of his efforts. And so for me, he left behind a good legacy. And as human beings, we've all come here, and one day we will go. What is important is when you leave this earth, we should be able to say good things about you. He's been here before, and today I can testify that the 4 years that he served in this parliament, he contributed meaningfully to the development of this nation. Mr. Speaker, even when he lost his elections and was home, he kept in touch with us. He was showing interest in the work of the committee. He called me several times to find out how the committee was doing. Indeed, he wanted to know what the committee was doing to assist the African Continental Free Trade Area to be able to assist businessmen and women to create more jobs. He was not the one that thought that once he lost it, he shouldn't show interest in what was happening here. Mr. Speaker, he showed so much interest in the Free Zones Board and had proposed that the Free Zones Board Act be repealed. And indeed, there is a need for that act to be repealed. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am so saddened that this happened. But like I said, we have all come from Him, God, and to Him we shall all return, whether you like it or not. I will just ask that the good Lord have mercy on his soul and give him a resting place. And to his family, I share my condolences with them. I know what they are going through, but the good Lord is there for them. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Carlos Ainkra. Shama, you will be the last person to speak on him, so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to say a few words about our colleague, Honorable Atu Pamford, a gentleman that I've known many years, even before politics. Someone who has carried himself so well when it comes to entrepreneurship, and of course, an industrial person who has led the AGI for many years to what we see it to be today. The Speaker, Honorable Pamford came into this House during the 7th Parliament, and he was able to prove to all and sundry, especially people from his constituency, that he was a gentleman that was ready to provide proper service to this country. Indeed, in the 7th Parliament, he was the Vice Chairman of the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee. But even though he was the Vice Chairman, he actually acted as the Chairman of the committee, because the Chairman of that committee, which is the number 4, saw so much prowess in him that he actually allowed him to lead the committee any which way that he desired. And I'm sure if you listen to what my colleague on the other side just said, they have so much confidence in this gentleman that one cannot run down or downplay his contribution to that committee as far as the 7th Parliament is concerned. Besides that, this gentleman was also the chairman for the MBSSI board. It was during his time that he managed to get MasterCard which is today helping us with our Youth Start program and all other projects that he actually championed whilst he was the board chairman for MBSSI in the 7th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to his constituency, he managed to be the first person to get a radio station for the Shama area, which station today I'm sure is probably the busiest if we want to look at what happens on the airwaves in that area. Atu Pamford has tried his best for this party. He put up a party office, a constituency office, in the constituency before he unfortunately lost his seat in 2020. I am sure that if we want to write about Mr. Pamford today, we will fill about 30 notebooks and still not finish writing about him. His relationship with people, how subservient he is to people, good listener, and a team player. Atu Pamford really suffered a lot of ailments when he left Parliament in the 7th. When he left the 7th Parliament, he battled some conditions which, at the point, one ailment will lead to another, going back and forth from the hospital, one hospital to the other, and no one expected such a strong man who used to, I would say, would be seen as somebody who was as fit as a fiddle, as we have seen, to die just like that. But it so happens, when death is ready to pick you, there's nothing you can do about it. At this juncture, all we need to say is that Atu fared you well. We wish the family our condolences. We express our sympathies to the constituents of Shama, and I hope that his memory will never be lost on this Parliament. And I wish him God's guidance. Rest in peace, Atu. Rest in peace.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to add my voice to the tribute for our honorable late brother, Bamford. Mr. Speaker, just within this month, we have paid tribute to two of our former colleagues who were in the 7th Parliament, and also one of our current sitting MP who just lost his life a few days ago. Mr. Speaker, this brings to what we do in this House. Whether we are prepared, after exiting this House, whether we are prepared to leave the full hall of life. The good book tells us that there is time for everything. Time to be born and time to die. Within a time that you are born and time that you pass on to eternity counts for whatever you do on this planet Earth. Mr. Speaker, Atu Pamford, that we all know, especially those of us who he met in this House, know that he's not the hot-headed type of person. He's loved by all of us because he comes across all political divide in this House. And in this House, you can clearly see those who do practical politicking on this floor and in this House. And those who believe that the national issues should come as paramount as anything else in this House. But after you've exited, after you've left this House, how will people see you? Would they see you as somebody who always do politics with national issues, or they see you as someone who believes in national discourse and national issues? Mr. Speaker, the time that you exit, just a year or two after leaving Parliament, and you have exited, you pass on to glory. Mr. Speaker, what really is the problem? I've just checked his age. He was only 61 years. And 61 years, and that means that he was 58 when he left this House. And 61, he has passed on to glory. Who is going to be taking care of the children? This call for national discourse on members of Parliament. We sit in this House for a very long period,
We don't even check our health, as we were discussing this morning. We don't go to check our health status or go for medical checkups. And when you do not come back to this house, within a year or two, you pass on to glory. With all these memories, with all these good things that you have, that can be an asset that can be used for this nation, then where lies our being here? And I know some of our colleagues will not be coming again to this house. Are we going to be in the ninth parliament and paying tribute to those who has spent so much, who has done so much for this nation in this place, just next 2 years, and we come back and start paying tribute to them? No. Let's take care of our health, brothers and sisters. Let's do a thorough medical checkup. I know it's not only the medical checkups that will make you pass on or not to pass on, but let us also take good care of ourselves. We don't take care of ourselves, Mr. Speaker. It is true that we don't even eat well. We have a dietitian here. We don't even visit the dietitian to eat very well. We leave this chamber, go to rush to our rooms. Sometimes you see our colleagues eating gari, with soakings in their rooms. They don't even have places to rest, and they rush back into the floor, do all kinds of things till around 2 a.m. before we get back home. And by 10 o'clock, we are supposed to be on the floor of this house again. Mr. Speaker, we need to take a holistic look at our health and also take a holistic look at all that we do in this house. Can we sometimes change our sitting times? Maybe do it in the night as we proposed some time ago, or we change the time that we sit so that you do whatever you want to do, you rest, and when you come, you are refreshed, and you do proper work and go back with energy. And then when you come back the following day, you have energy to work for the nation. We can't work for the nation or two when you are no longer in this house, then you pass on to glory. Then we have not helped ourselves. Mr. Speaker, with this few words, I wish the family well, and my condolences to the good people of Shama and all the people that he has left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to eulogize my very, 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 very good friend, family friend, and a partner. Mr. Speaker, Atro Comfort has been like a family name in my home, a name in my constituency, and even a name in Takrady, where I was visiting him, and Honorable Joe Gatti will bear me out. I'm one of those who encouraged Atro even to come to Parliament. So, Speaker, my friend was an industrialist and a farmer whose endeavors, I can vouch, impacted on so many poor people in our country. When my honorable colleague, the Western Regional Minister, was paying tribute to him, he mentioned how he was producing pepper paste. And this took Atro to several places to himself, even do projects that would give him the raw material that he was processing for export. I met the Minister of Finance when he was making efforts to get support from government to go into industrialization. At the time, I was a Deputy Minister for Finance, we couldn't help him much. But I became so interested in what Atro was trying to do. The type of pepper paste he was producing for exports was world-class standards. And no wonder, eventually, he became a top person within those who were doing industrialization in our country. And no wonder when he came to the chamber as the MP for Shama, he was part of Trade and Industry Committee, and he even chaired an agency within the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Mr. Speaker, our colleague, the former MP for Shama, got ill, sought treatment outside, came back in country, and continued his treatment at home. And almost every 2 weeks, when he was supposed to go for review, he will come past my place and I'll see him off. Mr. Speaker, his death is so sad. At the age of 61,
That is not what anybody would have wished. His wife is lamenting. His family, the young men he was born with, are mourning. And I am also mourning, Mr. Speaker, just with all of us who are in the chamber here. Mr. Speaker, I only pray for his soul. Pray that the good Lord keeps him somewhere very good, that we can meet again when we also leave this transitional space. Mr. Speaker, with those sweet words, I will wish the wife and the family condolences and hope that he will be resting in the bosom of the Lord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the MP for coexhibiting with the eulogy or departed Honorable Atufo's Pamphor.
Hey.
It's not you. The Speaker saying that it's a small world indeed was how I came to find the Honorable Atufo's, who was actually my brother-in-law. Mr. Speaker, my good friend was the MP he defeated, Honorable Esifi. And actually before the election, I was passing through the constituency one day and I saw the MPP party office strategically placed close to the police barrier. And the first thing I did was to call Honorable Esifi and I said, why will you sit here and allow the MPP to place this office right here? He said, I tried and they won't give me the location. But the guy who is trying to unseat me, I don't know how he did it. That was a sign that my good friend Honorable Esifi was facing a very stiff competition from a guy that could be very dangerous. But frankly, when he won and came to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I happened to work with him on the Trade Committee. He was the Vice Chair. And it was very clear to me that he was a very resourceful man, very hard-working man, and who made things happen. Mr. Speaker, we were sitting one day and when he made a call, and he mentioned his father-in-law and said Apostle Acha. And I said, who is Apostle Acha? That was my relative who passed not too long ago. Mr. Speaker, he happened to be my uncle that passed. And he was actually married to the daughter that I had not actually been in touch. And so my relationship with Honorable Pamphor actually grew. Mr. Speaker, he was indeed a very hard-working man. Reference has been made about the very thorough statement he made here on the Ghana Standard Authority and the issues that really led the Ghana Standard Authority. It led to the ruling by the Speaker that, quite frankly, led to the passage of the Ghana Standard Authority Bill that really has brought out a lot of very good things that is helping Ghana. And so, Mr. Speaker, on a day like this, we pay tribute to him. He was also very passionate about African continental free trade and how passionate he was about how Ghana would be prepared to take advantage of it. The kind of consulting role he played for the Ghana team. Mr. Speaker, on a day like this, we mourn with his family, but more importantly, it also brings the question as has been raised, the health of members of Parliament, especially those who leave Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we must ask, why is it that when you leave Parliament within a short period, if God is not on your side, you die? The questions about our health is something that Mr. Speaker has addressed. And if probably, Mr. Speaker, some requirement for members of Parliament to do some quarterly checks, it has to be done because, Mr. Speaker, it's getting very serious, it's getting very worrisome. But, Mr. Speaker, to be brief, our colleague, Honorable Atu Pamphor, the departed Atu Pamphor, left a mark in Parliament. And we mourn him, we remember him, and we mourn with the family. And we want to say on this day that we are very proud of the work he did, not only for Parliament, but for the people of Ghana. May he so rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member for Shaman. Well, the last speaker, but Honorable Jogate wants to say something. Is that right?
Mr. Speaker, I can't take the turn of the honourable member for Shama. I cannot take the turn of the honourable member for Shama since it's from the honourable Pamford was concerned. But I also want to contribute. So I'll say it into your email.
Yes, you can, so that you will be the last speaker.
So if I'm taking the turn of the member for Shama, I will yield for him.
No.
Okay.
If you speak, I'll give the last one to him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very short. The first time I met Honorable Pamford was in my hall in Iskadu. I'd come back from campaigning and I wanted to go straight, it was in the night, I wanted to go straight to my bedroom and sleep. And my sister, my elder sister and my wife were sitting in the hall with this gentleman. And they said I should come and listen to him because he has fantastic ideas. I spent quite a while listening to him about what we can do as a country, about industry and so on and so forth. And it was worth my while. From that day, Honorable Pamford became my friend. He was more like a brother because Shama is the constituency next door. I remember when he was coming to Parliament first, he organized a football competition, like most of us do. And he was spending quite a bit of money. And I was cautioning him that you should take it a little easy because it's a long distance race. It's not a sprint. To cut a long story short, he won, and I think he did a good job for the people of Shama. Unfortunately, he has joined the Fathers Above. I remember when we went to communicate with his wife, we went to all the Western Region MPs, but even the strength of our delegation could not bring him back to life. The world is but a stage, each man having his entry and having his... And we are told in Ecclesiastes that it is better to go to a house of death than to go to a house of birth. And one would wonder that when somebody dies, he's gone. So why should that be better than to go to a place where a person has been born? Because it reminds us that one day we shall also all die. As we stand here and eulogize our colleagues who have departed, including Honorable Pamford, we should remember that our time will also definitely come. And we pray that when our time comes, we shall find our names written in the book of life. And we shall join the faithful departed in the heavens above. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, truly few words, not the parliamentary jargon, after 1 hour they say with these few words. Within these few words, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully take my bow. Thank you very much.
Very well. Now, the honourable member for Shama may make your election.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the ongoing discussions and the good things my colleagues have spoken about my immediate predecessor, Dr. Pamford. Mr. Speaker, the late Honorable Dr. Pamford was a strong, dedicated, flamboyant, and eloquent gentleman. The late Dr. Pamford came into the scene, the political scene, at the Shama constituency at the time when we were also gearing up. And we had about 2 contests, primaries, where he beat me. I remember some of my ardent followers tell me that don't allow Honorable Pamford to come and address your people. When he comes, they will all fall for him. And lo and behold, they did. Mr. Speaker, we are speaking about a man who spent his time and energies to execute his visions and convictions. He was dedicated to his work. and ensure that until he accomplishes that which he has set his mind on, he will not give up. Very sad that although death is inevitable, it's difficult for us to come to terms that he would depart at such a time like this. Such a visionary leader and a very good competitor. I would say once again that he is also a prophet. Why do I say that? About 2 months prior to his demise, there was a live radio discussions at which program he intimated to the people that he is going over for a higher service and that was not going to contest again for the Shema seat. Later did we know it was a call for a heavenly duty. Later did we know that it was a call for a heavenly duty. I will say, quoting from John chapter, the Gospel according to St. John, chapter 11, verse 25 and 26, Jesus said to her, I am the resurrection and the life. Those who believe in me, even though they die, will live. And everyone who lives and believes in me will never die. Mr. Speaker, I know the works of Honorable Atupamford will forever remain in his name, though he's gone.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, we've agreed to take the last statement to eulogize our late colleague for Kumeru, Honorable Baswa, and that will be done by the Honorable Dr. Kinsley Nyako, and that will be the last for the day on statement.
Very well, honorable members, I'm advised that the family of our brother, Honorable Philip Baswa, has formally come to inform Mr. Speaker of the demise of our departed colleague. And that's why this tribute is being admitted at this stage. Yes, honorable member, you may make your speech.
Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to share this tribute regarding my very good friend and classmate, the member for Kumawu, Honorable Philip Atta Baswa. Honorable Speaker, we met on the campus of Tinubu Akuda Secondary School in 1986, and we completed in 1991. Honorable Baswa was a very active, intelligent, committed, and dedicated individual. He was a day student from Form 1 to Form 5, but almost every school day, he will come on time. Rarely will you see Honorable Baswa coming to school late. And because of that, I also do remember that the headmaster at that time, Alan Siko, made Honorable Baswa the day school prefect. That was the first time a day student was made a prefect. So it was a special designation for Honorable Basua. He was a calm person. He was polite, respectful, humble, and a fighter. Honorable Basua was a fighter. If you look at his political career, he's been fighting all along. He fights and he wins. In the midst of serious opposition, in the midst of tough times, he will always stay true. Honorable Speaker, after leaving the University of Cape Coast in the year 2000, he was lucky to be appointed at the DCE for Kumau between 2005 and 2009. He also had a stint at the Ghana Education Service. He taught at Ago Senior High School, and he was a member of the State Parliament 2013 till he passed on Monday, the 27th of March this year. Prior to today's his demise, we visited the former President J. Kufuor in his home on 21st of March. We had a very good time with the President. We had conversations, and on Thursday, a day before he was rushed to the Kolobu Teaching Hospital, we met in the washroom and we had discussions, and we discussed a whole lot of things. Every time I met him, I called him senior, because senior in the house. Basua is, when I began my political career, was one of those who even advised me and guided me about how to go about it. A good person, he's gone. In this house, you see him always quiet and reserved, but very deep up here, intelligent, very helpful and supportive. We are going to miss a very good person. Basua has gone through a lot. There are some personal things about him that I wouldn't say. But in the midst of all these turbulent times and difficulties, he was resolute. Philip, a survivor. And I'm sure that the good Lord will give him a befitting peace wherever he is. My heart goes to his family, especially his wife and little children. I know that Almighty God will give them comfort. Almighty God will help them. And I'm also praying and pleading to Mr. Speaker, looking at the state of his kids, if this House can take it upon ourselves to do something for the kids. And if we do this for the kids, I'm sure wherever he is, his soul will be happy. On that score, I want to wish our brother, Demi Fadwe, Honorable Basua, Demi Fadwe, Dwene Amanihuno. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Ododododo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity granted me to contribute to this important statement on the demise of our colleague and friend, Honorable Basua. Mr. Speaker, my days in this House have given me some comprehension into two simple characters in this House. Those of us who can call very hardline politicians, and those who can call very accommodating politicians. And if I can mention one in the second category, I will mention Honorable Basua. Very friendly, very objective, and very firm in his beliefs. Mr. Speaker, what endeared me so much to this gentleman is the fact that in the midst of difficulties, he will still smile. In the midst of challenges, he will still smile. Recently, went after the approval of the president for the various district assemblies, and he went through that harrowing experience in his district. As a ranking member on local government, I met with him to get his insight into what happened so that it could form the basis for our statement in reaction to the incidents that characterize the approval of the MMDCs. And Mr. Speaker, somebody who has been attacked, embarrassed in such a manner, when he was speaking to me, he was smiling. And when we indicated that we were going to call for a parliamentary committee to investigate these attacks, Mr. Speaker, he opened his mouth and told me, "Don't waste your time. I will survive it." I left him with a different impression about politicians. Every day you meet Baswa, he's full of confidence. And he was always quiet. He will smile. And I've never seen him using those, let me say, acerbic words and language on any of his colleagues in this house. He is a very different politician. After the demise of former MP, Honorable Akoto said,
Honorable Member, the second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Please continue.
After the demise of Akoto said, when I heard about Baswa, the only thing I told myself, why are our colleagues on the other side losing all the good men amongst them? Good men in quotes. Because these are the nice people you meet who are not hot-headed politicians like some of my colleagues that I am seeing right now. Very, very humble, very respectful people. And they talk to you first as a human being, second as a colleague, and not as a politician or an opponent. So, that morning when we heard that our brother was in a difficulty, all that we said to ourselves, may the Almighty God save him. Because everybody, all of us on this side, were worried about him. We didn't know that what had happened will be the last time we were seeing him in this house. I wish that as we remember him today, his life and character will reflect on all of us. And sometimes to think more about the relationships we are having here, which will sustain beyond these walls, and not sometimes the hot language we use at each other. With these words, I wish the Almighty God will keep him, give him perfect rest. And I wish that we shall continue to remember the Baswes of this house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to Sunyani West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the maker of the statement and to add that this House really is going to miss Honorable Baswa. Mr. Speaker, I got to know Honorable Baswa way back in 2005 when he was made the DC of Kumawu. Mr. Speaker, regional minister, and any time regional ministers had to meet with DCs, he was one person I relate so well with. It was therefore not surprising that when he came to meet me here in the House in 2013, we bonded. And any time as a senior to him. He needed to get understanding of how things work here in the House. You politely approach me and then we'll talk together. As if by coincidence, he also became the chairman of the Employment Committee, a committee that I related with as a minister that does business with that committee. He worked so well with all the members of the committee, irrespective of which part of the House that member is coming from. And together we worked to achieve a lot, not just for the committee, but also for my ministry. Little did we know that death was going to lay its hands on this young, hard-working man. Anytime he came to me, it was about either the business of a committee or something that has something to do with our ministry. And I recall that the last time he came to this house, he came and sat with me, and we had quite a lot of discussions on an impending program of the ministry that he wanted to participate, only to hear the next day that he had collapsed. Whilst we were praying that he would come back and join us, the unwanted news was what we heard. It's so sad that this house is losing such a gentleman, somebody who is so committed to his work as a member of parliament. I know that as a politician, he fought a lot of battles to be able to regain his position here as a member of parliament. But that never in any way discouraged him for pursuing his mission of being a member of this house. I know posterity is going to remember him as an MP who fought so well for his people and for his country. Perhaps at this point, all I can say is that we wish him well wherever he may find himself, and the good Lord, who actually knows best what he planned for him, has called him, and we pray that the good Lord will give him a perfect rest. On that note, Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank the maker of the statement. Thank you.
Let him come to Musa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to eulogize our colleague and friend, the now late Honorable Philip Oswa. Mr. Speaker, Philip was a friend, and as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I had the opportunity to interact and share ideas with him on a personal and intimate basis. Mr. Speaker, you would admit that his nature and demeanor was in direct opposition to mine. But interestingly, we were very good friends. Mr. Speaker, I think the good deeds and contributions that he has made are well captured and have been testified to by colleagues. But, Mr. Speaker, it is only fair that I relate an instance which really underscores his humanity and his willingness to share and show concern about the plight of others. As members of the Public Accounts Committee of this Parliament, we had the opportunity of attending the Conference of African Public Accounts Committees in neighboring Liberia. Mr. Speaker, on the day that we were scheduled to return to Ghana, we got information that the pilots of Kenyan Airlines had gone on strike. Having checked out of our hotel in preparedness to depart, we clearly faced some instant difficulties, including what to eat. The Honorable apparently had in his room banku, shito, and sardines. As generous as he was, he invited all of us to his room, and we gleefully consumed the food that he had brought, perhaps in anticipation of any eventuality. Mr. Speaker, I relate this story to underscore the type of person we are talking about and the person we have lost. Mr. Speaker, I can only say we miss him already. We extend our condolences to his immediate family, to his constituents, and to say that it is not just a loss by his family, by his constituents, by his party, but it's a great loss to Mother Ghana. We wish him well where he is, and we know the good Lord will keep him in his bosom until we reconvene again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to Offensive North.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me to contribute to the statement able made by the Honourable Member of Kwadaso on the death, the demise of the Honourable Member for Kumeu, Honourable Sua. Mr. Speaker, the good people of Kumeu have lost an illustrious son. The good people of Ashanti has also lost a politician who is so humble, a politician who is so much eager, anxious to bring development to the people. He was being admired by the people, particularly the rural people in Kumeu. Mr. Speaker, I had known Honorable Philip Basua in 1992 in the students' activist days when we were doing politics. At a time when Ghana has been ruled by the military for some time, as our young students and the university students were so much eager to have democracy restored to Ghana. And that is where I happened to meet Philip Basua in the company of Honorable Member of Parliament for Menchia South, and a couple of them who have now found ourselves here in Parliament. Indeed, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Menchia, Honourable Opoku Prempe, who was our regional coordinator there in the school days, coordinating affairs of our student activism, trying to make sure that democracy is restored in Ghana and the riding on the hoops of the new patriotic party. That was where I first met Honorable Philip Basua. Mr. Speaker, no wonder he also pitched camp to his base, which is Kumeu, and later became the secretary to the executive committee within that constituency. And through a dint of hard work, in 2005, Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency, the former President, Honorable Kufuor, became the President, he was also appointed a district chief executive to serve the people, while at the same time also appointed as a district chief executive for the people of Offensive North. And through that cohort, we worked so hard to bring development to our respective districts. And Basua was so much loved by the people of Kumeu. He was so humble. And he worked so hard to endear himself to the people, particularly the chiefs, and all that. And eventually in 2009, when I also became a member of parliament for the people of Ghana, he joined in 2012, also became a member of parliament for the people of the Kubewu. And indeed, we served on several committees together. And in all this, he excelled. He served the committees with a kind of diligence, hard work, and with the sense of bringing development to the good people of Basua. Mr. Speaker, he was so humble, he was a real gentleman. He was somebody who loved to act rather than to speak. Mr. Speaker, he was somebody who was also caring. We worked together to have a very good, close family. And interestingly, he had a series of challenges in terms of family and all that. And for the past 3 years, he has always concentrated, devoted a lot of his time and attention resources trying to at least see his wife survive. It's for protracted diseases. But unfortunately, he couldn't even live to see the end of the full recovery of his wife when just last week, Mr. Speaker, after a series of stressful work, we're together here and all that, and the next thing we hear was that our friend, our brother, it's gone to his maker. It's really sad. And this also brings to minds that the work of Parliament is such that we need to avert our minds to the lives, the health of members of Parliament. The work is so stressful. We don't have even systems where we counsel ourselves. We don't have systems where we psych ourselves to be able to attend to health needs. And members of Parliament are so vulnerable, such that with little things, we are no more. I think that's about time that as a House, we think about how we'll be able to work to improve upon the well-being of members of Parliament. It's so important because some of the deaths could have easily been averted if there has been some structured provisions to be able to address our health needs. Mr. Speaker, we have lost an illustrious brother, we've lost a illustrious son. The people of Kumewu and the family, indeed the wife, the sons, and the entire Kumewu constituency party fraternity have lost a great gentleman. And it is my prayer that the good Lord will continue to protect his soul, and then he'll prepare a very fine place in the bosoms of the Lord. Mr. Speaker, so that when you and I join him, together we celebrate in the Lord. Thank you for the opportunity given me to eulogize my brother. Thank you.
Let me come to Sabda.
Speaker, thank you very much to add my voice to the statement made by my brother Prof. Sanyako in respect of Honorable Basua. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, last week Thursday, when you adjourned the House after the debate and the decision that the votes will be taken the following day, he beckoned me and then we walked out. We were engaged in some discussions until I got to the first lift. We stood there for a couple of minutes and then we parted company. And we said good night to each other, hoping that the next day, he asked whether next day there will be action. I said, I cannot tell. And that was how we parted. Only to get here on Friday to be told that he had fallen ill, seriously ill. Mr. Speaker, The Honorable Baswa and myself serve on the Public Accounts Committee. He's a very, very effective member. He was equally effective as the chairman of the committee that now operates like the Public Accounts Committee, which is the Employment Committee. Because of the interrogation of the annual accounts of the state-owned enterprises that the Honorable Comrade Donko also serves as the ranking member. So their work in promoting the oversight responsibilities of this House was a very critical one. It was so effective that last year, if you recall, they did a lot of work in respect of the SOEs, and it became very, very topical in this House. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Baswa, very quiet man, but very effective, always in the House to perform his duties. Like the Honorable Clementa Park said, we will miss him a lot on the Public Accounts Committee because of how he carried himself and how we work together. Mr. Speaker, this also brings to the fore that as members and as a House, we should have a relook or reevaluate how we work in this House. The work is sedentary. That is about 95% sitting down. And we sit for very long hours. So instead of asking members to produce their annual medical reports when we are freshly elected, I want to suggest that now we should be having annual medical review, so that you are not reviewed medically every 4 years, like Parliament does. You should be interested in reviewing our health every year. Because I still can't believe that Honorable Baswa that I saw Thursday night fell sick the next day, and today he's not with us. I mean, there ought to be signs, but there was none on Thursday night when he was living here. So we need that to be done for all of us. And it appears that within the past 1 week, MPs and former MPs will be in the news for these reasons. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by extending my condolences to the family especially, and I'm aware that the wife too is not well, and I can only pray that she'll stay stronger and be able to go through this painful exit of the husband who has actually been helping to maintain her in her current health status. And to the family, and of course to the MPP for losing such an effectively quiet man on your side. I pray that the people of Kumaru will seize the opportunity and get the NDC to replace him to be able to contribute towards the work on the floor. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, let me come to Juaben. Juaben, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my heart weeps. My head aches. I still can't believe it that Honorable Baswa is gone. Last Thursday, I did spend some time with him. We normally have our pep talks whenever we come in. I've been to courts. I've been to disciplinary meetings with him. We always seem to have similar issues in our constituencies, and we've been struggling since 2013. All the things that my honorable colleagues have said are true. What I would want to add is the concluding part, because I remember on Thursday we strategized on how the next 4 years or how the next 2 years we are going to work so hard and make sure that we win our primaries. I'm still in shock. He always mentors me. He always tells me to hold on. He was so hopeful. And I still can't believe he's gone. But we miss him. And we know that God will keep him safe wherever he is.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I elect to continue for her.
Young. I'll ask the Greater Accra Regional Minister to continue. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the statements ably made by the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, perhaps I share the same emotions with the honourable member who just contributed to the statement. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Basua was a very humble gentleman, quiet, and as a matter of fact, very, very reserved. So much so that sometimes you wonder, with the greatest of respect, whether indeed, how did he even go through his primaries to emerge as a candidate and even go through general elections, taking cognizance of the challenges that we go through as politicians to come to this august house. Mr. Speaker, his demise reminds me of our colleague, the departed soul, Honorable Jaku. Now, Mr. Speaker, it raises eyebrows and a lot of questions as to the pressure and stress, for that matter, on members of parliament in the plenary. Mr. Speaker, I sat by Honorable Basua the day before he passed. And in fact, I was sitting by him while he was having his usual kinky and stuff. We spoke. Little did I know that the following morning he'll be gone. What are we on earth for as human beings? I don't know. But again, it sends a clear signal to us. Mr. Speaker, perhaps this is the prime opportunity to respectfully, I know that is in existence already, but as members of parliament, are there in place some structures for us by way of counseling, by way of psychologists, by way of a specialist? We have come too far as parliamentarians not to have a hospital of our own, on our own. Maybe the time has come for Parliament as a whole, as an arm of the legislature, to have a hospital built purposely for members of Parliament. I know that may sound a bit discriminatory, but it will be appropriate to have that. Not just the parliamentarians, but the Speaker, we have clerks at table and all who facilitate the work of parliamentary practice. The Speaker, I listened to a post on WhatsApp, and clearly, listening to the post, it tells you that indeed the honourable gentleman had problems in his constituency. There was too much pressure and load on him. And I know that quite a number of my colleagues here are experiencing the same. Well, God giveth and He taketh. Mr. Speaker, I'm getting emotional, so I may have to leave. But Mr. Speaker,
we wish his family and all in the constituency, in fact, we express our condolences to them, and I pray, Mr. Speaker, that this appeal that I've made will be considered, that Parliament should have a medical facility. Mr. Speaker, on weekends you drive around the car, you have no place even to sit as a recreational center as a member of Parliament. Because you sit somewhere and the next thing you're on the front page. Oh, MP is found here even eating wache. Mr. Speaker, these two things also helps for one to go there and then ease off the stress. A recreational area for us and a medical facility. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me come to the ranking.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to the statement eulogizing the passing away of Honorable Philip Baswa, the MP for Kumawu, and the chairman for the Committee of Employment, Social Welfare and State-Owned Enterprises. Honorable Baswa was a gentleman's gentleman. He was long-suffering. He was stubborn when it came to protecting the truth. He was unmovable and unshakable, no matter the cabal pitched against him. So strong was Honorable Baswa in his convictions that he became the leader of what others called Baswa and Co. But Baswa believed in consensus building. Indeed, on the committee, Baswa's best friend was Honorable Haruna Idrisu. He will be the first to say, Kwabna, leader says you will be coming. Kwabna, have you reserved some reading material for leader? Where reading material means documents that we will work with. But more importantly, Honorable Baswa was willing to learn. We'll get to the committee meeting, and if the subject matter, if we have an SOE in the energy sector before us, he will open the meeting and say, Kwabna, handle them. He will sit down and take notes because he will consider that he was disadvantaged in that sector. He was a leader who gave people the opportunity and the space to operate. Baswa was a gentleman. Baswa represented what I see as the best ethos of politics. Gentle, persuasive, long-suffering, persevering, but committed to a cause. When I read the press release by the MPP that MPP flags should fly at half-mast across all MPP offices, I saw that as a vindication for a man who had been so badly persecuted by people who did not understand him. In death, he won the battle of honor. In death, he won the battle of integrity. In death, Baswa showed us that ultimately no political cabal will succeed if we are strong, if we are committed, and if we are loyal to our party. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
I'm taking 1-1 and okay, Okankwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I pay this glory quite in place. I'm on my feet. I'm speaking to the chair, please. I'm very serious. Mr. Speaker, paying this glowing tribute to my brother, my client, my friend, and above all, my brother-in-law. Baswa was my akunta. That's how I refer to him. And truly, he was my akunta. From Raso, Kumawu. And a lot of things in common. There was not a single time I would drive through Bompata, I would go and not stop at Kumawu and eat my ampesi with him. You always find him at the late BMS's residence, waiting for you, prepared his ampesi with some soup, and calling you on your way from Accra. Now we're drinking. Oh, I just got to Adonfe. I'll just join you in 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, let me read a message to you from his PA when he fell ill. Hello, Honorable, good morning. Doctors say, I'm just quoting, doctor says there is now more oxygen flowing through the body. That is an improvement from the level from yesterday. So we are still hoping that there is a continuous upward trajectory. However, they insist no visitors for now. We kept on pursuing a good cause to save our brother's life. We kept on praying. I left the chamber. All of us left on Friday early morning. You and I were in Kumasi for Sir Dennis's wife's funeral. So I was always in touch with the PA and the brother. The Speaker, Kumawu has gone through a lot in our politics. Majority Leader, I'm sure, will contribute from Rio Adai Baswa's time to Yaban to Philip Baswa and the troubles in Kumawu politics. And in the midst of all this happening was our good brother Philip Baswa, who was the DCE under President Kufuor's time. The Speaker, question is whether my Apunta enjoyed his life as a politician, as an MP. You all saw what happened to him during the selection of DC. We all saw that. He harbored a lot of pain. His wife was not feeling too well. He always had to leave the kids, school, come and spend time in Accra, and what have you. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the 2020 elections of Kumawu, whilst Nana Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana, was gathering over 80.6% of the votes, my brother was raking around 51% of the votes in Kumawu. Independent candidate was able to win not less than 11,000 of the votes. Baswa only clinched 14,000. Mr. Speaker, our brother went through a lot in Kumawu. And I believe that we ought to be fair and be candid with what we speak about on this sad day. Mr. Speaker, my dear sister from Dravin could not end her contribution because she knows what I'm talking about. So there isn't much I would want to say but to wait for the day that will lay our brother to rest and to wish the family well till we meet again. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this tribute to our good friend, Honorable Philip Batwa. Mr. Speaker, this man was a great man in all respects. He was gentle, kind, and considerate in everything he did. And as a member of Parliament, I got to know he was so committed to his constituency and to his party. Mr. Speaker, I got to understand him more than I used to when we traveled together. After interacting for some time, he opened up to me. He told me what was inside him, what was deep inside him, the pain he was going through. Mr. Speaker, at the time I was speaking to him, it did not leave him at all. He felt very bad that he so committed himself to his party, and there were people inside the party that worked against him. It shows that he is a man of character, that despite all the challenges he faced in life, he still was committed, and indeed he told me he still loved his party and would want to make sure in everything he did, the party will stand first before everything. And it shows that he's exemplary in character, he's exemplary in commitment to a cause, and he can be trusted, he could be trusted with everything that the party wanted to do. And that he wanted to convey this to the people who wanted him down. The Speaker, in his death, he has conveyed it. It shows that people are not changed by externalities which may be working against them. The character of the person is not changed because other people have a different character. It simply means that you strengthen who you are. Mr. Speaker, but the death of this friend of ours shows that we need to do more than we do. And I would like to suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, for it to be made a compulsion that at the beginning of every session, or maybe every sitting, every member of Parliament will bring a medical report, comprehensive medical report about himself, so that we know you are fit and strong. These sudden deaths that occur to many of our friends and colleagues is disturbing and should not be allowed to continue if we can avoid it by taking precautions about ourselves. I know that when I came to Parliament the first time, at every sitting, our doctor will come, and it was compulsory for you to do all the checks about yourself. You don't need to present it to anybody, but there was an avenue for you to check everything, especially your internal glands and your prostate for the men. I think it's necessary and we should go back to it and make sure it becomes part of our lives. Lots of people are dependent on us. The nation itself is dependent on us. So much is invested in the member of parliament to the extent that his life is becoming, or is critical and synonymous to the progress of the nation, because members of parliament represent the people of Ghana, and our voices represent the totality of the voice of the people. And so care must be taken not just by the status quo, but by ourselves, so that we can live long and do what we are required to do as members of parliament. His death was a big shock. It reminds me of what Shakespeare said about death. There is a brief candle, and that it comes and it goes. The men and women who struts and frets on earth will suddenly leave the earth. Mr. Speaker, we leave the earth, but something remains here. This is the character we bring into being whilst we're alive, what we leave behind as human beings, committed to the causes we belong, and eventually the niche we cut in the totality of society. Remembering our friend and in paying this eulogy to him, we will say that may he rest in peace and may he be received at the right side of God, so that he would have benefited from all the good he has done. In the end, it is to make sure that the total Ghanaian population live worthy lives. And he did what he did for the people of Ghana, for his constituency, for the Parliament of Ghana, for all of us. And so, Mr. Speaker, may he rest in peace. Thank you.
May I come to leadership? Very well. Okay. Yes, honorable member for Domekwa Benya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will thank the maker of the statement for bringing this statement on the floor. We are all sad by the unfortunate incident of losing a brother, a friend. Honorable Baswa and I entered Parliament the same year, and we actually sat close to each other. He was an advisor. He would be there for you when you need him. He will share constituency issues with you and advise you on the way forward. I think Ghana has lost a great son, and my heart pours out the family of the late Honorable Baswa, the NPP fraternity, and myself and my family. I say so because he would always call my father his uncle. He would always make time for my church invitations and will stay throughout the program with you. This is somebody who cares, somebody you can call a friend, a brother, a husband. And I know that the good Lord will keep him in his bosom. And as the Holy Bible always states, we should always give thanks to the Lord in all situations. And so, Mr. Speaker, what I'll end with my statement is, Demri Fadue, May the soul of our brother rest in perfect peace. I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Leader. Well. Honorable Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also join colleagues in paying tribute to our brother and colleague who exited some few days ago. The Speaker, Honorable Baswa, has been a friend, a brother to all of us. He's a very honest person who wants to be in peace with anybody he comes across. But Mr. Speaker, he has gone through a lot of painful experience, and he's been sharing these experiences with some of us.
It's true.
Mr. Speaker, you are aware that you and Honorable Baswa went through the same ordeal, and therefore you have a practical feel of exactly what he went through. Mr. Speaker, what we must understand as politicians is that life is too short. And so if by the grace of God, you are given the opportunity to lead, let's respect each other. Power will not be with us forever. One day, no matter what happens, regardless of the situation, regardless of the influence, we'll leave power behind. So let's treat our colleagues with some respect, and let's understand that we are all in this struggle for the common good of our people. In fact, it is painful that at the age of 50 plus, we are losing a colleague of his caliber. Mr. Speaker, we also have to look at the pressure that we go through as politicians, and the pressure that we mount on our colleagues, even within the same party, needlessly. We have to look at all these things and make sure that, yes, politics is not a vehicle for people to assume power to do the things that they want for themselves, but a vehicle to assume power and then render services to our people. Yes, some few days ago, while I was coming from my office to this chamber, I met my colleague in the corridor. And Mr. Speaker, we spoke for some 10-15 minutes, and he shared with me some of the painful experiences he's gone through. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine that as an elected representative of the people, even when the district chief executive of his own district was appointed, he was prevented from participating in the confirmation of the district chief executive? Mr. Speaker, something that ought to have been condemned by this House, but Parliament did not do anything about it. Those who have executive power did nothing about it. Mr. Speaker, this is unfair. And these are some of the things that we must come together as a House and condemn and ensure that discipline in our body politics. Mr. Speaker, I mention you because you also went through the same experience. At some point, you nearly resigned from politics, but God saved you.
Amen.
We pray that the soul of the departed will rest in perfect peace. The prayer is that may the good Lord protect our brother and give him peace. But Mr. Speaker, what is most critical is the family and the children he has left behind. Is there any arrangement in place by Parliament to take care of the wife and the children? There is nothing.
So, Mr. Speaker, normally what happens is that even after the death, immediately after the death, we'll be thinking about by-election without looking at how we can take care of the case, the small ones is left behind. It is about time we put in place mechanisms to support some of these children. Mr. Speaker, when you see some of our colleagues out there, sometimes you get worried. Just some 2 months ago, a colleague of us who was here for 3 terms was ill. Mr. Speaker, there was no money, and some of us had to contribute to enable him pay hospital bills. When we are in the house, every day we hear the public talking about MPs are making money, MPs are making money. But when the person leaves Parliament within 10 days, you see that everything changes. That is the reality of parliamentary life. What they say of us is exactly the opposite of our situation. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is reminding us that regardless of our age and our power or influence, one day we'll also be called to eternity. And so let's put in place measures that will put smiles on the faces of the case and the family that will leave behind. Otherwise, we sit here, talk, express all the ideas as if we are giving the world we can even govern, and eventually leave our families in the situation of everything. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and it is my prayer that the good Lord who brought us here and who will call us at the appropriate time will take good care of our colleague, give him a special place in the heavens, and protect the family that he has left behind. And it's my prayer that we all, as politicians, will from today come to the realization that power is just for a short time. And whenever we are given the opportunity, we should treat our colleagues as equal human beings with the same respect, so that all of us will one day, when we appear before the Almighty God, will have something positive. On this note, I wish him very well. Thank you, sir.
Very well. Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to eulogize our colleague who departed the earth in circumstances that indeed they shock all of us. Mr. Speaker, in these days of carnage and sundry bestialities, death really no longer agitates most people. However, the sudden transition of the Honorable Basua did touch the hearts of men and women in this house. The Honorable Basua most times kept to himself. He was a man who was bearing a very heavy load on his shoulders. He was a man of few words, or one could see in any encounter with him that he was a struggling man, within and without. The Speaker, he was indeed a man of sorrow, a survivor. All manner of conspiracies around him, and yet by kind cases of God, he managed to overcome. Here in this house, the Speaker, the then minority leader and I elected to make him the de facto chair of the Special Budget Committee. And he discharged
his responsibilities in a very responsible manner. And anytime he had problems, he reclined to us to seek our own advice on the way forward for us. The Speaker, only yesterday, some members from within the group of the Special Budget Committee arrived in Ghana from a trip that we embarked on in Israel, which trip was mooted when he was a de facto chair of the Special Budget Committee. Unfortunately, after the 2020 elections, he had to be shifted to the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises to chair that committee, whilst he left the Special Budget Committee to be chaired by the Honorable Patricia Apieji. The Speaker, I think it's important that I clear this, because the Speaker, in announcing the transition of our colleague, that is, he announced from the chair that the colleague had collapsed. I think it was taken on face value and made to appear as if the man had collapsed in Parliament. And so all news coverage was to the effect that the Honorable Baswa had collapsed in Parliament. Nothing could be further away from that. And indeed, the day when we heard, and some people were suggesting that if he was stable enough, perhaps we could ferry him to the presence of Parliament to be counted among those who will be voting. I insisted that, not knowing the exact condition, it would be risky to do that, because if we brought him and anything happened, it would be attributed to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we didn't do that. And it's good that we didn't, go on that path. If we had, and the man had transitioned the following day, I shudder to think what would have happened to this House. It would have been disastrous for the image of Parliament that we forced him to come, and then the health status declined, which led to his death. I'm saying nothing of that sort happened. The Speaker, isn't it ironical? Isn't it ironical that when we first came to this House in 1997, the first person who represented the constituency on the ticket of MPP, was one Honorable Baswa, who at a critical time when we had to vote, had to be ferried from 37 military hospital to this House to participate in the voting. Not too long thereafter, the Honorable Baswa transitioned. There was a by-election which the Honorable Yaba won and came to Parliament. Then another Baswa comes to replace Yaba, and that Baswa also transitions midstream the performance of his duties in this House. Mr. Speaker, that is perhaps a paradox that may be difficult to unravel. Mr. Speaker, today the family came to formally inform us about the transition of the Honorable Baswa, which is what has occasioned the tribute that's been paid in his honor by the tribute which has been paid by the Honorable Dr. Nyako, the MP for Kwadaso. Mr. Speaker, it is important that this information came to be passed to us because the House we are adjourning today, and upon adjournment, we may not perhaps come back. Within 60 days of the transition, the amendment that was effected to the Constitution provides within 60 days of the transition, there must be a by-election. So when the family came and were discussing it, we reminded them that our colleagues on the other side of the political divide, the NDC, will be having their primaries, parliamentary and presidential primaries, on May 13th. Now, the last Saturday, before the expiry of the 60 days then, will be May 20th. And if we want to have the House join ranks to give him a befitting burial and funeral, then perhaps the likely date would be the 20th of May. The family indicated that they're going to process it and get back to us. But I believe that maybe in the final analysis, likely the funeral may hold on the 20th of May, then thereafter the burial service to follow on the 21st of May. So that may be the tentative agreement, but I'm not the family head, Mr. Speaker. I'm just talking about what happened today in our encounter with the family. Mr. Speaker, the affairs of this world are very difficult to comprehend. Knowing what we saw about the man the day before his transition. And one cannot really bring any science to analyze it. One can only hope that this earth will lie gently on him, especially given what we are hearing about the condition of the spouse, based on circumstances. Mr. Speaker, maybe this is one case that we have to come together to see how to salvage the situation, even after his own transition. So, my hope and trust is that the spirit will be afforded eternal rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honourable members, since Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, make us observe 1 minute silence. We will not do same again, only to wish him a restful rest with the Lord. So, leadership. You've done well. Honourable members, we observe mini silence for our brother on Tuesday. So, leadership, let him come to you for direction.
Speaker, at the commencement of public business, item 8A. 8A. Yeah.
We did that last Tuesday.
Item 8A, I on page 4. Page 4 of today's speaker, with your leave, for it to be done by the Deputy Minister of Finance. Lay.
Very well. Honourable members, let's turn to page 4. Page 4. At the commencement of public business, we will begin with the presentation of papers by the Minister for Finance. Is the Minister for Finance around?
So I sought your leave for it to be done by the Deputy Minister.
Very well. Deputy.
Annual reports of the management of the energy sector levies and accounts for the year 2022. Annual public debt management reports for the 2022 financial year.
Honorable members, the report have been duly presented. They are referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Yes, Leader.
So we are actually taking the two, I and II. Then we can proceed.
We've done the I and II.
We should then be taking 8B on page 5. 8B.
Yes. Honorable for Employment and Labor Relations. 8B.
Contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the National Pensions Regulatory Authority and Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations, and the Attain Enterprise Solutions Limited, in partnership with Omni Technologies Limited, for an amount of $3,695,338 United States dollars 87 cents for the deployment of a risk-based supervision system and ERP system platform.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee for Finance for consideration and report. Are you doing the C?
Speaker, we can now move on same page, D, and we are taking II and III. Speaker, with your leave, the Deputy Chair, the Vice Chair of the committee is here, if he could be allowed to take it.
Very well. Honourable Member for Okankwe Central.
Report of the Finance Committee on the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $150 million United States dollars to finance the West Africa Food System Resilience Program, Phase 2, under the multi-phase programmatic approach. Report of the Finance Committee on the on-lending agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Development Bank Ghana for an amount of 170 million euros to support the establishment of a financially sustainable development bank under the finance contract between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the European Investment Bank for an amount of 170 million euros for the establishment of the Development Bank of Ghana.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, understandably, under the rules, I'll find it difficult to come. We are borrowing to set up a development bank, and we're asking Parliament to consider a loan to borrow to establish a development bank. Now, when we ask that this bank be brought to Parliament to be established by an act of Parliament, we're told that that was not to be done. So why is Parliament now coming to consider a loan agreement for the establishment of the same bank? When you recall, we even warned that learn from the experiences of the collapsed bank and let's use Parliament to knit some of the issues that emerge from it. I have a difficulty accepting that on the day Parliament is rising, you want to borrow 170 million to set up a bank which is already established. I think that this one must stand down for us to look at it when we come back thoroughly. Because we already have a development bank. I can understand why we are doing this. Publicly here, we demanded that the Minister for Finance comes here and we establish the development bank by a bill and by an act of Parliament, and to deal with the concerns following the 23 billion which was spent in getting
collapsed banks and their customers. So on a day we are rising, we want to borrow to set up a development bank. Mr. Speaker, with all respect, the committee should stay action on this matter and let us go and come in the interest of
Yes, the Vice Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with Honorable Haruna Idris. Mr. Speaker, House passed the Development Finance Act, which regulates development finance like the Development Bank of Ghana. The European Bank gave a facility to the Development Bank, and they are now on lending facility. We sat as a committee for 2 days with the authorities of the bank, and we are satisfied. That is why we are laying the report. So we cannot lay a report and have a member arrest the laying of a report. This is novel. So I beg to disagree with the minority, Honorable Haruna Idris. Former.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the loan was contracted by the government of Ghana and not the Development Bank. The government of Ghana is on lending the loan to the Development Bank of Ghana so that they can get it back in future to be able to use it for the purposes of debt servicing. So it's government of Ghana that borrowed the money from the European Bank. And government of Ghana has signed agreement. So it's this house that approved the loan between government of Ghana and the European Central Bank. What we seek to do now is to on-lend the loan to the Development Bank so that we can get the money back.
Very well, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just as the minority leader is saying, when there is a practice and indeed a convention in this house, when government has contracted loans and then on lent for procurement of vehicles, for instance, to GPRGU, which is a private entity. So people should understand these things. However, if you're looking for maybe questioning the basis of what you do, that's another conversation. That's another conversation. But that this house has done so before on many, many occasions. Honorable former minority leader, leave your former past and you will correct what I'm saying.
Honourable members, with this understanding, the report has been duly presented. They are to be distributed to honourable members. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I just realized the earlier referral related to item 8B, a paper laid by the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, was rather referred to the Finance Committee. It should be referred to the Committee of Employment.
Finance.
It should rather be referred to the
That's why I made the refer to.
No, Speaker, with respect, it should not be referred to the Finance Committee. It should rather go to the Committee of Employment.
Very well. Honourable members, the area referral to the Finance Committee is rather to the Committee of Employment and Welfare. Are we adding the leadership of Finance Committee too? Okay. So the referral is now to the Committee of Employment and Social Welfare.
So, may we now turn to order paper addendum and take item 1A, II, Speaker, with your leave, to be done by the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Very well. Yes.
Reconciliation report on the Petroleum Holding Fund for year 2022.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It was referred to the Committee for Finance.
Speaker, we are taking the two. Aye.
Annual report on public-private partnership projects for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the reports of III are duly reported to the House, and they are referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report.
So we are on the same page, item 1B. Item 1B on order paper addendum by the Vice Chair of the committee.
Very well.
Report of the Finance Committee on the loan agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Government of the Republic of Korea, acting through the Export-Import Bank of Korea, Government Agency for the Economic Development Cooperation Fund, for an amount in Korean won not exceeding the equivalent of 30 million United States dollars to finance the medical equipment provision project in response to COVID-19.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. The report is to be distributed to honourable members.
So that we continue with, can we take all together?
Very well.
Yes.
Report of the Finance Committee on the financial agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of 150 million United States dollars to finance the primary healthcare investment project. Report of the Finance Committee on the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of 150 million United States dollars to finance the public financial management for service delivery program. Report of the Finance Committee on the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of 200 million United States dollars to finance the Ghana Digital Acceleration Project.
Honourable members, the report of IV in page 2 of the addendum paper duly presented. They are to be distributed to honourable members.
Speaker, order paper addendum 2. Speaker, order paper addendum 2, item 1. And Speaker, let me seek your leave for it to be done by the Leader of the House on behalf of the Chair of the Committee of the Whole.
Yes, the Chairman of the Committee. Honourable members, addendum paper 2.
Chairman, Mr. Speaker, as the Chief Whip has indicated, I'm standing in for the Chair of the Committee of the Whole. And this committee was chaired by the Speaker himself when we sat.
Report of the Committee of the Whole on the Draft Public Elections, Registration of Voters Regulations 2022.
Honourable members, the report is duly presented. The report are to be distributed to the honourable members here present.
Speaker, we can now turn to the original order paper, page 7. Original order paper, page 7. And take item 12. Speaker, I will further seek your leave to take it for and on behalf of the chair of the committee.
Honourable members, let's turn to page 7, item listed 12, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Speaker, I rise to move that this honourable House adopts the reports of the representatives from the Parliament of Ghana to the Pan-African Parliament on the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament held from Monday 24th October to Friday 11th November 2022 in Midrad, South Africa. Speaker, in so doing, I present the committee's report and invite Hansard to capture the entirety of it, whilst I limit myself to the conclusion of the report. Speaker, Ghana's representatives to Pan-African Parliament would wish to state that the issues of peace and security, integration of the continent, and constitutional changes of government in the African Free Trade Continental Area featured prominently on the agenda for the session. The House was unanimous that the growth of the continent will depend on the level of peace and security, and call on the AU to work towards ending the several ongoing conflicts in Africa. The House also acknowledged that Africa could progress only when elements of true democracy are adhered to by the people of Africa. The House therefore called on countries that had not ratified the Charter on Democratic Elections and Governance to do so. The ratification of the Charter and adherence to the principles expressed by the Charter will be expected to curtail the unconstitutional changes of government in Africa. Speaker, I so present.
Yes, honourable members, the motion. But, Honourable Chief Whip, members do not have their reports.
I will respect. A lot of copies were distributed earlier. I can confirm that.
So nobody is here to even second? Yes.
The Speaker, that is why I was calling the members of the Pan-African Parliament to be present before the motion will be taken. So it will only be appropriate for me to second the motion, so that there will be the motion will be before the House. But while doing that, I will plead with the House to step it down for the members of the Pan-African delegation to be present in the chamber, so that they will make Mr. Speaker, copies are being distributed, so I second the motion on the floor. But Mr. Speaker, this is the more reason why many at times we call, when it comes to composition of delegation to such international parliament, we lay emphasis on seniority. Ghana's delegation on the Pan-African Parliament is very apt in presenting reports to this House, simply because most of them have been there for long and now can rub shoulders in the Pan-African Parliament. And I'm told that we even chair the Finance Committee in the Pan-African Parliament. So our members, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, are making us proud there. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, if you go to most of these East African countries, there are special MPs dedicated for these international parliaments. If you go to Kenya, go to the East Africans, they have people dedicated for only those Pan-Africa, ECOWAS, Southeast Africa, and so IPU, CPA, members are dedicated for those people, and their responsibility is only to that. So you can meet somebody from the East African Parliament on an international delegation like IPU or CPA, and the person will be frequent in coming.
So any time there's an opportunity for election for any position in those parliaments, they take it up. So these are some of the opportunities Ghana should be looking at. But when you come to our place, in our parliament here, most at times, every 2 years we change. Sometimes 4 years we change. The maximum 8 years. So by the time the person becomes conversant and build rapport and relationship in those parliaments to be able to contest for a position, oh, the person is called back. And these are matters we must take interest. Your Ghana used to be the star of Africa in representation in those international parliaments. But now, it seems to be a thing of the past, and these are matters we must work on. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to second the motion. So once again, the motion is seconded.
Very well. Honourable members, the motion has been moved, it has been seconded, it is now before the House for consideration. Yes, Honourable Member for Tamale South.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion and commend our able representatives to the Pan-African Parliament to continue to hold the torch of Ghana high. But Mr. Speaker, the Pan-African Parliament, as observed by former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, in paragraph 6.1 of the committee's report, if there is any moment in Africa's journey that the Pan-African Parliament be placed right, it is now. But Mr. Speaker, concerns are being raised, and may I with respect refer you to page 6, paragraph 8, unconstitutional changes in government. We are concerned about the unconstitutional changes in Mali, in our neighbor Burkina Faso, and in Guinea. It doesn't bode well for the 21st century that we still have countries in Africa that are not holding close to democratic values and ethos, and to allow for full citizen participation in determining their political leadership and how they should be governed. So this is a matter that the Pan-African Parliament must take up much more seriously. My observation has always been that we should look at the European Parliament and style PAC to be like the European Parliament. Today you are talking about an expansionist group of the European Union absorbing many other countries, including Finland. Yet in Africa, what does the Pan-African Parliament do? Economic unification, Africa is still struggling. Trade support and trade within and intra-Africa, we are still struggling. These are all matters we should take up in order that, Mr. Speaker, we can accelerate the pace of development in Africa. But as I said, my observation is just to emphasize that we are not particularly happy with the undemocratic developments in those three African countries. Mr. Speaker, Parliament talks about the free African trade, which provides a good opportunity to expand trade in Africa, and I believe that Africa should take full advantage of it, which is headquarters in Accra. As soon as you was not listening, I actually referred you to a page and a paragraph. Mr. Speaker, I referred to paragraph 91, 92, and now 93. And she should look at it well. It's still after. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honourable Montaka, I'll call you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to commend my colleague, the Majority Chief Whip, for presenting the report on behalf of all of us, especially the First Deputy Speaker, who is the leader of the delegation. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, the Pan-African Parliament sits in mid-run, and usually we have 2 sessions that are in May and October, and also 2 committee meetings that are in March and August each year. And Mr. Speaker, like the details of the report have captured, all the issues that have been dealt with during the October session 2022. And Mr. Speaker, the most important one for me is as captured on paragraph 8.0, the high level of dialogue on unconstitutional changes of government. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why this is very important is that all of us in Africa were of the firm belief that the time has come for overthrow of governments to be over. But unfortunately, in the last few years, a seemingly ugly head is emerging again. And West Africa is the one that is most affected, where there's this government overthrow in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Guinea, Conakry. Mr. Speaker, for us in the African continent, we need to do self-retrospection to ask ourselves, why are the coup makers coming back again? And I will say this is largely because of the failure of our democratic systems. Well, Mr. Speaker, like many of us will attest to the fact that even Ghana, where we are praised across the continent for having been able to hold to democratic principles and values, and have been able to have several elections since 1992 with several change of governments without any problem, will openly admit that the dividend of democracy is not really being felt by the ordinary citizens of Africa. And for us in the political arena, if we don't concern ourselves with this, that democracy is not just about election and electing leaders, it is about good governance that will tickle the dividends of democracy to the ordinary citizens, is failing. And for countries that have gone through successful elections like Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, and many others, this is our next worry, that the dividend of democratic elections are not being followed by the African ordinary citizens. Mr. Speaker, the African citizens continue to find it very difficult to move around. They continue to find it very difficult to do business with each other. They continue to find it very difficult to do many of the things that confront the African continent 20 years ago. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the Parliament of Ghana that in all that we do, we should remember that democracy is not just about election. It's not just about electing leaders, but it's about having good governance and making sure that the dividend of democratic values descend and the citizens feel it. If we fail to do this, I'm sorry to say, as well as all of us who curse coup makers and never will want a coup to happen in our individual countries, it may be inevitable, just as we've seen in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in Guinea Conakry, and in West Africa, and then in Sudan, and many other parts of East Africa and other parts of Africa. We need to take this thing very seriously. And Mr. Speaker, I want to commend our head of delegation. I've not seen much of the ECOWAS report that Pan-African Parliament consistently have been submitting its report on the activities of the Pan-African Parliament, which is a continental parliament that is doing everything that it can to unite the people of Africa. Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I want members to support the report and adopt it as the report as a true reflection of what happened during these sessions in October. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report on the first ordinary session of the Safe Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the Pan-African Parliament takes its root from our collective decision to see Africa as a union and to fight for a situation where Africa can present itself to the world as one continent with the same determination to live worthy lives. And so, Mr. Speaker, it has taken its roots from the AU Charter, which advocates for democracy and unity of Africa. I had been a member of Pan-African Parliament for some time, and I got to know exactly what Pan-African Parliament is. Unfortunately, I got dissatisfied along the line when I realized that we had no particular responsibility of making any laws at all, and that we would only, in most instances, endorse statements made by the AU and perform advisory roles. Mr. Speaker, but this report is showing some level of confidence that things are happening. I've read the discontentment of the Pan-African Parliament on the unconstitutional takeover of government in some parts of Africa, to the point that democracy is derailed and the people are the ones who eventually would suffer. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we reflect the true content of what we want to happen in Africa, the free choice of our African people, our determination to live a life because we give rights to our people to choose us to be, and not to have leaders superintend and superimpose themselves over the will of the people. And so the dissatisfaction expressed in the report is worthy of commendation. And I particularly also noticed the peer review mechanism aspect that has been outlined in the report. It is important that Africans should take particular charge of themselves. They should take ultimate responsibility of what we do with our lives. And it is important also that we allow our peers to review what we do on our democracy, on our economy, on our governance, on how we approach life in general. If we fail in this direction, it is where you have these international bodies coming in to determine what Africa has done wrong and what we should not do wrong, right, or what we have done and not right, and all that. And it's often a defeat on our essence. And so the peer review mechanism is very important, and it's important that we support them and give them all the support that we require for our leaders, our representatives to go and be able to advocate Ghana's position very strongly. The Speaker, another issue that I noticed in the report is the report on the Finance Committee. Fortunately, I understand the chairman is from Ghana, and I suppose it's Honorable Mutaka. And it is important that we go deeper into the finances of the Pan-African Parliament. One of the discontending thing about it is that the major funding of the Pan-African Parliament is not necessarily from Africa itself. A lot of the funding will come from Europe to support Africans to manage their own parliaments. And I think that it is not good news for us. I think that we would have to do the major funding, and if any external funding is coming, it should be a very minute aspect of what we do. It calls for complete commitment to our democracy, complete commitment to our parliament, and also a caution to members to make sure they pay their dues, so that we can have freedom from finances, economic freedom. The beginning of it is our ability to take care of ourselves. If our AU center is built by an external somebody, by China, as a donation to us, then you go to the parliament, you have EU supporting a lot of our programs. It's not good news for us. And I think that maybe Ghana should take the lead in championing the advocacy of bringing Africans together
getting us to think through what we can do to fortify the strength of the Pan-African Parliament to stand on its own and be able to take decisions and go beyond being an advisory body to fundamental laws as done by the European Union. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you and
thank you very much,
our members.
Thank you, honourable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Honourable members, I believe we will suspend the House.
The Speaker, we're having some discussions, and so let us suspend the sitting for 1 hour. When we come back, you saw that we presented the report on the Committee of the Whole. The first thing that we deal with will be the report on the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Speaker, subsequent to that, we will deal with the other revenue bills. So, Mr. Speaker, that's where we are. 1 hour, and then when we come back, to deal immediately thereafter with the report of the Committee of the Whole, and then thereafter the revenue bills. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Very well. Honourable members.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to confirm the position of the majority leader that we've agreed to take the report of the committee before we proceed to the other businesses on the floor. So, Speaker, I think it's right that we suspend for 1 hour to warm up for the remainder of the day. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Member for Swansea.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not to contradict what the leaders are saying, if it is 1 hour, then we rather play that it is 1.5 hours so that the Muslim can break our fast before we come back. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's only reasonable. It's only reasonable. So 1.5 hours, and then we'll come back. It's 4:30 now. So are we coming back at 6 o'clock? Or maybe 6:15? 6:15. The Honorable, are you saying 6:30? Your fast is very light. That one I know. So whether 6:15 or 6:30 or 7, it will add value to your fasting. Your fasting, I know, is very light. So if people are saying 6:30, I guess it shouldn't attract any.
The time is 4:40.
So 6:30. 6:30.
6:30, then we are spending about almost 2 hours.
Yes, our colleagues are saying that they want to break their fast. That's why I'm saying that it's a reasonable request. So let's grant it. Let's grant it and then we'll do it.
Very well.
I think what is a Muslim. Are you a Muslim?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have read 2 obituaries in this house today, and we have seen the speakers behave like WWE tag team. You have swapped with second deputy, first deputy. We have been sitting here. If we are no deputies, if we are breaking and coming back at 6:30, let it be 6:30 because we don't want to close at 12 midnight. So we beg you, 6:30 should be 6:30.
Very well. Honourable members, the House is accordingly suspended up to 6:30. 6:30 on the dot, we are here. The House is suspended.
Honorable members, let me welcome all of you from the brief suspension of sitting. I'm sure you are aware we have quite a tall order before we wind up not just the sitting of today, but the meeting as a whole. We've had a lot of discussions, and I hope and pray that the discussions will lead to a very smooth and harmonious debate. I'm not talking about unanimity. I'm talking about debate. But before we get to the continuation of business, I did, whilst busy on some of the reports in my office, listen to the glowing tribute that was paid to one of us who unfortunately suddenly departed from this earth. You know the legal dictates involved, and constitutionally we have to formally inform the Electoral Commission, and so acting on your behalf and with the direct instructions to the clerk, to Parliament, we formally communicated to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of this unfortunate departure of our colleague, which has led to the occurrence of a vacancy in the House. And so I'll just read the contents of the letter to you as a clear and unambiguous communication from Parliament to the Electoral Commission and notice to Ghanaians, and particularly constituency concerned. So the communication to the Electoral Commission is dated 31st March 2023, which is today, and it reads: the chairperson, Electoral Commission, attention Mrs. Jane Adukwe Mensah. Madam Chairperson, occurrence of vacancy in the membership of Parliament. In the exercise of the power conferred and the duty imposed on the clerk to Parliament by Section 3 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, Amendment Act 1996, Act 527, I, Cyril Kwabena Oting Insia, Clerk to Parliament, do hereby formally notify you of the occurrence of a vacancy on 27th March 2023 in the membership of Parliament necessitated by the death of Mr. Philip Baswa, Honourable Member of Parliament for Kumewu, and request you to take appropriate consequential action as required by law. Signed, Cyril Kwabena Oteng Insia, Clerk to Parliament. So the House has accordingly paid duty as required by the Constitution of Ghana. With this, honorable members, I endorse particularly the recommendations that were made by some members of us to take very good care of ourselves. As a former majority leader, I instituted a measure where every member of parliament was provided the opportunity to go for a comprehensive checkup at the Kolubu Teaching Hospital. That time, about 90-something% of the members took advantage of that opportunity. Some did not, and they told me for good reason they declined to take opportunity of that offer. I want to stress that the Parliament of Ghana is ready and willing to support members in that direction. And so leadership could take it up and get in touch with me and the Parliamentary Service Board, and I'm sure we will happily come to the support of members. We are aware of the hazards and we are aware of the effect and impact of members. Even whilst I'm talking about the health of members, some are not even interested in listening to it. Whose job? It's not that tight. If you hear anybody saying, all that be die, you can be sure the background of the person. He is not enjoying life, and he doesn't know that God created this world for us to enjoy. And so for him, he's not living. That's why they say all die be die. All die not be die. Yes. Majority Chief Whip, where are we?
Speaker, with respect, based on the understanding we have as leadership, we now ready to turn on to other people addendum 2 and start with item 2, Speaker.
Honorable members, order paper addendum 2, page 1, item 2, motion. Chairman of the committee. Honorable members, you are aware I'm the chairman of the committee and I'm presiding, so I will authorize the first deputy speaker to move the motion forward and on my behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the motion number 2 on page 1 of addendum 2, the other paper addendum 2, be moved now. I so move.
Honorable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
The Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is now for the debate of the House. I'm guided by leadership to take a few from each side of the House.
Mr. Speaker,
sorry,
procedural motion.
Sorry.
So if you
I'm rather going some hippie feet. Please, sorry. I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now we go to page 2 of Order Paper Addendum 2. Motion number 3. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to move that this House adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole on the draft public elections regulations of registration of voters regulation 2022. The Speaker, I'll just make references to the highlights, and I urge the Answer Department to capture the entire report as same has been read in extenso. The Speaker, on Tuesday, the 28th February 2023, the EC, led by its chairperson, Mrs. Jane Adukwe-Mensah, the National Identification Authority, led by the Executive Secretary, Professor Kenneth Tefa, and the Ministry of Finance, led by the Minister, Mr. Ken Oforiatta, on the intention of the EC to introduce a revised constitutional instrument, CI, to regulate public elections, registration of voters in 2023, and other related matters on the new electoral reform as part of its preparation toward the 2024 presidential and general elections. The Speaker, the meeting was at the instance of Parliament, and it was a follow-up on the recommendations of the Special Budget Committee after a pre-laying briefing by the EC on the proposed reforms as contained in the draft CI, sought to be presented to the House by the EC. The Special Budget Committee in its report recommended to Parliament, and I quote, to hold a meeting with the EC and NIA in order to advance discussions on the new CI and for the two institutions to give assurance to the House of the concerns identified during the briefing. The Speaker, the committee made references to all the respective legislations and constitutional clauses. The Speaker, after deliberations and the responses by the Electoral Commission, the Speaker, the committee chaired by you came to this conclusion. The committee accordingly submits to the House its report on the draft public elections voters regulation 2023 and related matters for consideration and adoption. The committee further urges the House to officially communicate to the EC of its decision for favorable consideration before finalization and presentation of the CI to Parliament for passage into law. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to second the motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole on the draft public elections registration of voters regulation 2023 and other related matters. Mr. Speaker, I know that this report is edited by you, but I may have to seek your indulgence in paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 coming to page 2. In perusing the whole report, Mr. Speaker, nowhere have I found the words the right to be registered to vote under Article 42 of the 1992 Constitution. I'm sure probably it might have escaped your reading because of the pressure, but at least in this document, any discussion on this matter must recognize the right guaranteed under Article 42 of the 1992 Constitution. Probably we can put it under Item 2, compilation of a new biometric register to allow eligible Ghanaians qualified to be registered to vote to be so registered by the Electoral Commission of Ghana for that purpose. I've perused the entire report. I do not see any reference to Article 42 for our purposes, Mr. Speaker, you may so want to direct. Then, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 8, response by the Ministry of Finance. Maybe you wanted to say responses. It just was not one response. So paragraph 80, responses from the Ministry of Finance or by the Ministry of Finance. Then, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 9, position of the committee. There's an O. It has to be expunged from the record. Okay, then it's 9.0. The Honorable Deputy Leader have rectified that. So, Mr. Speaker, now to speak to the issues. What are we seeking to do, Mr. Speaker? If you come to the conclusion, and Mr. Speaker, for guidance again, it reads, and I'm coming to the conclusion, the committee accordingly submits to the House its report on the draft public election registration of voters regulation 2023 and other related matters for consideration and adoption. Mr. Speaker, I'm interested in this paragraph for your guidance. It reads, the committee further urges the House to officially communicate to the Electoral Commission of its decision for favorable consideration before finalization and presentation of the new CI. Mr. Speaker, it raises fundamental constitutional issues. Article 51 guarantees the Electoral Commission established under Article 45 of the Constitution the right to issue a constitutional instrument to govern elections in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission does not do it on its own. It works through our Committee of Subsidiary Legislation, ably chaired by Dr. Ayeni. So, Mr. Speaker, in directing the EC, we also must be mindful that there is a huge constitutional responsibility vested in our Committee on Subsidiary Legislation. So we are just not going to communicate to the Electoral Commission. We are further directing our Committee on Subsidiary Legislation to be guided by the recommendations of the Committee of the Whole in our evaluation and assessment of the constitutional instrument. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you come again and we are walking through Article 11 of the 1992 Constitution, Article 7. Mr. Speaker, once the instrument is laid, it will be referred to our Committee on Subsidiary Legislation for its input. So we expect that the Electoral Commission of Ghana will work with the Subsidiary Legislation Committee of Parliament to address all our legitimate concerns that every eligible Ghanaian who is required to be registered under Article 42 of the Constitution is given the opportunity to do so. Mr. Speaker, we are also saying that there must be reconciliation and harmonization of data between the Electoral Commission and the National Identification Authority. And the Ministry of Finance must make releases, adequate releases, to support the NIA to ensure that Ghanaians eligible to be on the national register for national identification purposes get also onto the register. So, Mr. Speaker, let me further say that normally this should not tear our hairs as a house. This is the Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, under Article 11.7, once the instrument is laid, it becomes a real trade. It has to walk through a mandatory 21 days. But the Electoral Commission and its chairperson must be guided by the fact that this House has the power and authority to annul the instrument if it does not satisfy the wishes of the representatives of the people of Ghana. And therefore, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission should not think that she can impose anything on the Parliament of Ghana. If this House is united, we can annul any instrument laid by the Electoral Commission pursuant to Article 11.7 of the 1992 Constitution, which provides that by a 2/3 resolution, this honorable House can reject it. Sometimes our fear is that we will be told that we support this, then when we initiate it, you are abandoned halfway into this particular exercise. This is a matter we are all pursuing, Mr. Speaker, to safeguard our democracy and to ensure that Ghana has a credible voter register for the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that the NDC is not against the use of the national ID card, but we are saying that make that public good easily available and easily accessible to every Ghanaian deserving to have the national ID card. Therefore, we are saying that until that is done, the guarantor system must allow for other eligible voters to get onto the electoral commission register and into the national identity register for the purposes of 2024 presidential and parliamentary election. But we have to take steps as a house to clean the register of that into the foreseeable future. Mr. Speaker, it is also my recommendation that we make registration onto the Electoral Commission voter register an automatic, normal daily exercise for any Ghanaian who attains 18 years under Article 42 if our digital landscape is working as it should work. With these words, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend you and commend leadership, at least for building a consensus on a matter very dear to our democracy, to safeguard the right to vote and the right to be registered to vote. Parliament remains a guardian and protector of fundamental human rights and freedom. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion. And let me start off by commending leadership, both sides of the House. Our new minority leader and his team, and of course, the leader of the House. And Speaker, I cannot do this by leaving you out. I can't leave you out for the wisdom and the guidance you've shown and given in this engagement and discourse. Let's also not forget as a House that we have traversed a very difficult and tortuous path. I think a path that was interspersed with very tense moments. This indeed is a victory and also a testimony that if we are willing, or when we are willing to engage, we can ultimately rake in some benefits and we can do away with the tension and all the unnecessary engagement. So we started off with a challenge of funding. And thankfully, we were able to bring the finance minister into this house, who came duly to apprise this house of his readiness and preparedness to deal with the funding gap. And I'm confident to say that even as we engage now, the funding challenge has been dealt with. Then there was a concern about registration centers, the limited nature of that. Leadership again engaged and dealt with that. Then last but not the least, concern about the NIA card being used as a sole form of identification. That ultimately also has been dealt with. We cannot forget the team, the interim team that was put by guidance of the leader of the House, the Honorable Mama Yaraga, the Honorable Ayeni, the Honorable Atachia, the Honorable Afejo Maki, the deputy leader, who have all played a yeoman's role for us to be where we are today. I listened to the former minority leader who makes good reference to Article 42. But fact be told that if you read the report, reference has been made to the Constitution. And by implication, I am convinced that that article has been touched on and there should be no qualms about it. So it's a day of victory for us. And I'm particularly happy we don't need to subject this to a further debate. Concerns about trust. I don't think there is any challenge or any concern about trust as to whether one side will do its part of the bargain. That is the reason why we are determined and so minded to adopt this report, so that the roadmap will be defined. And Honorable Haruna Idris, you rightly observe that we also have the inherent powers in the Constitution. Article 11(7) gives us the power to be able to annul. So once we are united and determined to pursue a particular path, there should be no cause of worry. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge members to not to belabor the point. The report is clear. Let's adopt it, and then we can proceed forward. We have a tall business for the day, so that we can prosecute the business for the day and call it a day. But once again, I want to commend leadership, the new leadership who have shown maturity, absolute maturity, and of course the leader of the House in this negotiation for us to arrive at this point of consensus. With these words, Speaker, I speak wholly in support and urge the entire House to support the motion for the adoption of this report. I thank you.
Honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable Dr. Dominic Ayine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole on the draft public elections registration of voters regulations 2023 and related matters. Mr. Speaker, before I make my substantive contribution, there are a number of issues in the report itself that I want to point out. So, for instance, if you take paragraph 3.0, it says that the two committees, that is, I think the report is not numbered in terms of pages. It says that these two committees, that is a reference to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee and the Special Budget Committee, submitted reports to the plenary. Mr. Speaker, after our pre-laying meeting with the EC, no report was presented to Parliament. And so it must be corrected because we submitted no report as a matter of record in this House. So I think that should be corrected.
Right, I don't see that in the report. I don't see that in what I have. Paragraph 2 says, subsequent to the briefing above, the Special Budget Committee and the Subsidiary Legislation Committee of Parliament held pre-laying meetings with the EC to discuss a proposal by the EC in preparation towards election 2024. We do not say you presented a report to the House.
Mr. Speaker, maybe the report, the one that I have, the draft that I have, is different from what you are reading from. Because what I have here says that the committees subsequently submitted reports to the plenary session of Parliament. And we never submitted any report. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, there were two germane issues. Mr. Speaker, this is a report that has been signed by yourself and then Joanna Abinasechi AJ, Mrs. Yes. There's a problem. Okay.
Honorable, your report seems to be different. We try to capture a bit of the journey. It's not numbered, but he's reading paragraphs. The paragraphs are numbered, but the pages are not numbered. So he was reading a paragraph. But that is not what is in the report that I have and assigned. Honorable Member, be as it may, could you continue? Yes, continue.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there were two principal issues that were of concern to this House. That was the use of the Ghana card as a sole proof of identity for purposes of registration. And then also the issue of using the district offices of the EC as registration centers. Now, the concern with the Ghana card, we all know, was that because the Ghana card was not available to most people in this country, especially in areas that were underserved by the NIA, there was a likelihood that if it was adopted, people will be disenfranchised. That was a concern of this House, which was expressed. And then also, the use of the district was going to also make it either difficult or impossible for people to go and register. Mr. Speaker, your committee has captured both issues very accurately in terms of the concerns that were expressed in this House. Mr. Speaker, the only problem that I have with respect to the registration centers is the fact that we are saying that the centers should be the electoral areas within the district of the commission and should be done on a rotational basis, which means that administrative arrangement must be put in place by the EC itself so that they can rotate from electoral area to electoral area. Now, what this also means is that if you have an electoral area that is geographically expansive, it may also make it very difficult for persons within the electoral area to reach the registration. So we were proposing that if an electoral area is geographically expansive, the registration center should not be more than 10 kilometers. That was a proposal that was made when consultations were being made within a parliament for this problem to be resolved. So I think, Mr. Speaker, apart from this one, the issue relating to the use of the guarantor system has been accurately captured by your committee. Mr. Speaker, we all know that, as the Honourable former Minority Leader has pointed out, once the CI is laid here, we cannot make any changes. And this was decided by the Supreme Court in Stephen Nee, Bote, Okan and others versus the EC and the Attorney General. And therefore, in the circumstances where we are making proposals, it will be incumbent upon the EC to incorporate these into the CI before coming to lay. If that doesn't happen, at the end of the day, it will be impossible for us to make any amendment if the CI is laid in the form in which it was brought. So, Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that the adoption of the report of the committee and a communication officially to the EC will make it impossible for the EC to bring back the instrument as was proposed, and that when the instrument is brought back in its original form, this House will, in a united voice, tell the EC that that instrument will be annulled by this House. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the report of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, you may submit your contributions.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I rise in support of the motion before the House. Mr. Speaker, as part of the pre-laying mandates of the House, we met as a joint caucus and as a committee of the whole and discussed this CI. The Speaker, thereafter, leadership met and agreed on the issues that were dividing us, and eventually we arrived at a consensus on the way to go. Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasized that in coming to a conclusion, this matter was not an NDC against MPP matter. It was an issue that all of us had an interest in. So I would want to right away dispel any notion out there that whereas the NDC was against the EC for certain provisions in the proposed CI, the MPP was for the EC. Never was the case. Never. So that notion must be dispelled. It wasn't an NDC MPP affair. Never was it. Mr. Speaker, we identified ways of addressing the concerns of our electorates and the people who will need to register, and I've come to the conclusions. Which conclusions, Mr. Speaker? You've rightly captured them in the report. It is our hope that the Electoral Commission will look at it, subject it to its own internal systems, and then come back to us. But, Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasized that under the proposed guarantor system, should it be considered by the Electoral Commission, it is upon us to educate our people, because unlike the previous guarantor system, where the person is not required to depose to an affidavit in accordance with the Oaths Act, this one, the person is supposed to make a deposition on oath in accordance with the Oath Act. So let us as parliamentarians, as stakeholders, take note and educate our people that those who may not have the Ghana card, no impression should be given them that they can just go and say that they can serve somebody to guarantee without doing so on oath. It is only a commissioner of oath who has taken that oath before the Chief Justice, who has the mandate, the power to administer that oath. So no such impression should be created as though because there is a guarantor system, anybody at all could go to say that I am guaranteeing for somebody as existed previously. That is not the case. So in effect, Mr. Speaker, it's because under Ghana card you must depose to an affidavit on oath. Now we are saying that in the absence of a Ghana card, do the same thing, depose to an affidavit on oath. It's one and the same thing. So I don't see why we are splitting heads, and I don't see why some others had problems, because we have arrived at the same destination. So, Mr. Speaker, without more, I'll rest my case and encourage colleagues to support this motion, and again, of course, remind EC that they should also look at the framework of their mandates, and then if there is anything, they get back to us as a house. But this is one voice of the house that we are sending a message accordingly to them to look at our view. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion, and in doing so, I want to call on colleagues on both sides of the House to vote vehemently yes to adopt this report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Speaker, why am I saying so? The Committee of the Whole took into consideration most of the items that were dragging the two sides not to be able to arrive at a consensus and iron them out.
So adopting this report, voting yes for the acceptance of this report, Mr. Speaker, will do this country a great deal. Mr. Speaker, why are we at where we are and where are we now? If you read the report carefully, most of the promises and the assurances that are always given, Mr. Speaker, all of them were not met. Even the latest promise and assurance that was given by the Electoral Commission, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, during the Committee of the Whole, has also not been met. The assurance that was given by the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana National Identification Authority card had also not been met. So if most assurances were given time in and again, and all of those assurances are not being met, why can one take an entrenched position to say that I'm going ahead to do this? Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole was held on the 28th of February 2023. Mr. Speaker, the assurance that was given by the CEO of the National Identification Authority here was that within 11 days, and that question was asked by the majority chief whip, that, Minister for Finance was here, Chairperson of Electoral Commission was here, CEO for National Identification Authority was here, that within 11 days, Ghanaians who had been registered but were not given their cards, within 11 days, each of them was going to be given their cards. Mr. Speaker, from 28 February 2023, today is 31st March 2023. How many 11 days can you get from March? How many 11 days? Even that, looking into the faces of both sides, I don't want to say we've been deceived, but that promise has been mixed. Then secondly, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Mahama Yariga made it clear on that day here that what you want to do, we've been there before. As a country, when we were passing the National Identification Authority law, we took away the guarantor system. For some years, the National Identification Authority could not make any headway without the guarantor system. So in 2012, they came back to this house. And when they came, their plea was that, you took away the guarantor system, we are not able to make any headway. Therefore, Parliament, make amendment and reinstate the guarantor system in our law. And that is how come the guarantor system found its way in the National Identification Authority law. So why would the Electoral Commission be practicing something that somebody had practiced and failed? You don't copy failures. You copy successes. What the National Identification Authority had done and passed is what we are calling on the Electoral Commission to copy. Mr. Speaker, the second point, the use of the Ghana card. We are always commenting on those who have been registered but have not received their cards. Mr. Speaker, not only that, we requested from the Chief Executive of the National Identification Authority to submit before this House, district by district, constituency by constituency, how many people or how many Ghanaians have been registered in the various constituencies. Mr. Speaker, this is the report. Where is the data? How many people have been registered in the Bana constituency? How many of them have been given their cards? And how many are left to be registered? You said, he said, I have it on my computer. When I leave here, I will get it for you. We are adopting the report of the committee without that data being given. Members will be going on recess today. It would have been appropriate for members to be given the data so that tomorrow when the Honorable MP for Saboba is in Saboba, he will go to the office of the National Identification Authority office in Saboba to take the data and cross-check what he has been given here. When the Honorable Okujato goes to Northtown, he will take the number that he's been given here and just oppose it with the number that is registered on the ground there. Mr. Speaker, we've not been given. why is it becoming so difficult for the National Identification Authority to release that data to MPs? And you are talking of trust deficit. How can I trust you when common information that I said, give it to me? How many people in my constituency have you registered? You are reluctant to give it to me. So if me, a member of parliament, in a privileged position, I'm being denied such a vital information. Mr. Speaker, what is secret about it? So, Mr. Speaker, we will join our colleagues on both sides, all the 275, to vote yes and adopt the report. I want to make a case. After adopting the report, it will be appropriate for members to still get access to the data to know how many people have been registered in our various constituencies. And the report has been so clear that the pre-laying processes that were taken and the amendments that are here must be traced before the CI will be brought to this house for laying. Mr. Speaker, having been convinced by everything in this report, I still once again want to commend leadership and your good self for showing leadership and assisting the chairperson of the Electoral Commission to save Ghana's 30 years democracy. I so support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Minister of Energy, Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempe. It's your turn.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, after listening to colleagues when the Electoral Commissioner and then came to visit us, Mr. Speaker, when I hear colleagues claim that continuous registration can be done anywhere else than permanent offices, then I understand they don't understand the system. Mr. Speaker, he's not talking about mobilizing or mopping up voters for a particular exercise. Said every single day, continuous registration will become available. And when somebody says we should rotate it among electoral areas, how are we going to do that? Election is a vote on a single day or 2 days. That can be accommodated. But to say Electoral Commission should have permanent offices every day in our electoral areas, it is not possible. So people are really confusing what the Electoral Commission wants to do.
Yes, just a minute. Yes, Honorable Mama Yanga.
Mr. Speaker, I was involved in all the discussions leading to the drafting of the provision that you are discussing. The provision initially contemplated, the provision initially contemplated continuous registration in the offices of the Electoral Commission. Then there was an argument that in the past, the Electoral Commission afforded people the opportunity to register in their communities. And so, to make provision for only continuous registration in the offices of the Electoral Commission will be unfair to new registrants. And so, we should couch a provision, Mr. Speaker, that enabled the Electoral Commission to dedicate a time when they will allocate for every electoral area a date and period when they will come there and then offer them the opportunity to register maybe for a week or two, after which they will fold up and go back to their office, and for the rest of the year, those who miss that opportunity during the outreach program will then have to follow them to their offices and register. So it was an effort to combine the two systems, one in which people are afforded opportunities in their community and one in which the Electoral Commission does continuous registration. And it was because we understood that the infrastructure would be different if it is continuous. And so they will have just few machines, and therefore they could not at the same time deploy in all communities. That we said they could do it on a rotational basis in the various electoral areas. This is how we came by this provision in our recommendation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, it's just a point of information. But because your name is not among the list submitted to me, and that you were part of the discussions and negotiations, that's why I gave you enough time. So please, Minister, you are saying the same thing, but from different angles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, my honourable, very good friend, Mama Yariga from Boko Sectoral, in his elucidation, she makes exactly my point. Continuous registration has been part of the registration system since the 1992 Constitution came. Mr. Speaker, what happens in the constituencies, electoral areas, is what we term limited registration exercises. If you say continuous registration and you are moving it from one point to the other, at any time it is not continuous registration for somebody. That's why there is a difference. And at limited registration, the Electoral Commission mobilizes more money, comes for more money from Parliament and the Finance Ministry to do those type of things, which I totally agree with you. But for the continuous registration that is going to happen every day during the working days of the week, it cannot happen. That's the only thing I'm saying. So yes, it has never been done. It has never been done. And employing the number of people for over 4,700 people for every electoral area is a huge tax for the Electoral Commission to do only just registration. That's why I'm saying that sometimes we have to be careful and listen to what is happening. What we are trying to describe is what we call limited registration exercise, which is also well catered for in the law. And that is why I'm saying that members should be careful. We cannot confuse the two. We cannot confuse the two. We cannot confuse the two. The Electoral Commission has permanent officers in every district. So it is easier to tell everybody that we go to those venues if you are available. And then I believe that periodically there should be what we call limited registration to do a mass registration or a top-up for many people. That is what I wanted to say, that we had confused ourselves and boxed ourselves into a corner. As to using the national identity card and the national identity card, Mr. Speaker, it's neither here nor there. I think with time, we will all come to the point that the only card we can use is a national ID card. In 2012, when we passed the identity register law, we said electoral purposes, let's use ID card, the national ID card. We didn't see anything wrong with that. But interestingly, almost the same district and electoral regional offices of the EC, that is where the NIA is also located. They are located in the district assemblies of areas very near. So for somebody to say, I don't have a national ID card, so I cannot go for a voter's ID card, when both are doing simultaneous registration, we are not helping people to go and do the national ID as well as the voter's registration. That is where I thought we could tamper our stance. Because the national ID card is also being done continuously in district and regional offices. In districts and regional offices. So even if you don't have it and you turn up in a national ID card office, you will get it and be able to go and register. Because both are being done pari passu or continuously. So Mr. Speaker, sometimes when the issues come, we have to really think through it very well and look back at our constituencies and look at the infrastructure that is there. In the electoral area that you are going, you might not even have electricity in any area available 24/7 for the Electoral Commission to do that card. That is what I wanted to draw members' attention to, that we have made so much noise and sometimes we don't seem to even understand ourselves what we are talking about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
we in the minority had three main concerns with the proposed CI. The first relates to the fact that the Electoral Commission intended to use the Ghana card as the only source document for registration to become a voter. Mr. Speaker, the other one relates to the exclusion of the guarantor system, and the last one relates to the fact that the Electoral Commission intended to use only the district offices as the basis of continuous registration. Speaker, I can confirm that our concerns has been addressed adequately in the Committee of the Hole's report. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to thank your good self for chairing the Committee of the Whole, and then the Majority Leader, my colleague, for leading us into a path of consensus. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we are to work together, we'll be able to arrive at consensus going forward. Mr. Speaker, today is a victory for democracy. It's a victory for the very survival of our democracy. Because, Mr. Speaker, clearly, this CI has indeed divided the nation, particularly on political lines. So we charting a course that will mean that we at a consensus will mean that we have agreed to continue the path that we have always wished to be there. Mr. Speaker, but most importantly, I wish to draw the House's attention to the conclusion of the report. That says that the committee further urges the House to officially communicate to the EC of its decision for favorable consideration before finalization and presentation of the new CI to Parliament for passage into law. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add that it is the responsibility of the Committee of the House responsible for special subsidiary legislation to ensure compliance during pre-laying before the CI is laid. And I will urge the Chair and members of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee to pay particular attention to the House's position. Mr. Speaker, this is the position of the entire House, not only one side of the House. Members of Parliament have united in this matter, and we insist that the subsidiary legislation committee must ensure strict compliance to the proposals that we have actually outlined in the Committee of the Hole's report. Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank you for the leadership that you have led us to in arriving at this major consensus, and as I said, it's a victory for our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak in support of the adoption of the report from the Committee of the Whole on the draft public elections registration of voters regulations 2023 that the AC had intended to submit to the House. Mr. Speaker, as earlier speakers have spoken to, there were two main issues that we were confronted with. The first, as the Minority Leader in summing up has indicated, relates to the use of the Ghana card as the sole vehicle for the identification of Ghanaian citizens for purposes of registration to vote. Mr. Speaker, now there arose some contention around this issue because of a couple of issues. One is the fact that whereas the Electoral Commission indicated to us that they have on their books close to 17 million Ghanaians who have been registered, the Statistical Department indicates to us that by 2024, the number of eligible Ghanaians who will qualify to vote will be in the region of 19 million. That then means that there's a shortfall of about 2 million. Now, the issue is how to register the 2 million additional. Now, for the Commission They have registered over 600,000 Ghanaians who have been issued cards but have not picked the cards up from the centers. That cannot be the fault of the commission. There are, however, over 500,000 that the commission, the Identification Authority, has registered, but that the Identification Authority is not in a position to supply them with cards because of lack of funds. Now, the commission, if we agreed to the passage of the CI, will be required to begin the continuous registration. Now, if people went before them, they were required to produce the Ghana card. Through no fault of theirs, over 512,000 people who have been registered by the NIA and have not been issued with their cards. How were those people to identify themselves before the Electoral Commission? So we said to the Commission that because of this, and the fact also that you require new people who have come of age, who've turned 8, who now have to submit themselves before the NIA, but who through no fault of theirs, and also through no fault of the NIA, they cannot submit themselves because there's no money to process them. How were you going to capture them? It's the reason why we appeal to the EC to tarry until the NIA was able then to afford every eligible Ghanaian the right to register with the NIA in order to submit same card before the EC to be registered to vote. So that is the gap. And that is what we raised with the Commission, that they should attend to this one. They should be mindful of this gap. Mr. Speaker, so the Commission then wrote to us, or after our engagement, that the CI that they submitted to us, or they intended to submit to us, was a series of meetings. It was born out of a series of meetings with the parties at IPAC. So they said to us that they want to ferry our concerns back to IPAC for consideration before coming back to us. I think at the point in time, the insistence by members on the other side was that no, you should factor it into the CI. And we all know that that cannot be done. I think that was the point of this agreement. But now that we've agreed to ferry our concerns to the EC, I think let's stay on that course for them to be given ample time to have their own consultations. The other matter that my colleague related to, that the EC have designated district centers as the only centers of registration, is not entirely accurate. From the CI, they had indicated that apart from the district offices, they also submit themselves to centers that they deem appropriate. And we further expanded that. We thought that was too limited, that we should define some zonal centers, which eventually metamorphosed into electoral areas. So that is it. The CI, the Speaker, with respect, never said they were going to restrict themselves to district centers alone. That is not it. We rather said that in addition to that, when they said to us that they would, apart from district centers, also create additional centers. The zonal was our own creation. The committee proposed zonal centers. It didn't come from the EC. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we are adding them on this. And I thought that if we agreed on this at the very outset, what we did last week would have been unnecessary. Now we come back in a U-turn to engage the EC. What progress have we made? But it's important that at least the House is united behind this. Let's submit it to the EC, and I believe that with goodwill on all sides, the Electoral Commission will be strongly urged to consider our proposals. Colleagues, when I don't think that we should also let it seem that willy-nilly this is what must be done. Otherwise, they also fall in the trap of controlling the EC in the performance of their functions. We should be careful, but we should strongly urge that these are our strong opinions. Until you get there, we are commending this to you. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm really happy with the statement on page, what is the page? The last but two page, which says that the EC should tarry slowly until every eligible voter is afforded the opportunity to register and procure the Ghana card before the registration of such a compulsion. Mr. Speaker, that is at the heart of it. So, not until we get there, we should tarry a while. Or if we get there, what happens? If we get there, if every eligible Ghanaian is afforded the opportunity, we must then admit that then that becomes the sole vehicle for identification of Ghanaians for purposes of registration. That is what has not been stated here. But that, we should all agree, should be the ultimate. Once every citizen is afforded the opportunity to register, and the person elects not to register, that's his own beef. But once the opportunity is afforded every Ghanaian, every eligible Ghanaian to register with the NIA and for purposes of registration as a voter, we're able to exhibit that card. That should be the sunset clause. That should be the sunset clause, even though we have not put it here. We decided that it was not worthy to put it there. But that was the general understanding, that once we reach that watershed, then we resort to the Ghana card as the only vehicle of the identification. Mr. Speaker, I'm stating this for purposes of emphasis, and I think that we are all added them on the issue that we have raised in respect of the qualification criteria and the designation of centers. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable members, honourable members, honourable members, honourable members, this report is a compilation of other reports that had already been considered by the House and concerns from earlier committees. After the meeting of the Committee of the Whole, we continued the consultation, and we usually reach out to the Electoral Commission. And so this is compiled from all those inputs. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to chair the meeting of the Committee of the Whole. I personally got involved, and you can see that even the typing of the report is from an amateur, not a professional. So my hands are there. These concerns we raised were all taken into consideration. The purpose was for us to speak with one voice. And I'm happy, after so much discussions, negotiations, we finally got this far, and we are speaking with one voice. We are now not dependent on assurances. No, we are not dependent on assurances. The House as a whole is making input into the preparation of the CI. Mind you, a CI, constitutional instrument, is different from an executive instrument. In an executive instrument, is issued by the executive. We don't have any hand in its passage. In a constitutional instrument, we have. By law, we cannot compel the Electoral Commission to perform its function. Neither can they also compel us to perform our functions. And so, this is built, as stated in the report, that when this is captured, the position of the House is captured, then the new CI can be submitted, admitted, and then considered by the House. If that is not done, definitely we have a say. And it was agreed by leadership that it will not be admitted and considered by the House. That is the position of leadership. That is the position, that is what made us take that time in preparing the report. And in fact, today, I spent the whole day trying to get all these concerns together. So you can be sure that, yes, the Electoral Commission can perform its duty, but as a House, we also have to perform our duty. It's our function. It's not the function of the Electoral Commission. And the former minority leader referred to Article 11.7. That definitely was taken into consideration. We have widened the perimeters of consultation. Law is part of the process of policy formulation. And policy formulation is not by any individual agency of the Constitution. Government leads in policy formulation. And all citizens are given the opportunity to make inputs. That is why we are doing, because of the technical nature of Article 11.7. So be assured that this is the understanding. If it comes and there are any other people thinking that it's only mad people who don't change their minds, that statement itself is not correct, because the mad people don't have any mind to change. When we are talking about mind, we are talking about a sound mind. So if you don't have a sound mind, how can you change it? So that is the position we took. And based on that, we are going to consider other businesses before the House. And we will consider the businesses together. Please, that is the understanding. And I want this reflected in the Hansard, the official report. The leaders mandated me after the adoption to officially, that's why the last conclusion, the last paragraph talks about communication to the EC. I will have to write and attach the position of the House, because we are calling on it to consider our input. That is what we are doing. Please, I'm going to put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the report, I'm not too sure we are having the same report, because earlier on, Honorable Dr. Ayine referred to some paragraphs which is not in what I have. That's why I'm not. Honorable Member putting the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the report, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief.
Speaker, may we turn to page 29 of today's order paper. We are taking item 40. Item 40, page 29.
Honorable members, item 40 at page 29 of the original order paper. Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Honorable members, yes, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Ranking Member on the Finance Committee is just telling me that the second reading of this motion had not been done. So if you can give him the opportunity to explain what he's saying, you must speak to the mic.
You left at a very wrong time. At short.
Excise duty. No, take this and that's what he's saying.
Honorable members, I'm talking about item 40, Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Clause 1.
Scheduled to Act 878 amended.
There is an amendment proposed by Honorable Dr. Kesel A.B. Forson and Honorable Mahama Yarga. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first, let me say that there was a bit of mix-up. The Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022. We did a second reading some time ago for the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022. So you are right. It's now time for consideration. Mr. Speaker, I have proposed an amendment. Clause 1. Clause 1, amendment proposed. Delete. Mr. Speaker, I am proposing that we delete the Excise Duty Amendment Bill for a simple reason that, Mr. Speaker, currently the country is going through very difficult times. inflation is at hyper levels, in excess of 50%, hyperinflation. Mr. Speaker, the government, as part of the 2023 budget, decided to remove discount on benchmark values. As a result, prices of goods and services at the port is already going up. Again, Mr. Speaker, it is obvious.
Honourable members, there's too much noise. I can't even hear what the minority leader is saying. Yes, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that as a result of the depreciation of our currency, prices of goods and services, particularly items that are imported, prices are going up. Again, the government increased value-added tax, and as a result, import VAT has gone up by 2.5%. So prices of goods and services are actually very high. Any attempt to increase excise duties will mean that the ordinary Ghanaian is going to suffer. Already disposable incomes has been reduced. But what this government seeks to do is to impose taxes, additional taxes. One of the taxes they intend to impose is to impose a 20% tax on apetishi. Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at page 4, item 6, increase in taxes, spirits, including apetishi. This government is increasing the tax on apetishi, or introducing a tax on apetishi, 20% on ex-factory price, 20%. Aside that, they are saying that water, including mineral water and in all descriptions, are going up. Mineral water is going up 20%. Irritated water 20%, non-alcoholic beer going up 20%, energy drinks, non-alcoholic, all of them, Mr. Speaker. From the document that I have, clearly you are seeing that the rate of change is going to be 20% if this is approved. Mr. Speaker, on that basis, I'm of the firm belief that Ghanaians are already going through very, very difficult times, and this is not the time for us to increase the prices of goods and services, particularly by introducing an excise duty. Mr. Speaker, since last week, I have received a number of petitions. Some of the petition is coming from Guta. Guta has sent a very interesting love letter to us. The love letter is basically telling us to stand with them and to reject these taxes, because they believe that if care is not taken and these taxes are imposed, Mr. Speaker, the way they do business is going to be difficult and ordinary Ghanaian is going to suffer. Apart from Guta, Mr. Speaker, Food and Beverage Association have also petitioned Parliament, and they are saying that we should reject these taxes for them, because they believe that prices of goods and services are going to go up, including malt. Mr. Speaker, I have also received petition from AGI, the Association of Ghana Industries. They've also petitioned us, and they are saying that we should reject this tax. Mr. Speaker, clearly, the people of Ghana do not want to see an increase in excise duties. Yes, I believe that the government will need revenue, but my position, Mr. Speaker, is that yes, the government needs revenue, but when they prepared the budget for the year 2023, the budget assumed that they are going to make payment, debt service payment. The government had to take the country through domestic debt restructuring, and as a result, they are saving 40 billion cedis. 40 billion cedis in savings. So if you save 40 billion cedis from domestic debt restructuring and another 21 billion from external debt payment, so Speaker, clearly you are having 61 billion free money that you did not budget for. So if you have 61 billion, all these taxes put together, making another 4 billion, you can give it as relief to the people of Ghana. So Speaker, we believe that the people of Ghana deserve some relief Because already you have imposed an illegal inflation tax of 50% on goods and services. And so it is only right for you to recognize that the ordinary Ghanaian is going through unbearable hardship and to give them the necessary relief. So, Speaker, it is of this reason that I believe that we should reject these taxes that the government intend to impose. The Speaker, we are doing this for our own sake. We are doing this for the people of Ghana, and I believe the government should think about it, because if it has to do with revenue, you already have some money available as a result of the debt restructuring. The debt restructuring has made money available to you, and you can align them. Cut your expenditure and use that also to support this. 4 billion, Mr. Speaker, is something that we believe the government can make do. Yes, the budget made provision, that is the savings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Deputy. Yes, Majority Leader.
The Speaker, with respect, I think where we are at the consideration stage of the bill. The minority leader gets up and is arguing about the principle of the introduction. Mr. Speaker, may I draw his attention to Order 1282. Where we are, you talk to your amendment and justify it. Mr. Speaker, you taking us back to discuss the principle of the introduction. It's totally wrong. It's totally wrong. But Mr. Speaker, this is not to contribute to the debate, but just to usher in the Deputy Minister for Finance.
Honorable leaders, when any member wants to be ushered in, the member will request for it. Allow her to put across a case. Please, Deputy Minister for Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want us to know that it's not just about government raising revenue, but it's also for health reasons. That is why government is including certain items in the schedule. There's an existing schedule. What government is seeking to do is to make sure we put some percentage on sugary items, like the fruit juice that contains sugar. That is what government seeks to do here. So government is also looking at protecting the health of its citizens. And again, we've seen an influx of tobacco in this country. Government has also included tobacco in this schedule to reduce the consumption of tobacco, especially by the youth. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not just about raising taxes. Again, government is seeking to harmonize the way these items are listed on the schedule compared to what is done internationally. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, in this bill seeks to correct the fact that there is more on BS than spirits. So government is correcting that imbalance to make sure that the spirit that contains more alcohol the excise duty on that one is relatively higher than beer. So that is what government seeks to do with this. It is not just about raising revenue, but it's also about correcting our lifestyles to make sure we have a healthy lifestyle. And Mr. Speaker, the minority leader also mentioned that we are going to make a savings of about 40 billion with the debt exchange. But he should also bear in mind that there is a deficit that we have to address. And so once we make some savings, it will reduce our deficits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mama Yarga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House represents the people of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, there is no tax proposal that, in my opinion, has galvanized the public much more than what is before us. Mr. Speaker, the media has carried several reports of different stakeholders directly petitioning your office and honorable members against this tax proposal. So, Speaker, I will refer to the statements of some of these critical stakeholders. I have a statement by the Ghana Federation of Labour, in which the Ghana Federation of Labour has said, Mr. Speaker, in our quote, that consequent upon the virtual unanimous approval of His Excellency the President's new nominees for ministerial and judicial appointments, in spite of the prevailing financial crunch and considering the plight of workers under the escalated cost of living, as a result of the insensitive economic policies of government, the Ghana Federation of Labour deems appropriate to draw attention of members of parliament to do the needful and to halt further deterioration of the conditions of living of people to avert social upheavals.
Yes, honorable member, you don't re-argue or rehash the submissions at the second reading of the bill. So put a cross on this and I'll put the question.
Mr. Speaker, this bill has only one clause. Only one clause. And it is that clause that has the tax. And then the schedule details all the items and the corresponding taxes.
Yes, honorable member, I'm aware, but there was no, we are now at consideration. But there was a second reading where you debated.
Mr. Speaker, we are saying that colleagues should vote in support of our amendment.
Yes.
And this argument is to justify why we are asking colleagues to vote in support, deleting clause 1, which is the charging provision.
Yes, honorable member, you put that across and you indicated that at the consideration stage you will propose an amendment. That is what you do at the second reading. So already you put these views across and therefore indicated to the House that you'll be coming with an amendment. So that is known. You don't re-argue because this is consideration stage. So you summarize it, but you are going to documents and petitions again. That is the issue I'm raising.
No, Mr. Speaker, it is
honorable member, yes. Honorable member, I'm in charge here. I know how these things are debated. Please. So you just end and let me put the question. It's consideration stage.
Mr. Speaker, indeed it is consideration stage, and I do agree with you that during second reading the policy underpinnings was debated. But then because it's a one clause bill and it contains all the items and the various taxes. So Speaker, I will take the items one after the other and analyze why I think that honorable colleagues should vote against it. But I'm just drawing attention to the fact
that... Are you saying that at the second reading you didn't do that? At the second reading you didn't do that?
Mr. Speaker, at the second reading, the policy considerations were considered. But as we speak now, the specific provisions are what we are going to look at. They want to tax mineral water. They want to tax beverages. Mr. Speaker, I want to argue that children are going to be hurt most because they are the ones generally who take these beverages. And I hear the Honorable Deputy Minister argue that They are taxing for health considerations as a measure to prevent more people from taking these products. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the Honorable Minister. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the items, the principal consideration for imposing these taxes is not just health considerations. It is more of revenue generation, and indeed they indicate how much they will be generating as revenue if they succeed in imposing these taxes.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the deletion of clause 1 of the Excise Duty Amendment Act, Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the noes have it. Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, you've just put the question on the amended motion, the proposal by the minority leader, and you said the noes have it. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to come under order 1132, and with your permission, I read. A member may call for head count or division if the opinion of the Speaker on the voice vote is challenged. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to stand on this provision and challenge the voice vote. In that regard, I want to call for a head count, because I strongly believe that the noes I heard on this side, and the yes I heard on this side, and the noes on that side. The Speaker, I'm not in a position to declare that the yes have it, but I think the yes have it. Based on the Speaker, I want to call for a head count.
Honourable members, the Deputy Minority Leader is right. He has challenged my decision on the voice vote, and therefore we'll do head count. Honourable members, kindly resume your seats. We are going to do head count. Table office. This is how we'll proceed with the head count. Honourable members, those in favor of the deletion of clause 1 should stand up and be counted. Honorable members, please resume your seats now. Honorable members, those against the deletion of clause 1, please stand up to be counted. members, resume your seats. Resume your seats. Resume your seats. Honorable members, the results of the head count are as follows. Those in favor of the deletion, that is those who have the ayes, 136. Those who are against the deletion, that is the noes, 137. Honorable members, it meant that honorable members, my decision on the voice vote has been vindicated and I was right. So the noes have it. Now the question is that clause 1 of the bill stands part of. Honorable members, clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, clause 1 stands part of the bill. We have a second amendment to the same clause. So I have not ordered a second amendment, and that one is by the chairman of the committee. Yes, move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is a committee amendment, and it is, of course, it's a clause amendment proposed. Subclause 2, after the table, delete. Subclause 2, after the table, delete. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Please, may you read that subclause? Read it so that we can get it properly. The numbering is a bit problematic.
Mr. Speaker, this subclause 2 reads, and I take it from the preamble. The excise duty indicated in the third column in relation to the goods listed under commodity description for tariff number 8 shall be 2, not less than 50% of the revenue accruing under tariff number 8, rated as plastic waste recycling fund. The committee deliberated and proposed the amendment, Mr. Speaker, that we delete this subclause.
Honorable members, this is an amendment proposed by the committee and moved by the chairman. Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against, no. Honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor Honorable members, those in favor of the amendment. Honorable members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've made inquiries. I've made inquiries from the back. The anger is as a result of the result that were declared that the Minister for Education was not in the chamber when the votes were cast, that he just entered. And that is why they are questioning that how come we have 137 on that side. And the Honorable Deputy Minister for Energy was also not there. So they are questioning that how come the Honorable Ejapamesa was not there, Honorable Minister for Education was not there, but we had 137 on that side. That is the cause of the anger behind me. But Mr. Speaker, this is simple. The cameras are here. So we can use the cameras to scan the whereabouts of the Honorable Ejapamesa up at the time that the votes were being cast. Mr. Speaker, that is the cause of the strong objection and the sound from behind. Now I say down.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, by our rules, the head count is conducted by tellers. The tellers are usually officers at the table. Honorable members, after the counting, they usually put it on paper. Honorable members, the results are submitted to the Speaker, and the Speaker reads the results. This is what, honorable members, please listen. This is what was submitted to me, and that is what I read to you. Now, when you start shouting, and you have so many of you speaking at the same time, that is disorder. By our rules, I have the power to do a number of things. I don't think those things are good for the House. And they are not also good for members of Parliament. That is why we have resisted, in fact, resisted all the temptations. It's not only me, even the earlier speakers. And so I will not do that. But I'm usually guided by your leaders. And so when you have a concern, the proper thing is to put it on paper and pass to your leaders in front. Then one of them will then stand up, and usually leaders catch the eye of the speaker. Then he can put across your concern, just like what the deputy minority whip has done. But when you all start shouting at the same time, that amounts to disorder. And the rules are clear as to what to do. Please, at this time, am I going to invite investigators? The question mark now is on the integrity of my tellers. How am I going to handle it? There is no guide in the standing orders. So, you may have to take action outside the standing orders. I may have to create that by standing order 6. Standing order 6. In all cases not provided for in these orders, Mr. Speaker shall make provisions as he deems fit. I hope after I've made the provision, you will not attack my integrity too. Yes, so I put the question on the second proposed amendment. I put the question on the second proposed amendment to clause 1. That was after that I heard the uproar. Yes. Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a simple proposal. The table office is here. They know the people they counted. And to settle this matter, it was a simple asking them whether the people in question were here, and if they can testify that they counted them, the matter settled. It was a very simple thing.
Honorable Member, the standing orders are clear. The standing orders say they should count the heads. In counting your heads, the tellers will not be able to identify the people and say that this is the honorable member for Jomro. I can identify her. No, they are counting the heads. You are standing. And so they will not be able to say whether a deputy minister or an MP for this constituency was present or not present. They cannot. The tellers cannot. They are counting your heads. Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, you are right. That is the more reason why when there's head count, you call on ministers of state who are not members of parliament. Use us. If
if ministers of state are sitting with members of parliament and you are counting hairs, Mr. Speaker, the probability that the hairs of the ministers of state who are not members of parliament will be counted is clear. And that, so going forward, you have just quoted order 6. In all cases not provided for in the standing orders, Mr. Speaker will judge as he deems fit. So, Mr. Speaker, going forward, I will want to appeal to you to use order 6 to make sure that when we get to certain stages, in order not to bring the clerks at table, their image into disrepute, they may not be able to identify the heads of MPs and the heads of non-MPs. But MPs and non-MPs are seated together. So, Mr. Speaker, going forward, use your discretion and use order 6 as well.
Honorable members, you had two options: a division or a head count. You are aware of these dangers and you opted for a head count. In the division, we are able to identify the people. In the head count, there are a number of types. This one, you agreed to stand up to be counted. You know that Mr. Speaker has allowed a number of head counts a number of times using some procedures. And I was guided by you and I followed it dito. I haven't departed from your guidance. It doesn't now lie in your mouth to come back and be raising the issues you are raising. So I like your conclusion going forward. That is how your leader concluded. Because now I can't go back. You know the procedure to be able to take the house back. That procedure you can adopt later. But as at now, my hands are tied. And so I put the question again. Those in favor of the deletion of subclause 2 of clause 1, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question on clause 1, the whole of clause 1. And the question is that clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 1 of the bill is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, the long title.
An Act to amend the Excise Duty Act 2014 at 878 to increase the excise duty in respect of cigarettes and tobacco products, wine, malt drinks and spirits, and to impose excise duty on sweetened beverages, including fruit juices, and on electronic cigarettes, liquid, electronic cigarettes, and electronic smoking devices.
Members, those in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the consideration stage of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopts the procedural motion.
Honorable Minister, you are completely out of order. Yes.
Speaker, shall we?
No, here.
Yes.
Speaker, shall we take item 41 on page 29, procedural motion by the Minister?
Honorable members, item 41, motion, Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adopts the procedural motion advertised as item 41, page 29 of today's order paper. I so move.
Honorable members, this is procedural.
So, Speaker, I second the motion.
Any seconder?
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Procedural, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to item 42, which is the substantive motion for the third reading of the bill. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a third time. I so move.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the third reading of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 has been moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. There being no consideration, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, honorable members, sure. I go the third time. Those in favor of the third reading of the bill, say aye. Those against, no. Honorable members, I think the ayes have it. Yes. Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I want to come under Order 1132 again. And this time, Mr. Speaker, I want to call for a division.
Honorable members, my decision on the voice vote has been challenged and a division has been called in this matter. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I think this is a complete abuse of our procedures. And Mr. Speaker, may I draw attention to Order 115, which provides that notwithstanding paragraph 1 of order number 114, Mr. Speaker may, after the lapse of 2 minutes from the claiming of a division, where in his opinion the division has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose this decision successively to rise in their places. Mr. Speaker, you may, if you think fit, either declare the termination of the House or direct that a division be held. Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that this is an abuse of the processes of this House. Mr. Speaker, it's already 9:15, and I would want to suggest that people would want to employ this result such that what's here to be conducted, the visit that is listed to be conducted, will not be conducted. And I will suggest strongly to this House that if this is a result, Mr. Speaker, with the greater respect, what is listed here, the business that is listed here, certainly will have to be transacted. And I'm saying so because, Mr. Speaker, we have been in communication with ourselves. We have been in communication with ourselves and discussing the better way to deal with this matter.
Honorable Majority Leader, we are at 113, then we'll proceed to 114. So 113, I could have said a head count. But when we come to 114, I'll call for the clearance of the gallery. Then after that, I put the question again. And then it's from there I can exercise that discretion. So we haven't abused it yet. We haven't. But I agree with your initial tenor of submission because I was guided by leadership in this matter. And it's that guidance I am implementing. So if there is a change, well, I'm prepared to go by it. But after the bell is rung, for 1 minute, I'll put the voice vote again. So that is what the rules say. In that case, I can only ask that the bell be rung for 1 minute. 1 minute. The bell be rung for 1 minute. Honourable members, I direct that the lobbies be cleared. In other words, non-members of parliament should leave the chamber, including the lobbies, non-members of parliament. I'm going to put a voice vote again. Honorable members, I put the question again. Honorable members, the Minister of Finance is seated in front. He moved the motion, but he is not entitled to a vote. He is not. The Constitution is clear, outstanding orders are clear. Throughout, I've been observing the Minister of Finance because he's very visible to see whether he's making an attempt to vote, voice vote. And it's his business we are considering, so he's properly seated. I put the question again. Honorable members, those in favor of the motion that the excise duty amendment bill 2022 be read the third time, say aye. Honorable members, when you vote this way by voice, it's very difficult to take a decision. When they say voice vote, it doesn't mean you should shout. And particularly a protracted shout. It makes it very difficult. So I'll put the question again. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, I declare once more, the ayes have it. Yes. Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I still rise to come under 1132 to challenge the voice vote and call for a division. I so do.
Honorable members, under Order 114, is entitled to do so. And so I'll call the tellers. If this time you want to announce the names of the tellers, you can tell me. And then I'll direct that a division be held. Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I write in opposition to the application by the Honorable Deputy Minority Whip. Mr. Speaker, the rules are not meant to be abused. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, I'm sure you want us to go the full hog. Now, in the division that you have requested for, we have to have 2 lobbies. One, the eyes lobby, the other, the nose lobby. And then the division clerks will have to be called upon to count you as you pass through the lobby. The house that you have, I don't know where you describe as nose lobby or eyes lobby. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you gave me the opportunity to advance my case when my colleagues decided to disrupt me. I thank you for the opportunity again. Mr. Speaker, I contend the duplication made by my respected colleague is an abuse of the rules of this House. Mr. Speaker, the same person called challenge the voice vote. You rang the bell. You repeated the voice vote. And Mr. Speaker, again, the ayes had it. It is so clear that, Mr. Speaker, he is only using this rule to frustrate government business. Mr. Speaker, we are here as a parliament to do what is right, to follow due process, and to provide justification well grounded in the rule. To challenge you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
kindly resume your seats.
Mr. Speaker, he cannot.
Deputy, resume your seat.
Oh, very well, Mr. Speaker, very well.
Honorable members, sitting is suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, order. 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 Honorable members, we're at page 30 of the order paper, item 42. I then put the question on the motion and taking a voice vote, I think on 3 occasions. And these were all challenged. And there was a call for division. And the call was from the Deputy Minority Whip. We had a challenge because we don't have division lobbies. But we can conduct a division in another way. I am not sure judging from the deepness of mistrust, you will accept the end of that result, because you all have to walk out of the chamber, and this left entrance, the middle entrance, those on my left, that is the minority, will come in from that place one by one to be counted. Those on my right will have to walk out and then come in through this door one by one to be counted. At the end of the day, honorable members, are you listening? Please, I'm not a yes sir. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Please, what I know, many of you don't know. If you read your standing orders, there are a lot of provisions concerning these processes. Your leaders know a lot of what I know. Yes, because not all the facts are available at your disposal, because you are not part of some of the discussions. So, if that will satisfy you, we can immediately conduct the division now. If not, the gentleman, the honorable member, the deputy minority whip, I will give him the opportunity to reconsider his objection. Then we can move on. We have a number of business to transact. The House has to go on recess. I am prepared to sit here till tomorrow afternoon. Yes, I volunteered to serve and to be speaker. So once duty calls, I must be prepared to respond accordingly. And so please, let's decide and move on. The rules are clear.
Mr. Speaker, we are in a learning process. If there's a new way of conducting the division, I think it's better we go by it.
I can use another head count, apart from the earlier process of you coming through the door and be counted. We can do another head count. I said I have some information which your leaders have that you don't have. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you are responsible for the observance of order in the House and in the interpretation of the standing orders. If that is how you want us to go by the division, I say we are in your hands, we can do that.
Honorable members, so I propose we go through another head count. If you have your standing orders, you can read Order 114, Rule 4. You will learn something from it, and then we do the head count, and that will be taken into consideration. Order 114, Rule 4. So please tell us, can we conduct another head count? Honorable members, those in favor that the SR Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read the third time should stand up to be counted. That's why I said 11404. Honorable members, resume your seats. Those against the third reading, please stand to be counted. Honorable members, resume your seats.
This one.
Honorable members, I'm sure you all read the standing order I referred you to. And so I will not read it to you. What the tellers have submitted, the ayes 137, the noes 136. Honorable members, you have to as you sit, God created the human being in a very beautiful way. As I'm looking at you, I can't see my back. That is how you are. As you sit, you can't see your back. As I sit, I can see your front, I can see your back. As you sit, you can see my front, you can see my back. I go by the rules, and that's what I'm applying. Please, I will not do anything untoward. If you want, see me in chambers. Honorable members, with this, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 is read the third time and passed.
An act to amend the Excise Duty Act 2014 Act 878 to increase the excise duty in respect of cigarettes and tobacco products, wine, malt drinks and spirits, and to impose excise duty on sweetened beverages, including fruit juices and on electronic cigarette liquids, electronic cigarettes and electronic smoking devices.
Yes, leaders, any guidance?
Speaker, page 30, item 43. To be taken.
Honorable members, item 43, Income Tax Amendment number 2 Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Honorable members, clause 1.
Section 2A inserted.
There is an amendment proposed by 2 members of parliament, leader and Honorable Mahama Yarga. You may move your amendment now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 1, amendment proposed. Delete. Mr. Speaker, I propose this amendment for a simple reason that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 is going to impose additional hardship on the Ghanaian taxpayer. Mr. Speaker, this tax seeks to impose taxes, withholding tax on Lotto. Mr. Speaker, what this government seeks to do is that if you are to stake Lotto, the winnings will be taxed at 20%. This government seeks to introduce a tax on gambling, introduce a tax on online betting, and then, Mr. Speaker, on a number of things. Another tax handle that this government seeks to increase is to increase the upper band of income tax to 35%. So, Speaker, this government inherited a marginal rate for income tax at 25%. For a period of 6 years, they have increased the marginal rate by 10 percentage points. At the time that disposable income has been eroded badly by inflation. Speaker, as we speak, workers are suffering. The ordinary Ghanaian taxpayer is suffering on the back of huge taxes. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it is only right that this government abandon the introduction of an additional tax. Speaker, this income tax amendment bill before us is introducing 5 different taxes, 5 different tax handles. And that is why I am of the view that this tax should not be allowed to pass. The ordinary Ghanaian is already going through very difficult times. And so the government must give some form of relief to the Ghanaian worker and not to be seen piling on taxes and piling on taxes. So, Speaker, I submit.
Honorable members, I actually talked about clause 1, but the honorable member has moved the amendments on clause 1 and 2 and 3, 7. Clause 1, 2, and 7. Those are the taxes he has referred to. I will allow his co-sponsor to speak to those amendments. Then I'll put the questions and then you vote. Separately, not together. No, okay. Honorable members, those in favor, I'll start from clause 1. There are 2 proposed amendments to clause 1. One by the 2 and the second one by the chairman of the committee. So I put to clause 1. Those in favor of the proposed amendment to delete clause 1, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. Clearly, the noes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question. No, there's a second proposed amendment by the chairman. Let's hear the chairman. Yes, chairman, clause 1 proposed amendment, section 2A.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there's a committee amendment to clause 1. And if you permit me, I'd like to move that amendment.
You want to do what?
I want to move that amendment.
Sorry?
I want to move an amendment to clause 1 in the name of the committee.
That is why I call upon you to do.
So, clause 1, amendment proposed, subsection 1, line 5. And Speaker, I seek leave again to correct what has been indicated there as line 4. It ought to be line 5. So, subsection 1, line 5, delete total income. I so move, Mr. Speaker. The new rendition, Mr. Speaker, then becomes, despite subsection 2, a person may be required to compute and pay tax on a minimum chargeable income of 5% of turnover where the person has been declaring losses for the previous 5 years of assessment. Full stop.
Honorable members, I'm sure you got the proposed amendment just to delete total income. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable members, I put the question on clause 1. And the question is that clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is hereby ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Section 6 of Act 896 amended.
Yes, we have a proposed amendment to it by Minority Leader and Honorable Mahama Yarga. You have abandoned your proposed amendment. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my amended clause 1, 2, 3, and 7 put together. And
yes, I heard you, but I just gave the opportunity. If you are adopting what we stated initially, then I put the question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of the proposed amendment in clause 2, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. The noes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question on clause 2. And the question is that clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Section 17 of Act 896 amended.
Clause 4.
Section 25 of Act 896 amended.
Clause 5.
Section 39A inserted.
Clause 6.
Section 94 of Act 896 amended.
Honorable members, there are no proposed amendments to these clauses. So I put the question on all those clauses. That is clause 4, clause 3, 4, 5, and 6. Those in favor that these clauses stand part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clauses 3, 4, 5, and 6 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Section 100A inserted.
Those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 7, say aye. Those against, say no. The noes have it. So I put the question on clause 7. And the question is that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Section 115 of Act 896 amended.
Clause 9.
Section 116A inserted.
Clause 10.
Section 119 of Act 896 amended.
Honorable members, there are no proposed amendments to these clauses. So I'm putting the question on clauses 8, 9, and 10. And the question is that clauses 8, 9, and 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clauses 8, 9, and 10 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Section 128 of Act 896 amended.
There is a proposed amendment from the chairman of the committee. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 11, amendment proposed. Section 128, add the following subsection. 3. For purposes of this section, control in relation to an entity means holding directly or through one or more interposed entities 25% or more of the voting power or rights to income or capital of the entity, and relative in relation to an individual means the individual's child, spouse, parent, grandparent, grandchild, sibling, aunt, uncle, nephew, niece, or first cousin, including by way of marriage or adoption. I so move.
Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. I want to put the question on clause 11, and the question is that yes,
Mr. Speaker, just a little clarification from the chairman. Do you want to say for the purpose of this act, or you want to say for the purpose of this section? In 11, for the purpose of this section. In the original, it was for the purpose of this act. Mr. Speaker, you may want a section. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Majority Leader. Honorable members, I put a question on the whole of clause 11. And the question is that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Honorable members, clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Section 113 of Act 896 amended.
Clause 13.
First schedule to Act 896 amended.
Clause 14.
Fourth schedule to Act 896 amended.
Honorable members, there are no proposed amendment to these three clauses. So I'm going to put the question on the three clauses. And the question is that clauses 12, 13, and 14 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 12, 13, and 14 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, the long title to the bill.
An Act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to revise the rates of income tax for individuals and introduce an additional income tax bracket, introduce a withholding tax rate on the realization of assets and liabilities, and on revise the treatment of foreign exchange losses, revise the upper limit for the quantification of motor vehicle benefits, and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to the long title. So I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question now is, the long title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it, and the long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the consideration stage of the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022. Yes, leadership.
So, item 44 on page 33. 31, I'm sorry. Page 31, item 44, procedural motion.
Honorable members, item 44, motion. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopts the procedural motion advertised as item 44 on page 31 of today's order paper. I so move.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. Being a procedural motion, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We now move on to item 45, which is the substantive motion to be moved by the Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022 be now read a third time. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. And that is the third reading. And so I put the question. The question is that the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022 be now read the third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
An act to amend.
Honorable members,
An act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to revise the rates of income tax for individuals and introduce an additional income tax bracket, introduce a withholding tax rate on the realization of assets and liabilities and on winnings from lottery, revise the treatment of foreign exchange losses, revise the upper limit for the quantification of motor vehicle benefits, and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022 is read the third time and passed. Yes.
Speaker, on same page 31, item 46.
Honourable members, item 46, Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Honourable members, clause 1.
Imposition of levy.
We have two proposed amendments to clause 1. The first one coming from the minority leader and the second from the chairman of the committee. So we'll take the first. Honourable minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, clause 1. Amendment proposed, imposition of tax, where it reads, there is imposed by this act for the purpose of growth and sustainability, a growth and sustainability levy of a percentage of profit before tax or the percentage of production specified in the second column. Mr. Speaker, I propose that this should be deleted. Mr. Speaker, I say this for a simple reason that the imposition of the tax is that government is going to impose 5% tax on banks. Already, banks are paying corporate income tax of 25%. Mr. Speaker, clearly, Ghanaian banks are struggling. I have with me a document that I just printed today by Fixed Solutions, and the title is Ghanaian Banks to Suffer Considerably in the Year 2023. Mr. Speaker, the details is mind-boggling. Ghanaian banks are going to suffer in terms of corporate profit. Already, banks are suffering from solvency and liquidity. The least you can do is to impose additional taxes on Ghanaian banks. Mr. Speaker, this tax is also levied on gross profit. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm of the firm belief that this is not the time to introduce additional tax that will burden banks. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important because the banks are already collapsing, and the banking sector is the very sector that supports the private sector to grow. And so it will be very unfortunate for a government that seeks to help the ordinary Ghanaian, particularly businesses, to encourage them by way of imposing additional taxes. Mr. Speaker, the other one relates to the fact that this government intends to introduce 1% tax of gross production on mining companies and upstream oil and gas companies. My concern is, we already have stability agreement that this House has approved. What this will seek to do is to change the stability agreement. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm of the firm belief that the imposition of the tax out there should be taken out. And the worst one has to do with the fact that they intend to introduce 2.5% profit before tax additional on all entities not falling within the category A and B. And this includes small and medium-sized enterprises. Small and medium enterprises, including micro, are going to pay additional tax. That will increase the marginal rate from 25% to 27.5% at this crucial time. The Speaker, I submit and urge the Minister to have a rating, and then rather use part of the savings they have made on the back of debt exchange to support the economy and to raise additional revenue through compliance and not through measures like this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, my co-sponsor has eloquently argued our case. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you can put the question.
Yes. Those in favor? Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to call for the rejection of this amendment. To reject this amendment because this House considered the principle and accepted that this is a bill we must take forward. To move an amendment that effectively revokes the entire bill is to rescind the decision through the back door. And it's a reason, Mr. Speaker, I think we must reject this. This is supposed to support our effort to improve domestic revenue so that this country would borrow less and have a more stable economy to improve the lives of our people. So, Speaker, I call on this House to reject this amendment. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. The proposed amendment is negated. Honourable members, there is another proposed amendment to clause 1 in the name of the chairman of the committee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, clause 1, amendment proposed, line 3, before production, insert gross. I move, Mr. Speaker. The objective of this is to ensure that the base upon which the tax would apply is not disturbed in any way. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There being no further consideration, I put the question. Those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I now put the question on the whole of clause 1. And the question is that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Honourable members, clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Scope of application of levy.
We have a proposed amendment standing in the name of the minority leader and Honourable Mahama Ayaga. Are you withdrawing your proposed amendment? Yes, Honourable Mahama Ayaga.
Mr. Speaker, Section 2 states, and I quote, the levy imposed under Section 1 applies to the specified companies and institutions despite any provision to the contrary in any agreement or enactment relating to a tax holiday or exemption from direct or indirect tax applicable to a company or institution. Mr. Speaker, this is a very sweeping general provision relating to rights that would have accrued to companies pursuant to earlier agreements that would have been approved by this House. And this provision, in my opinion, is overbroad. If this House has already enacted legislation conferring rights on companies, if this House has already approved mining and oil extraction agreements, granting tax benefits and certain concessions to these companies, if you seek in those agreements, it is my contention that you must be specific about the provisions and the agreements that you seek to annul by passing this legislation. But a broad, generalized statement like this flies in the face of rights that this House has conferred on these companies, pursuant to which they have made the investment that they make. So, Mr. Speaker, on these grounds, I urge members to vote against this particular clause so that these companies can claim the rights and the facilities that this House, in previous legislation and agreements approved, has conferred on these companies. Mr. Speaker, I move that we delete this provision in the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Yes, Minority Leader, I wanted to hear from him. If not, I go to Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
You rise to what?
The motion moved by Honorable Ayala.
Let me call him for the deletion. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the points that the proposed amendment made by the Honorable Ayala.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was just reading the section on repeal and savings, and 13.3 would suggest to me to cure the issue being addressed by my colleague. And 13.3 provides any right, liability, or obligation in existence immediately before the repeal of this act shall remain in existence until the right, liability, or obligation is exercised or terminated. So I thought the issue about that mischief is raised is cured under 13.3.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The noes have it. The proposed amendment is negated, and I put the question on clause 2. Honourable members, the question is, clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Levy not an allowable deduction.
There is a proposed amendment in the name of the Minority Leader and Honourable Mama Yalga.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, delete. Mr. Speaker, this is in line with the argument I've already proposed. And so, Speaker, my position remains the same. It reflects what I've already stated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I put the question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. Proposed amendment is negated. I put the question on clause 3. And the question is that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Profits or production affected by levy.
There is a proposed amendment in the name of the chairman of the committee. And then our two active members, Minority Leader and Honorable Mama Yarga. So, Chairman, move the proposed amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there's an error that a committee amendment has been indicated in respect of clause 4. There's no committee amendment.
Yes, the proposed amendment to clause 4 is to delete. And I'm sure it's because of the earlier amendment where you inserted gross production, gross, listen. So you didn't want it to repeat it here. Is that the sense? Was from the committee and the two proposers. Honorable members, when I was a footballer, there used to be a song by our supporters. Do your duty, don't mind them. Do your duty, do your duty. So please, do your duty. I was number 9. Go and ask my teachers. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, all the amendments that we proposed were all based on our objection to the charging provision. So you will notice that the rest are consequential. Because we didn't want the tax charge, we also didn't want the tax to have certain years specified. But having discovered, Mr. Speaker, that Chairman agrees with us, I intend to withdraw from this amendment. Because I don't want to be sharing the same amendment with the Chairman. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Chairman agrees with me that the amendment should be effected, I withdraw my proposal. Because I disagree with the Chairman. On a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, since our earlier proposed amendments have been defeated, consequentially, these ones also really do not mean much for us. Mr. Speaker, you can put the question.
Honourable members, I take it that the proposed amendment to clause 4, 5, 6 are accordingly withdrawn by the proposers. And by putting the question to clause 4, and the question is that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Assessments of levy payable.
In spite of the withdrawal by earlier proposal, there is a proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee. I move that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 5.
plus 5, amendment proposed. 1, line 1, delete specified in section 4. Subclause 1, line 1, delete specified in section 4. It's indicated as lines 1 and 2. Is an error, Mr. Speaker. Subclause 1, line 1, delete specified in section 4. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I now put the question on clause 5. And the question is that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Time of payment of levy.
Clause 7.
Authority to collect levy.
Clause 8.
Payment of levy into consolidated fund.
Clause 9.
Recovery of levy.
Clause 10.
Levy returns.
Clause 11.
Regulations.
Honourable members, there are no proposed amendment to clause 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And so I'll put the question on all these clauses. And the question is that clauses 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, clauses 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Interpretation.
We have a proposed amendment to clause 12 by the chairman of the committee. Yes, chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move. I'll try. The Speaker, I rise to move that the amendment listed as item 46 IX on today's order paper be moved now. I so move.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. I put the question on clause 12. And the question is that clause 12 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Repeal and savings.
Honourable members, there is no proposed amendment to clause 13, so I put the question. Those in favour that clause 13 stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we now move to the schedule. Members, I put the question. Those in favor that the schedule stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. We now go to the item.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the Growth and Sustainability Levy to raise revenue for growth and fiscal sustainability of the economy and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, there is no proposed amendment to the long title, so I put the question. Those in favour that the long title stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we have come to the end of the consideration stage of the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022. Leadership.
Speaker, page 33, item 49. Item 49 on page 33.
Sorry, what about 47 and 48?
I'm sorry, we should rather be taking 47 on page 33, procedural motion.
Yes, honourable members, item 47 is a procedural motion, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adopt the procedural motion advertised as item 47 on page 33 of today's order paper. I so move.
Any seconder?
I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded. It's a procedural motion. I'll put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to item 48, the substantive motion. Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022 be now read a third time. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Being the third reading, I put the question. The question is that the Growth Quality Levy Bill 2022 be read the third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members,
to impose a special...
Growth... Yes, please go on.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the Growth and Sustainability Levy to raise revenue for growth and fiscal sustainability of the economy and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill 2022 is read the third time and passed. I don't like the sound of the gavel.
Speaker, item 49 now. Item 49, page 33.
Yes.
We are pushing on.
Majority Leader, you know, that are shy away from using the gavel. It's not the first time. I'm always compelled by disorder to use it. I don't like that sound. My deputies love it. Yes, honorable members, let's take item 49, Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Yes. Honorable members, clause 1.
First schedule amended.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the fact that we have just one clause, I will seek your leave to move all the amendments on this clause together.
Yes, Chairman. Sorry, I was given a wrong bill. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was seeking your leave to move things together since they are all in respect of the single clause.
Honorable members, I'm going to grant the leave so that he could move Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4, Roman 5 together. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Head note, before amended, insert of Act 791, opening phrase, line 1, after authority, insert Act. First schedule, part 1, item 7, line 2, delete 1985 and insert 2005. First schedule, part 1, item 14, delete. First schedule, part 1, item 15, delete. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. It's for the consideration of the House. There being no consideration, I put the question on all the proposed amendments in clause 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those, yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the side, as you note, has raised objections to this bill. but we still have a responsibility to make sure that the Constitution is respected in its letter and spirit. The list that the chairman referred to, when you get to item 15, Growth and Sustainability Living Act 2002, Article 106, subsequent to it, has not been assented to by the President. So say so that subject to assent by the President, this House can take that decision. But you cannot preempt the conclusive constitutional process of getting a law into being. So, Mr. Speaker, you may draft the draft people to take note, because there is nothing like, in my view, a Growth and Sustainability Act. Just look at it from there. But as I said, fundamentally we have objections to it, but we have a duty to ensure that what you do here meets the minimum constitutional test, that a bill works its full course.
Yeah, no. Actually,
yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Harun's point is legitimate, but it is the basis for the amendment in 49B. 49B, when we say first schedule, part 1, item 15, delete, it is precisely because the law is yet to come into force. Yeah. Even though we are passing it,
Yes, I think since we don't have any act called Growth and Sustainability Levy Act 2022, I think it's right to call for the deletion of that number. So I'll put the question. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought what we have here is indicative. It's only indicative. In fact, what we have done today, if the President assents to the Growth and Sustainability Levy Act ahead of this one, it will find expression here. Other than that, if it's completely deleted without the intent being sounded, it will mean that once he assents to this, we have to come back. We have to come back and amend this. So I think it's indicative. The table officers and the Assembly Press will know how to handle it. Thank you.
Minority Leader. Oh, sorry, former Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Haruna Idrisu, MP Tamale South is sufficient. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, I'm only saying this for the record because, Mr. Speaker, as you know rightly, parliamentary debate is now a guide to interpretation. Beyond pepper and heart, we've domesticated Ghanaian law You never know tomorrow who may want to question this matter. So I'm saying that let the record capture the sense of this house. Even though, as I said, I would ordinarily not raise it, but because it's constitutional. Article 1067 says, where a bill passed by Parliament is presented to the President for assent. I'm assuming that the growth and sustainability bill is yet to be presented to the President to satisfy the conditions in 1067. But this House, in Article 110, we are masters of our rules. We get the sense, but let it be said that the draft person tomorrow can act that this was the thinking of the House question on this matter. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Honorable members, the proposed amendment is in order. So I put the question. Those in favor of the amendments proposed in clause 1, Roman 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment proposed in clause 1, Roman 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are carried. And I put the question on the clause 1, which is actually the first schedule of Act 79 amended. Those in favor that it stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, long title.
An act to amend the Ghana Revenue Authority Act 2009, Act 791, to provide for laws subject to the administration of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment to the long title, so I put the question. Of the long title, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. We have accordingly come to the end of the consideration stage of the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022. Yes, leaders.
Speaker, page 34, item 50, with respect.
Honorable members, item 50 at page 34 of the order paper. Procedural motion, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the procedural motion advertised as item 50 on page 34 of today's order paper. I so move.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Being a procedural motion, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 5.1 being the substantive motion, we move to it. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a third time. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Being the third reading, I put the question. And the question is that the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members.
An act to amend the Ghana Revenue Authority Act 2009 Act 791 to provide for laws subject to the administration of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Honorable members, the Ghana Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022 is now read the third time and passed. Now that we come to the end, I'll use the gavel.
Speaker, we now move on to page 28. Page 28, item 37. Item 37, page 28. Come along.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, did you 6 or page?
We are set page 28, 28, item 37, 37, with respect.
I was told that that one had been taken earlier on. That is the excise tax stamp amendment bill. It's not been taken. I was told it had been taken earlier on. That's why we started from item 40, excise duty amendment bill 2022. What we have to do before we adjourn is to make sure we put the critical bill which affects the House at page 6, item 9, the budget bill, and the criminal offences amendment bill. These are bills to be presented to the House for first reading. Then we refer to the committees, and then we can call it a day. By the time we come, they are ready, and they affect the House. We need to set up the budget committee to handle the budget processes well in this House, and make sure that we have early entry into the budget processes. That's where, as representatives of the people, you can give direction and then some guidance to government before the final bill is presented to the House, for just those who don't have ample time to make inputs. So I will crave your indulgence for us to present that before we adjourn. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I know you are on another matter, but ever so often things that happen in this House sometimes is misinterpreted outside. When we took the last vote, you counted 137 for our colleagues. Some other members of the public are aware that 2 of our colleagues were not physically here. It would be appropriate for you to maybe make a pronouncement so that the public knows why you still counted 137. It is very important, Mr. Speaker. It's just a plea, yes, Mr. Speaker. It is not to say it did not happen. It just
don't belabor the point. Don't belabor the point. That is why I referred you all to Order 114 Rule 4. And I ask you to read that order. But for the edification of the public, I'll read that order. Order 114, Rule 4 says, for members who are incapacitated by some physical infirmity from passing through the lobbies shall, upon reporting their incapacity to Mr. Speaker through the clerk, be counted and recorded accordingly in the House. Honorable members, we have some of our members that are incapacitated. And what I did was to ask to go and physically see them. The state of incapacitation and whether they are of sound mind. Because we are dealing with decision taking, voting, before they can come to testify, which has been done. And so they were recorded and counted accordingly. So I have the figures here with me. That's why I referred you to that standing order. Please. I did mention earlier on that I will not do anything untoward. I follow the rules. Can we now take item 9? Yes, Honorable Sweeney.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance, given that it's almost 12 midnight. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hands the business statement for Thursday, 23rd March 2023. 8-week ending Friday, 31st March 2023. The Speaker, in the business statement, it was indicated on page 2 that the House will be adjourned on Friday, 31st March 2023. That is 9. With the adoption of proposed statement and the commitment to its implementation by all, the House is likely to adjourn sine die on Friday, 31st March 2023. Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance. I do know that the business committee did not meet today, and so they have not programmed any business for 1st April 2023, which is April Fool's Day, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at Order 41, 1 to 4, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will just read 4. Where there has
Honorable Member, can we present those papers before I can give you the guidance? I don't want you to carry us beyond Friday.
Mr. Speaker,
item 9, presentation and first reading of bills. 9A, budget bill 2023 is being sponsored by Honorable Osechi Mensah Bonsu, MP for Swame, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, MP for Tamale South, Honorable James Kuche Alveji, MP for Ketu North, and Honorable Kofi Ochre Ajekum, MP for Fantiapua South. This bill is dear to my heart because as far as 2009, I initiated it, supported by the Canadian Center. We did a lot of work, but it was stalled until we resurrected it And the leaders then decided to sponsor it, and we've gone this far. Please, can we present it to the House? Honorable Majority Leader, you may do so for and on behalf of the rest.
Mr. Speaker, to take liberty to offer little explanation before I do the presentation, especially since the Minister responsible for Finance is sitting right beside me, to give him assurance that this indeed is to assist in the transaction of business in the House. Mr. Speaker, it is not intended to take monies from the consolidated fund. So the Minister responsible for Finance sitting here may rest assured that this is for the efficient running of the business of Parliament. On that account, Mr. Speaker, I submit and I bow.
An act to strengthen the budgetary oversight and financial control of Parliament and provide for related matters.
The Minister is Minister for Finance. This one we are dealing with law. There is a Minister for Justice and Attorney General who went through it and agreed with you, the sponsors, that it hasn't breached Article 108 of the Constitution. That is why it's here. And Minister, you are assured that that is not going to happen. But also be aware that all the monies that you collect, we pass the laws before you can collect the money. If we don't pass the law, you can't collect FOCU. That is why FOCU, you can't. Or you want me to use another word? FOCU. 0, 0, 0. Yes. So please, honorable members, the budget bill 2023 is referred to, I think, the Special Budget Committee and the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. It's a very good bill for the House and governance in the country. We now move to 9B. This is another private members' bill sponsored by Honorable Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu, the Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022.
An act to amend the Criminal Offences Act 1960, Act 29, to prohibit the practice by any person as a witch doctor or a witch finder to prescribe the declaration, accusation, naming, or labeling of another person as a witch, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022 is read the first time and referred to the Committee on Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, let me further inform you that these private members' bills, because this is the beginning, will not be able to get private sector and other stakeholders to sponsor the bills. So, honorable members, when you are sponsoring a bill, we know the state of finances of members. The House, Parliament as an institution, is prepared to support you in sponsoring the process so that the workshops and the rest can be held and the reports presented to the House for consideration. So take that on board and let's bring more of such private member initiatives to the House. With this, yes, leaders.
Speaker, we are ready now to go on to page 7, the original page 7, and page 7, item 13. But who started?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that a motion listed as item 13 on today's order paper be taken now and in the process present your committee's report. So, Speaker, I request the Handler Department to capture the entire content of the report once I take the conclusion. The Speaker, your committee, having reviewed the report, recommends to this House by majority decision, and Mr. Speaker, it's important we emphasize that the entire minority members in the committee took a position against this, and so by majority decision recommends to this House to adopt this report and approve the financing agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the International Development Association of the World Bank for an amount of $60,600,000 as a third additional financing for the Ghana COVID-19 Emergency Preparedness Response Project. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chairman of the committee, actually, you didn't catch my eye. So all what you have done is completely out of order. Yes. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our understanding was for us to consider the revenue bills and then to consider the committee of the whole's report. Mr. Speaker, we've done just that. I'm surprised we are going back to take loans at this time. Mr. Speaker, the matter in question, there's no consensus on the matter. If he is ready to take it, Mr. Speaker, we are going to go the full haul. I do not think that we should go that line. Mr. Speaker, honestly, the time now is past midnight. We are yet to conclude with our closing remarks. And your closing remarks, Mr. Speaker, we can't continue this way. Members are struggling to survive. Already some of our members are in hospital, I'm told. And I've just heard. So, Mr. Speaker, we can't continue this way. Let's end the day. Mr. Speaker, we can't continue this way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, my challenge is that sometimes this your understanding is not understood by you yourselves. That's always my challenge. And that's why, members, you sometimes see me suspended sitting and to go back with the leaders to clarify that understanding. Because as I said, I'm always guided by their understanding. And so when we come and that understanding is not understood by they themselves, I am not guided. And so we go back to try and come to a real understanding. And so when we went back, we understood ourselves and came back. And I think that we transacted the business understood. This last one is a surprise to me myself, because that was not part of the understanding. Maybe I wasn't there, it might be my deputies that this discussion, this last one, was taken with. But I was made aware and I understood that we were going to take the bills through. That was the understanding. And I think we have propelled that. I didn't know that this loan agreement was not taken. My attention was not drawn to it.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader making his application ended by saying that we should close today. And indeed, today is Saturday, Saturday, the 1st of April. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with him that we should close today, which is the 1st of April 2023. That's the first point. Number two, Mr. Speaker, when he said that was not part of the understanding, what understanding have we come to? The understanding that we came to was what procedure to apply in the consideration of the budget bills, the revenue bills. Mr. Speaker, we did not discuss the loans because they are part of the order paper today. It was how the minority had positioned themselves to repel and indeed resist the budget bills. So, Mr. Speaker, can you put your hand down and stop the wild gesticulations? Mr. Speaker, in this house, whenever we have not exhausted the business of the house and their critical businesses, we continue. Mr. Speaker, indeed, these bills, the financial bills, we ought to have considered them at the previous meeting. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, it went from 21st of December to 22nd of December. And when we mentioned say, our colleagues said, no, we're tired, we should adjourn, and when we come back into the next meeting, there will be the first ones to be handled. Lo and behold, we have seen their resistance. And today is the last day of this meeting to consider today. Mr. Speaker, they are disputing the claim at their own minority leader that we are closing today. Mr. Speaker, deliver the point, and not to enter the fray of pedestrianism. I would suggest that what is here, that we should approve of these loans before we adjourn. Because, Mr. Speaker, what has happened? We cannot even predict what may happen if we should reschedule for consideration these loans into the next meeting. And Mr. Speaker, these are concessions. They are concessions. And indeed, many of them are time bound. He says not all of them. So he admits that some of them at least are time bound. So why is he saying that we should postpone? When he admits that it's time bound, you are saying that we should not do it and lose it. Is that fair to the people of this country? When in particular, we have had to labor through all this because of you yourselves, because of the trust that we have been cultivating. Mr. Speaker, I would strongly suggest that we deal with this, and before we take a final bow, the Speaker has to submit.
Yes, you know how I love you. As we sit, two of our members are incapacitated, and one other member is supporting in attending to one. So 3 of our members are not present here. The third one is a medical officer, so he's supporting. I love you so much. Don't let us continue, because I heard you this morning and you were lamenting and urging members to take care of their health and that kind of thing. Please, I beg you, don't let's continue this way. I am prepared to recall Parliament. I am prepared to recall Parliament to come and consider these loans between 14th and 15th of April. Can we agree on that? To recall Parliament to come back 14th and 15th. You don't run now. there's no doubt that the House has sat before to 4 a.m. But the results is what we are seeing. Members collapsing, members dying. Do you want us to continue along that line? I don't want to come to more funerals. Yes. Senior member, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to refer you to Order 53. Look at the order. The business which reads, the business for each certain day, as determined by the business, shall be set out in the order paper, and shall, whenever possible, be transacted in the following order. Mr. Speaker, that's 53. And 57 says, Mr. Speaker shall read prayers at every sitting before any business is entered upon. Mr. Speaker, the order paper that the Majority Chief Whip referred you to is dated Friday, 31st March 2023. And 31st March 2023 is elapsed. That's expired. And therefore, is invalid to be made reference to. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I call on you that since the day has elapsed and a new day has arrived, Mr. Speaker, we cannot technically work with this order paper. Your prayer for Friday is elapsed. You haven't said any prayer for Saturday. And therefore, technically, the House will be out of order if we should proceed on the basis of this order paper. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I can observe energy still in you. Because I see you singing and even dancing on the floor of the House. But, honourable member, the sitting is still in motion. The sitting has not been adjourned. So we are still continuing the sitting. Are we together? Until a sitting is adjourned, the sitting is still in motion. We are still continuing. We haven't adjourned the sitting. So is that sitting that we are still continuing? So we can do other businesses. I thought there's fatigue and you were tired, but I can see there's energy in you. So we'll continue.
Speaker, item 13 on page 7. Page 7, item 13. Speaker, with respect.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I I rise to move that the motion listed as item 13 on today's order paper be moved now, and in the process, present your committee's report. I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content whilst I take the conclusion. Speaker, your committee considered it by majority decision. Important that I stress is that the entire members of the minority of the committee took a position against this decision, but by a majority decision, recommend to this House to adopt our report and approve the financing agreement between Ghana and the IDA of the World Bank for an amount of $60,600,000 United States dollars as a third additional financing for the COVID-19 and emergency preparedness response project in accordance with the Constitution. Respectfully presented, I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the noes have it. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I rely on Order 113 of the rules of this House to pray that, Mr. Speaker, may...
You want to call for a division? 113.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, may I read the order with respect?
You said 113. That's division.
No, Mr. Speaker, let me read it aloud with respect. Mr. Speaker, order 1132. I said 113, but I'm relying on sub 2. Which says a member may call for a head count or a division if the opinion of Mr. Speaker on the voice vote is challenged. Mr. Speaker, I am on the first part of Rule 1132, which is a head count. Mr. Speaker.
You haven't even challenged my decision.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker,
challenge my decision first.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, arise in challenge of your decision to give the noes the votes.
Honorable members, I don't vote. So when I put the question and they are voting and you are sleeping, I cannot lie.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker may put the question again.
I put the question.
Mr. Speaker may put the question again.
And the noes had it. It was very clear. It was very clear.
Mr. Speaker may put the question again. Mr. Speaker may put the question again. Mr. Speaker may put the question again with respect.
Honorable members have been challenged and they have asked for a head count. That is very easy to conduct. Please, I will call on the tellers once again to do a head count. Why? You don't want the head count?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for accepting the honorable members challenging your ruling and you calling for a head count. Mr. Speaker, before the first vote, the two honorable members who drew your attention that they were incapacitated were within the precinct of Parliament.
but I just want to put it on record that where we are now, Honorable Dr. Kisi and Honorable Tufero, the Deputy Minister for Agric, are not within the precinct of Parliament, and he's challenging your decisions, and he must take notice of that. Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the doctor who took care of the incapacitated MP. So if Dr. Kisi is here, Honorable Tufero is not within the chamber and is not within the precinct of Parliament. Let it be on record so that when you are doing hair count, we know that out of the 275 MPs, this morning, out of the 275 MPs, those who reported work, 2 of our members who were not here and sought permission from you, they are those I'm drawing your attention to, so that the deputy majority leader, if he's challenging your ruling, he must be cognizant of the absence of Honorable Deputy Minister for Agric, Honorable Tufero, and Honorable Fejokum, who are not with us here. That is what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. What lies are far too?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I can also see very empty spaces. Notable among them, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ablakwa is not here. Honorable Harun Edrisu is not here. Honorable Muntaka is not here. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member for Ayensanu is also not in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Suhini is not here. You just took the vote. Mr. Speaker, so he who comes to equity must come with clean hands and must do equity. If you are talking about 2 of our members, I have cited more than 4. Mr. Speaker, Harun Edrisu is not here. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Okunyata Ablakwa left the chamber over 2 hours ago. About 2 hours ago he left. So, Mr. Speaker,
both of you, honorable members, please. The 2 leaders are both out of order. You are not the tellers. The tellers will do the count. They will bring the figures to me. As I sit here, I get more information than all of you. So as to who is present and who is not present, I get to know. You don't need to tell me. We are going to count those who are present here. In connection with the others, I told you earlier on, I made the whips to go and verify. So please, be not afraid. The right thing will be done. Let's do the head count. This is what has been requested by the mover of the motion. Head count. Honorable members, you will not resume your seats. I can see a number of you on your feet. Not yet. No. Yes, I can see you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the deputy...
Honorable member, you haven't caught my eye.
Oh, I thought you said you can see me. I'm sorry.
I've seen you, but you haven't caught my eye.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that to be on record. Thank you.
I acknowledge that. Yes. Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for seeing me
before seeing the Honorable Suhene. Mr. Speaker, last week I raised similar issue that we were tired, we needed to close. Nobody paid attention to my submission. It became political banter, NDC MPP. The next day, we got the sad news that we've lost a colleague of ours. The same thing is going to play out. I'm not wishing. Yes. It's likely to play out. Mr. Speaker, and I use certain phrases, but many people didn't pay attention to it. That there is a limit for endurance. And people ignore it, and it came to pass. And I sit with a reverend minister. Mr. Speaker, we need to be careful about the health of members. It's a very serious matter. Some of us came here between 6:30, 7 up to 8 a.m. this morning. The house was adjourned and we were told that the house will resume by 6:30 in this evening. Mr. Speaker, after all, what are we looking for? What are we looking for? Those who are in support say, yeah. Imposing hardships on the ordinary people on the streets. Denying them their livelihood.
Honorable member, what are you debating?
Mr. Speaker, we are tired. We are tired. We can continue another.
Honorable Richard Achampong, you are completely out of order. Yes, Honorable Regional Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, indeed, we have lost a colleague of ours. And much as we are in mourning, in the state of mourning, Mr. Speaker, and honorable colleague, Mr. Speaker, he has just prophesied doom that the same thing will happen. Mr. Speaker, though you said it's out of order, I think we must be guided for him to say that the same thing will happen. Mr. Speaker, it's not fair.
It should be expelled from the answer.
Honorable member, I'm very sure it's not your wish that this be repeated. So please, kindly, please.
Mr. Speaker, as a man of God and as a Christian, when the word is coming, it tears through. It tears through. And people cannot contain it. And I don't want those issues to come to pass. So I'm questioning that. I said it last week. I don't want to repeat it this week. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Which church are you a man of God? Honorable members, I've observed and I want to repeat that there's so much energy in you want to continue. So we will take one or more than one. We'll take one, and that is the one that was moved. We will definitely vote. We'll definitely vote.
So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that you put the question.
He said head count.
Again.
I thought you were going to withdraw your decision
Mr. Speaker, guided by you.
To the mover of the motion then we take that one and then we can call it a day. Yes. So, honorable members, we are taking item 13, which has been moved and seconded. It's now for the consideration of the House. I have directed that all that be nullified, and I so direct, and we move back to the earlier question I put on item 13. Please, by this time we have finished item 13 long ago. So we just conclude with that and then we call it a day. Honorable members, there being no contribution, I put the question. Those in favor of motion number 13 at page 7 and 8 of the order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the noes have it. You want to challenge my voice vote?
It is so, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to challenge the outcome of the voice vote as pronounced by you, and in so doing, I shall rely on Order 113 to ground my objection. Mr. Speaker, I have already relied on the provisions.
Head count.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, head count.
Yes, tell us, please. Let's do the head count. I've told you many times, I don't vote. So when I put the question on voice vote and you don't vote, I can't vote for you. And I will not lie. What I hear is what I will say. Let's do the head count. Please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, the same order he's using now to challenge your decision, your ruling, was the same order I quoted. What the honorable majority leader and the deputy majority leader said here were that, oh, Mr. Speaker, he's abusing the standing orders. Now, within 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, not 5 minutes, within 2 minutes, he has taken refuge under the same order 1132. You see yourself. Mr. Speaker, I don't envy them, but go ahead, Mr. Speaker. He's calling for a hair count. He even went ahead and said that he who preaches everything must come with clean hands. He used all the vocabularies you know on me, but within 2 seconds, at the end of you, he has quoted it twice. Like Jesus Christ told Peter, before the cock crow, you will deny me 3 times. The cock hasn't crowed. Within 2 minutes, you have quoted on 113 plus 2 twice. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not prophesying. Very soon he will quote it again. We can go ahead.
I want us to move ahead, but it looks like members are not focused on the business. I want us to move ahead. Initially, I directed nullifying all what happened and decided to put the question again. But members were not focused. You know, majority leader, yes. I see more than you see. Yes. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm taking a cue from where you just landed. That it appears members are not properly focusing on the matters before us, for whatever reasons. The members are not focusing on the business before us. It may be attributable to many things, and that being the case, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge that we take a bow and bring proceedings to a close by maybe presenting the closing remarks and taking adjournment. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, please, I don't know whether you want us to adjourn or not, but just a few minutes, we can take item 13. Just a few minutes. Yes. And then we can listen to our leaders. We are wasting more time.
Mr. Speaker, the motion advertised as item 13 is a majority decision motion. There is no consensus on the motion in question. Mr. Speaker, we are prepared to go the full haul in opposing that motion. This will signal that if they want to travel that road, we are ready to do that. Mr. Speaker, our position is simple. The country, as we speak, is in debt distress. We can't allow the Minister of Finance to add additional debt. Mr. Speaker, that is why we do not support the accumulation of additional debt at the time that we are asking for debt for forgiveness. Mr. Speaker, currently, you have posed the question, they have lost the vote, and let the record recognize it as such. Mr. Speaker, if they want to adjourn, fine. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the decision of the House, and it should be recognized as such. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thought I was going to give opportunity for the closing remarks of the leaders as proposed by the majority leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader who I so much respect has made a point, and I just want to correct that. Mr. Speaker, with respect, there is an application pending. There is no finality to that decision. So do not say that we have lost a vote. Mr. Speaker, it isn't the case. Mr. Speaker, we are challenging the void vote, and we have done the same on the rules. Mr. Speaker, it's as simple as that. Yes, but then he shouldn't say that we have lost a vote. We have not. Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. Mr. Speaker said we should do item 30, and you still said you want to close and go, knowing that there is an important matter. And he says that we would let you have your way if that is your pleasure. All the time that you wasted in bringing all those frivolous applications, we could have done this business. And you say you are patriots.
We go to closing remarks of the leaders. We start with the closing remarks of the minority leader. How many minutes each? We don't have time. How many minutes each? 5. 5 minutes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that time is not on our side and members are tired. So, Mr. Speaker, I will ask the Hansard Department to capture the full extent of the speech. So, Mr. Speaker, I will ask the Hansard Department to capture the full extent of the speech so that members will be able to go home and have some rest. Mr. Speaker, importantly, let me thank you and your deputies for the performance that you have exhibited during this important meeting. We pray that as we celebrate the death and the resurrection of Jesus Christ, and the Lord will continue to shower his abundant blessings upon them, particularly your good selves and your deputies and members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I also thank and commend my colleague, the majority leader and the leader of the House, for your service to God, country and this House. Though early days yet, I must admit that we have had fruitful working relationships this far, and I pray it continues. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure you that we will continue to cooperate with you to execute the government business, but we state and stand by our position whenever it is right and in the interest of Ghana to do so. Mr. Speaker, I wish you a happy Easter and may the good Lord continue to protect you and your family. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as you all do know, time is so much time has been spent for the sitting that began yesterday. Speaker, we are on this day, the 1st of April, bringing the curtain down on this meeting that has lasted for 8 weeks. Within these 8 weeks, so many things have been accomplished, including, Mr. Speaker, the observation of the Parliament at 30 program that you launched. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it should serve as the launch part for us to do serious introspection about how far we've traveled, the difficulties and challenges that we faced, some of which relate to our standing orders, which the Speaker still remain outstanding, the review of, and of course, some of them also ensue from the 1992 Republican Constitution. I guess and trust that we use the occasion to also reflect on the Constitution to see what amendments to proffer to strengthen parliamentary democracy and also strengthen Parliament as an institution. The Speaker, we had occasion to approve of justices nominated by the President and also of members of Parliament nominated by the President to serve as ministers, the Minister of State and the Deputy Minister. There have been instances where we have cooperated. Unfortunately, there have been instances where cooperation has become difficult. Mr. Speaker, what I've written out here is really to provide a historical account of what's been able to do thus far, beginning the 7th of February, when this House began its first meeting of the third session of this 8th Parliament. Speaker, is quite a lot, and I entreat the Hazard Department to capture the entirety of the document as having been read to the Hazard. Speaker, just as the minority leader has indicated, just to stress that we are adjourning to celebrate the Easter holidays with our compatriots. As Christians, we do believe that the Easter provides the symbolism for the reconciliation that Jesus Christ established between humankind and God, our Creator. And I want to believe that it will serve as a platform for us to come together in a much more reconciliatory manner than we have done. Taking positions, especially positions that are foisted by political parties from outside, will not help to grow our parliament. And what we are seeing increasingly, Mr. Speaker, will poison the atmosphere for us in this House. It will not serve us any good. Let us use this occasion to reflect on what has happened thus far and resolve to do much, much better than what we have done. My colleagues who have assumed leadership of the minority are new in leadership, and I believe they will need some time to grow, and all of us should be very supportive of that cause. I hope and pray that some forces from outside will liberate them, to let them work for the good of this House. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is alluding to some forces of darkness. I haven't said so. But let's resolve to improve the working relationship in the House, to really reposition Parliament. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, let me once again also congratulate you and your able deputies for the efforts that spent in promoting the cause of Parliament. The clerk and the staff, the media, and of course to also extend profound gratitude to the new leadership for thus far what we've been able to achieve, even though I hope for a much, much better working relationship. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, let me end on this note that we are still in negotiations with the IMF to assist us. And if Parliament does anything, would you suggest that we are spending what support the IMF and World Bank wants to give to us and turn around to go and negotiate with them? It will not be good for the image of this country. And that is why I pray that when we come back, we'll have a reconsideration of these agreements before us in order to reposition the country. It doesn't serve any purpose when you say that this assistance that's being offered, very low rates being given to you, you don't want it. But then you go to them that they should assist you. What, Mr. Speaker, how do you reconcile the positions? How do you reconcile the positions? And how are we empowering the finance minister and his team to go and negotiate further with the IMF? I think we should reflect on what we do here. That's why I'm saying that we should liberate ourselves from the clutches of the forces of darkness from this House. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I wish I could say it's with great pleasure that I bring to a close this first meeting of the third session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. In spite of the shocks we had during this meeting, I urge you all to still continue to give thanks to the Almighty God, because that is His will. I will also call on the Office of the Official Report to capture the entirety of my closing remarks. But it's important I mention some of the things we went through, and we are still trying to come together. We have really endeared ourselves, particularly the leaders, my deputies, to try and build more consensus. But we've had some rather sometimes inexplicable U-turns, and that really sometimes saddens me. I hope in the next meeting we will not go through this experience again. You have shown, like tonight, that you prepared to work and to work hard. So are some of the ministers, particularly this meeting. The Minister of Health has always been with us. He's come around to give us some briefs on many issues. We have had to extend the perimeters of the pre-laying consultations by the Electoral Commission to a very elastic end. And today, we managed to put a position together. I hope and pray that we'll maintain that position. I launched the 30 years of Ghana's 4th Republican Parliament under the theme 30 years of parliamentary democracy in the 4th Republic, the journey thus far. We'll be organizing a number of activities. We'll be urging all of you to participate. But let me thank the members, and particularly the chair of the organizing committee, the Honorable Member for Abuakwa South, Honorable Samuel Atachia. He's done very, very well. The coordinator, the clerk to Parliament himself, Mr. Cyril Kobna Insian, and other members. During the course of the recess, in spite of the pressure on you, because I know you are all lacing your boots, apart from a few, to recontest your seats. The minority will be taking the lead, but about 4 or 5 of them have decided to call it a day and not to go back through this stressful experience. We will do all we can through prayers and through whatever means to support you. But please, your record is there to be used by your constituents. And these days, Parliament is a focus, and that's why sometimes I try to call on you to focus on the business of the House. But a lot of you think that Ghanaians could still be taken for granted. Please, let's be more serious than we are. But let me end by expressing my gratitude to the 2 deputy speakers for always stepping in to preside over the business of the House anytime I call on them. My gratitude also goes to the leadership of both sides. As I said, we've tried many, many times to come to some consensus before the Parliament sits. Sometimes we will not be able to carry that through, but I pray and hope that we will improve on it. I also want to thank the clerk and his deputies and all members of parliament for what we have achieved so far. I cannot leave out my friends in the parliamentary press corps who regularly bring citizens up to speed on proceedings in the House. We have, as exhibited, been working together to make Parliament more responsive to the needs of the people, to ensure that government, particularly the executive, is more transparent and accountable, and to make this House more effective in the discharge of its duties. I am proud of the progress we've made so far, and I'm confident that this Parliament will continue to grow and improve in the years to come. Honourable members, as you travel to your constituencies to reconnect with your constituents, I can only wish you travel mercies. One of the incidents we experienced today was an accident involving a member on his way to this House. An accident. And that is why I'm drawing your attention to this. Please value your lives, take good care of yourselves, and make sure that we all come back to meet in our next meeting in good health and with great hope for this country. We know how the economy is, but there are signs of recovery. It's for all of us to try and support the efforts, because Ghana first. I end by thanking all of you, particularly for the support you have given me and for the love and respect you have shown. I assure you I will continue to improve on my performance, and together we will make Ghanaians proud of their nation. With this, I declare the Parliament adjourned sine die.